Chapter 1, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PhyllisV. Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. Chapter 1, Part 1. March 20th. Lady Hester rose about 3 in the afternoon and went into her garden. I joined her about 5 o'clock. Spring had already begun to display its verdant livery. The weather was exceedingly fine, and every bush and tree seemed to have swollen with sap, buds, and leaves, so that the eye could perceive a palpable difference even from the preceding day. The birds were singing on every branch, for nobody dared to molest them in this sacred spot, and the bulbuls sat warbling a low but gentle music, which now and then was broken in upon by their clear whistle, falling in cadences on the ear like sweet concords. It was one of those hours which a man, who feels himself in the decline of life, or gradually sinking under disease, would most regret in thinking that the harmony of nature must soon close on him forever. Lady Hester had placed herself in a small white alcove, which closed the vista at the bottom of a walk. A sofa, covered with maroon-colored cloth, with flowered chintz cushions, ran across the back of the alcove. On this she was leaning, and being dressed in her white abaya with its large folds, she looked exactly like an antique statue of a Roman matron. Halfway up the avenue stood an attendant in a handsome white nizam dress, which is exceedingly becoming to youth, waiting her call. As I advanced towards her, between two hedges, the one of double jessamine in full bud, and the other of the bright green Provence, or periwinkle plant, with its blue flowers forming an azure band from one end to the other, I was struck with the magical illusion which she ever contrived to throw around herself in the commonest circumstances of life. As I approached, she addressed me with more cheerfulness than usual. "Do you know, doctor, that Prince Moscow is come to Saida, and has written me a very agreeable, and what appears to be a very sincere letter? Read it, and say what you think of it." Translated, it was as follows. Prince Moscow to Lady Hester Stanhope, March 20th, 1838. My Lady, as I am aware that you are but little fond of strangers' visits, from having often found they proceeded from idle curiosity, and sometimes even from more illiberal motives, I freely confess, madame, it is not without some degree of apprehension that in my turn I solicit permission to pay my respects to you. Permit me, nevertheless, to assure you that for many years past I have anticipated in fancy the pleasure of knowing you, and that it would be a downright act of cruelty on your part if now, when the long-wished-for moment is at last arrived, you should refuse me the happiness of paying my homage to the Queen of Palmyra and the niece of the great Pitt. Besides, madame, I have the presumption to add that, from what I have heard of you, there must exist some affinity of character between us. For like you, my lady, I look for our future salvation from the East, where nations still nearer to God and to nature can alone, some one day, purify the rotten civilization of decrepit Europe, in which everything is artificial, and where we are menaced in a short time with a new kind of barbarism, not that with which states begin, but with which they end. Like you, madame, I believe that astrology is not an empty science, but a lost one. Like you, madame, I am an aristocrat by birth and in principle, because I find a marked aristocracy in nature everywhere. In a word, madame, like you, I love to sleep by day and be stirring by night. There I stop, for in mind, energy of character, and in the mode of life so singular and so dignified which you lead, not every one that would can resemble Lady Hester Stanhope. I close this letter, which already must appear too long to you, in earnestly entreating you not to set down as mere expressions the dictates of a heart artless and ingenious though old. I am neither a Frenchman nor an Englishman. I am but an honest and simple German, who perhaps lies open to the charge of too much enthusiasm, but never to that of flattery or insincerity. Signed, Prince of Puckler Muskau. P.S. Should you consent to my coming, might I presume to beg of you still farther to allow me to bring Count Tattenbach, a young man in my employ, who would be so much hurt to see me set off without him that I am induced to risk the request. Although severely wounded from a pistol shot, he would not remain at Acre, for fear of losing the opportunity of paying his homage to you. Nevertheless, your will, my lady, and not mine, be done in everything. When I had finished reading the letter, Lady Hester resumed. Now, doctor, you must go and see the prince at Saida, for I can't see him myself. The fatigue is too great for the present. But I will engage him to return again when I am better. I could wish you to say many things to him, for I can see that he and I shall do very well together. Besides, I must be very civil to him, for he has got such a tongue and such a pen. I think I shall invite him to come and see the garden and the horses. But you must tell him the mare's back is not only like a natural saddle, but that there are 2 backbones for a spine. That is the most curious part. But no, if he comes, it will fill my house with people, and I shall be worried to death. It will only make me ill, so I'll write to him after dinner. What I would wish you to talk to him about is principally the Serpent's Cave. You must tell him that at 10 or 12 hours' distance from Tarsus there is a grotto, where once lived an enormous serpent with a human head, such as he may have seen in paintings representing the temptation of Eve. This serpent was possessed of all the skill in demonology and magic known on earth. There was an ancient sage who was desirous of acquiring this serpent's wisdom, which he knew could be come at by destroying the serpent. He therefore induced the king of the country, in which the grotto is situate, to enter into his views, and by the king's orders the neighboring peasantry were assembled for that purpose. The sage, who had given instructions that in killing the serpent they were to proceed in a particular manner, and that the head was to be reserved for him, stationed himself not far off. And when the peasants went as usual to carry his food, intending to seize a proper moment for effecting the destruction of so formidable a reptile, the serpent, being gifted with the power of speech, said, "I know what you are come for. You are come to take my life. I am aware that I am fated to die now, and I shall not oppose it. But in killing me, beware how you follow the instructions which the wicked man who sent you gave. Do exactly the reverse." The peasants obeyed the serpent, and doing precisely the reverse of what the sage had enjoined them to do, the king too died, and thus met the reward of his treacherous conduct. Since that time no other serpent has appeared with a human head, but several are living in the same grotto, and they still are fed by the neighboring villages, which send the food at stated times, and the people have opportunities of seeing them with their own eyes. You must tell the prince that this story is perfectly authentic, and that since the time of Sultan Murad down to the present day, certain villages are exempted from taxes in consideration of providing sustenance for the serpents. As he naturally must wish to inquire into and see so remarkable a phenomenon, you may tell him that, if he puts himself to a boat, he can land at Tarsus or Swadeia, and thence find his way a few hours' distance further where the grotto is. I hung my head during the whole of this story, reflecting what a pretty errand I was going upon, to tell with a serious air a story so devoid of probability, and so likely to strengthen the supposition, common in England and elsewhere, that Lady Hester was crazy. She observed my ill-concealed incredulity, and bawled out rather than said, "Do you understand what I have been telling you? I suppose you'll tell me I am mad. Do you believe these things or not? Why don't you answer?" As I remained mute, she said, "Well, will you repeat them to the prince as I have related them?" I answered, yes, I would do that. "But there," said she, "go to dinner now, and come again in the evening. I suppose you are thinking more of your soup getting cold than of anything else." It was now sunset, and I found my family waiting dinner for me. But that was a very common occurrence, and excited no surprise. Having dined, I returned to Lady Hester. She was in the drawing-room, and she immediately renewed the subject of the grotto. "The king's name," said she, "was Tarsinus. He gave the name to Tarsus, or took his from it, I don't know which. You must not forget to speak to the prince likewise of the dervises' monastery called Sultan Ibrahim, which is near Tripoli. He has only to present himself there and use my name. They are all like my brothers. They have many learned men amongst them. If he wants a letter to them, I'll give him one. As for the Ansareyas, the Ishmaelites, the Chaldeas, and all the sects on the mountains between Tripoli and Latakia, he will get nothing out of them. So it is of no use his trying. If he returns to Jerusalem, beg him not to extend his excursions toward the back of the Dead Sea or beyond the Jordan. For, as he is known to be a friend of Muhammad Ali's, some Arab behind a rock may pick him off, just out of spite to Ibrahim Pasha." Lady Hester went on. Did you perfectly understand what I said before dinner about the serpents?" "Not altogether," I replied. "Perhaps," she observed, "you don't like to go down to the prince?" I replied, anxious to seize any excuse for getting rid of the serpent story. "I can't say I have any particular wish to go." "Why?" said Lady Hester. "You have done nothing but talk about him for these last 5 months. What was that for, if you don't want to see him?" "I talked about him," answered I, "because I thought from what I had read of his works you would be pleased to see him if he came this way." Lady Hester paused a little while and then proceeded. "Well, doctor, look here. You will talk a great deal about the serpents, and when you can see a proper opportunity, and that nobody is likely to hear you, you will say to the prince in a low voice, 'Lady Hester recommends you to make some inquiries about the serpent's cave when you are at Beirut, for near to Tarsus is Koluk Bagaz, where Ibrahim Pasha's army is encamped. You will probably like to see it, and this will be a good excuse, as everybody then will fancy you had no political motive for going there.'" The mystery was out. For 2 or 3 months Lady Hester had been introducing the story of the human-headed serpent into her conversations. For 2 or 3 months she had known of Prince Puckler Muskau's coming. For the same period I had entertained apprehensions that her reason was impaired. M. Guy had been primed in the same way, and formed the same conclusions. And all turned out to be one of those long-laid plots for which she was so famous, to save the prince from being considered as a spy in the dangerous neighborhood of 2 hostile armies. It had happened some years before. When the prince's letters on England were first translated, I, being in London, had noticed the work in a letter to her, and had copied out a few observations on herself made to the prince by a Hanoverian gentleman. Subsequently, when with her, I had spoken of the prince's increasing reputation as a literary man, and mentioned such particulars of him as had come to my knowledge. All this, and his alliance with the family of Prince Hardenberg, with whom Lady Hester had been acquainted, increased her desire to see him. But how to accomplish it now was the difficulty. The few hours she spent with M. Guy had done her a great deal of harm, for being obliged to exert herself, and not being able to treat a guest as unceremoniously as she could me, the exertion proved too much for her strength. "Englishmen," she said, "are fond of turning everything into ridicule, and of saying spiteful things of me. With the French and foreigners in general it is not so, and with a man of the world like the prince I have nothing to fear on that score. But then how am I to lodge him and accommodate his people and his dinners with a wretched cook and nothing of any sort fit for a man of rank? No, doctor, it will not do. So sit down and write and tell him so." End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2. The following letter was the result. It was in French, but as her ladyship's French was sometimes worded without much regard to genders and tenses, although in her expressions nobody could be happier, it will be better to give a translation. Lady Hester Stanhope, to the Prince of Puckler Muscow at Sida, June, March 21st, 1838. I trust, Prince, you will believe me when I say I am overwhelmed with regret that my health will not permit of my having, at this moment, the honor of making the acquaintance of a philosopher and a philanthropist such as you are. You may ask everybody whether, for these last 5 months, I have seen a single soul, excepting Monsieur Guy once. And although, in that once, I every now and then retired for a few moments to my room to recover myself, and then returned to him again, yet, after he was gone, I had a relapse for some days. I would willingly purchase at the same price the pleasure of seeing you, but in doing so it might incapacitate me for some months longer from managing a very disagreeable business that has sprung up between the Queen, the English government, and myself, they pretending to meddle with my affairs, which, be assured, is what I will not allow. As my natural energy would not suffer me to converse tranquilly when things sublime and of the highest importance would be our subjects, we must give up meeting each other for the present. But I console myself with the hope that your Highness will not leave Syria until I have had an opportunity of appreciating a man, different, they say, from other men, and of making the acquaintance of your young Count, who, in devoting himself to your principles, necessarily secures one admiration of his character. Signed, Hester Lucy Stanhope. P.S. If you go to Damascus, do not neglect in your way to stop at a village named Hamana, where Sultan Murad once halted. A very extraordinary and interesting story is attached to his stay there. Farther, do not forget to see the place at Damascus where the 40 sleepers, Waled el-Kaf, and their black dogs are entranced. They will awake at the time that we are looking forward to. I send my doctor to you, who is a very good sort of man, but is no philosopher like you and me. He can give you some little information on certain curious things in the north of Syria, which no traveller has yet investigated. Hester Lucy Stanhope. This letter was dispatched by the government estafette, who had brought the prince's letter, and it was settled that I should pay the prince a visit this morning after breakfast, for it was now 2 hours after midnight. March 21st. But just before setting off, Lady Hester altered her mind. An answer had come from Beirut to a note I had written to Mr. Forster, saying he should reach Sida on the 21st at night, and leave it on the 22nd in the morning. It therefore suited better to combine 2 objects, and pay both visits together. Prince Puckler Muscow, in the meantime, was unwilling to leave Sida without a positive assurance from Lady Hester Stanhope that she would see him within a short time. Towards sunset, another estafette came, with a second letter from him, which, however, she did not suffer me to see. She merely said, "Doctor, the prince won't be put off. He renews his solicitations, and consents to go to a distance and return again at the end of a week or 10 days. So we must write him another letter. This was as follows. Lady Hester Stanhope to the Prince of Puckler, Moscow, June, March 21st, 1838. I find your Highness to be a great philosopher, but nevertheless a very unreasonable man. Is your object in coming here to laugh at a poor creature, reduced by sickness to skin and bone, who has lost half her sight and all her teeth? Or is it to hear true philosophy? Alas, at this moment a terrible cough puts it out of my power even to speak during the greater part of the 24 hours. But I will not be stubborn, and if you will consent to put off your visit for 8 or 10 days, I shall receive you then, even if my health should be no better, that you may fulfill the object of your visit. However, I hope, as the fine weather is at hand, and as I now begin to get a little sleep, which I have not done for many months past, that I shall be able to converse with you for some hours at a time. It appears that you beg me to give you the history of Hafana, if it is but piecemeal, but it is too long a one to put down on paper. If you believe me, it is with regret that I am obliged to cross you, but I am convinced you would be the last man not to be sorry if, from a degree of enthusiasm natural to me, which would be increased in finding in you sentiments analogous to my own, I should become excited, and fall anew into sufferings from which I am but just recovering. Sunday, Monday, Thursday, and Friday will be the days most propitious for our first meeting. I should prefer Sunday or Thursday, according to the calculation I have made of your star and your character. So, Prince, depart in peace. Only when you return, write a little before to apprise me of it. Hester Lucy Stanhope. March 22nd. The above letter was dispatched by the estafette early in the morning, in the expectation that it would reach the prince time enough to enable him to set off for Beirut the same day. It was settled between Lady Hester and myself that, having to meet Mr. Forster and Mr. Knox, I should afterwards call on the prince. Then, doctor, said Lady Hester, you will be enabled to give me a description of his person, look, manners, etc. So anxious was she that I should not miss him, that her man-servant was at my door at sunrise to see that I did not oversleep myself, although it was past 3 o'clock in the morning before I had retired to bed. Fatigue and want of rest were thoughts that never crossed her active mind, or if they did, she pretended to forget them. Half an hour after sunrise, I was on horseback and on my road to Saida. The morning was beautiful. The shelving sides of the mountains, across which the path lay, just began to show forth the blades of corn with which they were generally sown. The birds caroled, the goats were browsing on the rocks, the village girls, with their water pitchers on their heads, models of elegance for a statuary, were going slowly in groups to the spring. Not a breath of air and not a cloud disturbed the serenity of the atmosphere. Before me, an active lad, as walking groom, according to the custom of the country, led the way, with a pace as light as the antelope's. The road, with various windings, from a height of some 500 feet above the level of the sea, descends, after a 2 hours' ride, to the river Ewelli, where, on crossing a bridge of no very ancient construction, the traveller enters the orchards of cider, which continue, for a distance of another hour, to the gates of the city. Close by the bridge stands a rude caravanserai, where travellers halt for a cup of coffee, to smoke a pipe, or when the gates of the city are shut, which is always at 2 hours after sunset, to pass the night. A soldier or two may be generally seen squatted on the broad stone bench, or mustabe, as it is called, in front of the caravanserai, or khan, the more common name. These military loiterers are not such idlers as they seem, for they come here to watch for deserters, keeping a keen lookout upon all passengers that arrive by this road, and exercising, in fact, the scrutiny of a vigilant police, although with such apparent carelessness that it would be impossible for strangers to suspect their object. Near the khan, about 50 yards higher up the river, is a water-mill, on the flat roof of which may be seen wheat just washed and spread out to dry, previous to being ground, and dozens of donkeys with sacks of wheat or flour on their backs, coming and going to and from the mill and the city. Clumps of oleander bushes are scattered over the alluvial parts by the riverside, and mulberry tree plantations cover its banks. I received a quiet salaam of recognition from 2 or 3 persons as I passed on, for here I was better known than I should have been at the same distance from my native place. Over the bridge the road turns short to the right and follows the seashore. An upper road inclines to the left along the foot of the mountain, the track for those who would proceed to Tyre without entering Sidon. The space between the two, which is thickly covered with orchards and gardens, in the widest part may be nearly half a mile broad. The Mediterranean presented an unruffled, deep blue expanse of waters, with here and there a chactour lying as still on its bosom as in a picture. Under the old and venerable sycamore, which I now remembered for 25 years, sat some peasant women, resting themselves on their way from the villages to the city, whose brown and uncovered bosoms contrasted unpleasantly with their intelligent and fine features and their white teeth. But they were bearers of heavy loads, and field labor and the heat had made restraint irksome to them. Now and then a beautiful girl of 14 or 15 might be singled out from among them, whose well-turned ankle and finely shaped foot, where not an inequality disfigured the beauty of the toes, whose rounded arm and taper fingers, with a form and face all Eastern, and her chemise buttoned with a little coquetry high up the neck, with her white pantaloons embroidered at the ankles, and silver rings round her legs and wrists, would arrest one's attention, whilst the action of drawing her veil closer to her face seemed to signify that the passing glance of admiration had not escaped her. Farther on, a long train of Druze women, known by the horns on their heads, from which their long veils, half crape, half cotton, were suspended with more graceful folds, were seen winding along the sands, on their way to the mountain, probably the harem of one of the numerous emirs or princes who inhabit Mount Lebanon. As I passed them, they carefully drew their veils across their faces and peered at me from one eye with all the curiosity belonging to their sex. They were mounted on mules and asses, and their silk and brocaded dresses, with their cloth mantles, the trappings of their beasts, and the demeanor of their attendants, denoted them to be ladies of some rank. Passing the Sabat Ayun, or Seven Springs, a clear rivulet of water which rises about 150 yards from the seashore, the Shamauni, where is a vaulted building enclosing the tombs of some ancient pashas, and also, as the tradition goes, that of one of the grandsons of Abraham, I approached the town. Close to the gate, but still in the suburbs, are 2 or 3 tombs held in great reverence, where some devout Mussulmans may generally be found in the attitude of prayer. Turning the corner by the barracks, I nodded to the blacksmith, who for many years had shod Lady Hester's horses, and entered the city gate. A few guards, as usual, were seated on the outside, and heaps of oranges and vegetables, the property of the gardeners, who had come with their daily supply for sale, were scattered about in such quantities that it required some little attention to steer through them, without treading on the people who were squatted here and there on the ground in perfect confusion. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 1, Part 3 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 3. I rode to the French Khan to put up my horse, and giving him to be tethered in the quadrangle under the shade of some lofty trees, I directed my steps to the house of one Lefluffy, where English travellers, on passing through Sidra, generally lodge for the night. For the good old times are gone by, when consuls' houses were open for the reception of strangers, and the hospitality they received was thought to be sufficiently repaid by the pleasure which the conversation of a European, fresh from Christendom, was thought to afford. I found that Messieurs Knox and Forster had passed through the preceding day, leaving a message of regret behind that they were obliged to resume their journey without seeing me. Returning after breakfast to the French Khan, I waited upon the French consular agent, Monsieur Conti, in the hope of learning something of the prince's movements. Having satisfied myself that he would not depart until the next day, I passed the morning very agreeably with Madame Conti, a lady remarkable for her conversational vivacity. A glance at the topics that make up the conversation in a gossiping visit of this sort in ancient Sidon may possibly afford some amusement to the English reader. "You are a very bad neighbor, Mr. Doctor. We hardly ever see you now, and you have never yet brought your family here. You know this house is yours and not ours. But then the air of the mountain is so pure, and the road is so bad, that I don't wonder at their seldom quitting it. We have had a very charming traveller here, who called on us in his way through, a man of most highly polished manners and agreeable address." "Yes," interrupted the husband, I gave him such information as I could respecting the antiquities he would find between this place and Tyre, and I would have procured him a guide, but the Nizam has taken off all our idle fellows. So I advised him to address himself to the first peasant he met when he got near Sarpentum, and thus he would be able to see a particular grotto I directed him to. "Oh," said the mistress of the house, "it is that very curious grotto, the subterranean chamber, the walls of which are painted over with—" I must suppress her expression, admissible in Italian, but hardly tolerable to English ears. They say that the inhabitants thereabouts used to worship these symbols, and even now the Ansarreas retain the same profane worship, which has continued down to them from the days when the inhabitants of these countries adored Astarte. Strange indeed are these aberrations of the human intellect. The name of the grotto is Magara el Bizaz. M. Conti resumed. The prince is not like the English. He does not even inquire about antiquities. He only spoke to me of Baalbec. Some fish, fresh from the net, were brought in for sale. The mistress for her family, and I for mine, each bought 2 fine ones at the rate of 4d. the oka, £4. Just before, there came in a Turk, who sat down without being asked to do so, and as soon as there was a break in the conversation, addressed himself to M. Conti about some property in litigation in the Cadi's office. "That man," said the mistress of the house in Italian, which of course the Turk did not understand, "is an imam, and the Cadi's clerk. He is talking about justice. Do you know what he calls justice? It is this. When my husband has any suit which he and the Cadi have to decide, and he comes to talk it over, I take an opportunity and hold up 1 or more fingers, as the importance of the affair may require. He has a pretty quick eye, and he understands the number of fingers to mean so many kyrias, gold pieces of money, as a present for himself, and master if the business should be settled in our favor. If he has not been bribed higher before the end of the week, you may be sure how the case will go." The imam addressed himself to me, and said that the Cit, her ladyship, had always been accustomed to give 40 piastres a year to his mosque for charity, and he did not know why, for the last 2 years, her donation had been discontinued. "I tell Logmagi of it," added he, "but he always puts me off by saying he has forgotten to mention it. And now, when I meet him in the street, he thinks, I suppose, that I am going to bother him about it, and looks another way. 'Ya, Logmagi,' I cry. 'Ya, Hassan el Logmagi. Ya, Hassan Kaptan. Ya, Abu Muhammad.' And although I use the politest appellations, they are of no avail. He turns his head away and pretends not to hear me. This is very hard, for it used to be a few piastres in my pocket, and the Cadi is going to dismiss me from my place, which is a certain 2 piastres a day, 5d., besides other little perquisites, in order to give it to his son, who is now grown a young man." "Yes, poor fellow," interrupted Madame C. "He picks up a few piastres by saying prayers over the graves for the dead, by writing petitions, letters, and so on. Then, turning to the Imam, she added, Allah Kareem, I dare say the doctor will speak a word for you. Inshallah, please God he will, ejaculated the man. Good, my lady. May the Almighty restore her to health. She is the benefactress of the poor, and when we heard she was so ill, half Saida was in tears. God prolong her life. Amen, echoed the whole party. And the Imam, who, hearing I was in M. Conti's house, had no doubt come for no other purpose than to try his luck, took his leave. The Imam spoke the truth. Several poor families lived on Lady Hester's bounty, and she subscribed to nearly all the mosques and charitable institutions. The old and infirm frequently received little comforts at her hands which their own means would not enable them to procure, and it created no little surprise that without any previous inquiry she always seemed to know the precise nature of their wants. Her presents, too, were enhanced in value by being bestowed at the right moment. Nobody had to wait for her benevolence. Madame Conti, the lively and loquacious lady of the Khan, had been a severe sufferer by the earthquake of 1837. During that fearful convulsion, one of her ankles was crushed by the fall of a massive stone. One Abdu, the son of a mason, and himself uniting the double occupations of mason and bone setter, was immediately called in. The ankle was so mutilated that a European surgeon would have instantly proceeded to amputation. But Abdu bound up the lacerated parts as well as he could with bandages, and placing the patient in a damp vaulted warehouse on the ground floor, the only room which the earthquake had not destroyed, confidently predicted her ultimate recovery. Prince Joinville, happening to be at Beirut at the time in his frigate, very humanely sent his surgeon to Saida to see what assistance he could render to the sufferers. The consul's lady was, of course, the first person attended to. The surgeon pronounced his deliberate conviction that if the leg were not amputated, the patient must sink under it. Dr. Canova, the Pasha's physician, who was present, entertained the same opinion. Poor Abdu lay crouched in a corner during the consultation, for his European brethren looked upon him with too much contempt even to recognize his presence in the room. But when they were gone, Madame Conti again appealed to him, and he again reassured her. "Do not be alarmed," he exclaimed. "My father and I have cured many worse cases than this." She followed his advice, the European doctors making no scruple in saying that she must pay with her life the penalty of her obstinacy. The result proved that she was right, nevertheless, for at this time, March 1838, she was in perfect health, with the prospect of being able to walk without the help of crutches, and in June following she became a mother. The case is a curious one, and shows what nature can do in some instances, but it is quite certain that under such circumstances amputation would be considered in Europe the only means of saving the patient's life. On surgery in the East, which it must always be recollected is in the hands of barbers, one more anecdote may find a place. Hassan Tirani, a brave Albanian soldier, and one of those who, after the siege of Acre, found refuge in Lady Hester's house, once had his leg shattered by a cannon-ball. A considerable portion of the tibia was carried away. A Turkish barber replaced the piece that was wanting by another piece of as nearly similar length and dimensions as he could, from a dog that was killed immediately for the purpose. Union took place, the leg healed, and with the exception of a little deformity, the man was as active as ever. This story Lady Hester used to relate with great exultation. "There," she would say, "tell Mr. Green that, and acquaint him with a discovery so useful to humanity." But it is right to observe that the man was not a person of strict veracity, and that a little farther doubt is thrown on the anecdote by the fact that all Mussulmans consider dogs as unclean animals, so that they will hardly touch them, and are therefore very unlikely to consent to an osseous union with them. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 1. About noon, I went from the French Khan to the house which Prince Pachler-Moscow occupied. He was lodged in the residence of Ibrahim Nuckley, one of the richest merchants of the place, who, by the governor's order, had removed his family to accommodate his Highness, whose suite was numerous. Muhammad Ali, Viceroy of Egypt, anxious to do honor to the prince, had given him a special firman, requiring all official persons to treat him in a manner suitable to his rank. A military officer, a Tartar, and 2 or 3 Chaoushes accompanied him in his travels, and everything was provided for him at the Pasha's expense. These signal acts of Oriental hospitality have given occasion to some discussion amongst European travelers. It is urged on the one side that such travelers should avail themselves of these favors merely as credentials for enabling them to procure whatever they may require in accordance with their rank, but that they should acknowledge all the courtesies they receive by presents and remuneration at least equivalent to the trouble and expense they occasion. On the other hand, it is said that such magnificent liberality should be accepted in its full and unrestricted sense, anything in the shape of largesse or repayment being regarded only as a reduction from the free grace of the original courtesy. In this latter sense, Prince Pachler-Moscow understood the Viceroy's hospitality. He took the firman strictly according to the letter, and his house, post horses, and provisions, in short, his whole expenditure, was defrayed by checks on the Viceroy's treasury. The Duke Maximilian of Bavaria, Lord Prudhoe, and a few others, who were favored with similar firmans, thought otherwise. They left proofs of their generosity wherever they went, handsomely rewarding everybody whom they put to the least trouble or inconvenience. It is impossible to suppose that the prince thought he could repay all the kindnesses he received by the gratitude of his pen, because it is impossible to suppose that favors of that kind could exert any influence over his writings. The only conclusion at which we can reasonably arrive is that he was proud of this distinguished feature in his travels, namely, that of having traversed the whole of Egypt and Syria with all the pomp of a grandee without having expended a single farthing. The distinction is a strange one, but it is a distinction notwithstanding. The courtyard of the prince's house was filled with military officers, government people, and others, waiting to be presented. But as soon as my name was announced, I was ushered by his dragoman into a handsome aliyah, or saloon, gaily painted in arabesque, with sofas round 3 sides of the room. The remains of breakfast were on the table. He expressed great pleasure in seeing me, and by his countenance and manner immediately prepossessed me in his favor. He is a tall man, about 50 years of age. I found him dressed in a loose morning gown, with white trousers and a yellow scarf thrown over his shoulders somewhat for effect, with a casquette on, and having the air and demeanor of what he was, a man of the world and of high birth. He had a chameleon crawling about on the tube of his pipe and on his chair, and every now and then the exclamation of "Un donc que le caméléon! Oui, mon petit bijou!" made me fear at first we were going to have a second edition of Monsieur L. with his lapdog, who, in talking to it in all those endearing terms which the French use towards pet animals, and in making more fuss about its food, bed, and the like, than humanity requires, had greatly lessened himself in the estimation of both Turks and Christians in a country where exaggerated and unnatural phraseology is never applied to brute animals. The conversation naturally began by inquiries respecting Lady Hester Stanhope's health, with expressions of deep interest for her recovery. He next spoke of our young queen. "Quel beau rôle!" he exclaimed. "To be a queen, and to be so lovely, so young, so clever! And where will she find a husband worthy of her?" A latent thought seemed to lurk in the prince's breast, and who knows what he felt at the moment. Notwithstanding of himself, he said, "I have almost made up my mind to settle in this fine country. I will build myself a house, get what I want from Europe, make arrangements for newspapers, books, etc., and choose some delightful situation. But I think it will be on Mount Lebanon. However, after I have seen more of the country, I shall be better able to judge. For, after all, I find no country so charming as this, and Europe is no longer the land of liberty. For there, liberty and passports cannot exist together." He then told me a story of his having been stopped somewhere in France from an informality in his passport. I agreed with him most heartily on this head, and reminded him of that liberticide, M. Guizot, who, in a national senate, could dare to affirm that the locomotion of individuals was subject to the will of governments. Yes, I added, of governments such as he would frame, it might be. But thank God, there are countries where sophists are not yet called to rule over mankind. Thank God, too, that in his infinite wisdom he has sent gout and palsy into the world to hamper the legs and movements of those who seek to trammel the industrious citizen or the enterprising traveler, and all those honest and necessary callings the success of which often depends on unrestrained freedom and change of place. Here I stopped. But had I been more intimate with the prince, I would have added, "Use your pen, good prince. It has exposed with success some follies and prejudices in the world. Let it shame tyranny and oppression, for never can Frenchmen boast of freedom whilst individuals are booked and labelled from place to place like parcels in a diligence office." The journal which lay before the prince caught my eye, clearly written, and no doubt long meditated. He spoke French with great purity. Count Tottenbach was present during the interview, and his mild and somewhat melancholy manner led me to suppose that her ladyship had judged rightly of one who had devoted himself to the prince's service. He was a gentleman, as I had occasion afterwards to know, who, to a thorough acquaintance with the modern Greek language, to high talents for music and painting, as also to a general love of the fine arts and belles lettres, added a finished education and much instruction acquired by travel. As the prince's dragoman had now announced 2 more persons of consideration who were waiting to be introduced, I drew my interview to a conclusion, although the prince was courteous enough to desire to prolong it by ordering pipes and coffee for his visitors in the anteroom. In the evening I returned to June and gave Lady Hester an account of my mission. Friday, March 23rd. One of Lady Hester Stanhope's peculiarities was that no business, however common, could be done without a reference to lucky and unlucky days. The season was now come for her mares to go to grass, and strict orders were issued that they should be taken this afternoon just before sunset. The field of green barley in which they were to be placed was between June and Saida, close above the gardens. The grooms were furnished with a tent, a night lamp, tethering cords, and all that was necessary for a gypsy camp, which was to last 6 weeks. They were also put on board wages. But a scene of violent excitement was acted by Lady Hester in consequence of finding that the field was rented this year for 260 piastres, which field 4 years before was let for 130. "See," she said, "how these bailiffs waste my money, and no one keeps watch over them to check their rascality. They take bribes to let others cheat me, and nobody knows the real value of even an acre of grass." We were now again without money in the house, the last 10,000 piastres having been spent. No letter came from Sir Francis Burdett. Her pension was suspended. 7,000 piastres were due to the people for a quarter's wages, and in consequence of the reports current even in the bazaars, the baths, and the barbers' shops at Beirut, that her income had been stopped by the Queen, there was little likelihood of her bills being negotiable on London, even for the quarter's money arising from the legacy of £1,500 a year, left by her brother, Colonel James Stanhope, which still held good. Notwithstanding these difficulties, no disposition was manifested by her to curtail a single expense. There were still 33 or 34 servants, all of them doing what 3 good European men and 2 maids would have performed a great deal better. "For," she would say, "how can I turn them away now, to fall victims to the conscription and have to reproach myself for their misfortunes?" But it is much to be feared that of all those to whom she afforded protection, not one would have remained an hour in her service had not that very apprehension been before their eyes. For as Mussulmans they could not, according to the tenets of their religion, serve infidels. Confirmed in idleness as they were, they hated those who set them to do anything. And knowing the weak points of Lady Hester's character, her love of the semblance of sovereignty and of high-sounding titles, her avidity for supposed secret news, her dislike to women in general, and her disposition to mortify others, they flattered her foibles, provoked her jealousies, added fuel to her anger, and made the house a scene of trouble from morning to night, which answered their own purposes by keeping their mistress constantly employed. Ill as she was, all this rendered her worse, and my days were literally passed in endeavoring to soothe her irritation. Never was there so restless a spirit, never lived a human being so utterly indifferent to the inconvenience to which she subjected those who she thought had been remiss in their duty. Nobody could pursue their avocations in quiet. She must give instructions to everyone. And although the unexampled versatility of her talents and genius seemed to inspire her with an intuitive knowledge on all matters, yet it was irksome to remain 3 or 4 hours together to be taught how to govern one's wife, or how to rear one's children, how statesmen were made and how ministers were unmade, how to know a good horse or a bad man, how to plant lettuces or plough a field, etc. These lectures nobody could render more agreeable and instructive than Lady Hester Stanhope, if they had occurred less frequently, or if they had always arisen naturally out of the course of conversation. But I was the only English person with her. She made me the vehicle of all her wishes and instructions, her griefs and her abuse. She dictated all her letters to me. I controlled her accounts and was her treasurer. I directed her household. I read long files of newspapers to cull the interesting articles for her. I had to discuss medicine with her, and was expected to cure an incurable disease. I had to scold her maids, and to become, if she could have persuaded me, a slave-driver. Lastly, I generally sat up with her until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. All this was more than enough to do, even with all the appliances of a well-furnished house and a well-regulated English establishment. But exposed to the many inconveniences that a house half furnished, a people half taught, and materials of comfort half wanting caused, it is hardly to be wondered if I found my humble abilities unequal to the task. Lady Hester Stanhope's health in the meantime improved, whilst mine gave way. She was, however, over-anxious about the prince's expected visit, and returned to her favorite idea that a large body like hers required a great deal of substantial nourishment. She accordingly tried to eat forced, meatballs, meat pies, lamb, chicken, etc., and hoped to calm her dyspnea by spoonfuls of wine and lukewarm drinks. During these days I was busy in perusing a file of newspapers extending from November 23rd to February 4th. It was in them that we read the details of Mr. D. W. Harvey's motion for a committee on the pension list. Saturday, March 25th. Lady Hester received a letter from the Viscount Ebrington, giving her notice also of the committee, saying he was on it, and that she could write to him whatever she had to suggest for securing a continuance of her pension. But the die was already cast. She had resigned it, and she was not a woman to retract her words. Sunday, March 26th. Lady Hester sent to my family a fine cluster of bananas, weighing perhaps 25 pounds. When she saw me, she said, in allusion to them, "I suppose you will not take any of my presents as usual. Do as you like. But why do I send things to your house? Because in this country nothing marks the regard one person has for another so much as presents. And if you hear the servants wish to denote the thorough contempt that a sultan or pasha or an emir has for anyone, it will always be by saying he did not even give him a present to the value of a fig. In England, for example, it would be thought strange to send a couple of loaves of sugar to another man's house, or a sheep, or a bag of coffee. But here it is done every day. In the same way, presents of clothes are very common. However, I will not trouble you that way any more if you don't like it. But just tell me, when you first arrived in this country, and in a retired spot like this, where were you to get what was necessary to dress yourself as a Turk? It would have been impossible." This conversation arose from some expensive presents which Lady Hester Stanhope had, on 2 or 3 occasions just after our arrival, made to me and my family, such as some pieces of Damascus silks, a fine abba or cloak, exactly similar to the one she always wore, and a complete Turkish suit of clothes. I acknowledged in return how highly we were flattered by these tokens of regard, but requested leave to return the pieces of silk, and professed my willingness to keep the dress, as I could not absent myself to replenish my wardrobe, and I knew how much she disliked the European dress. I considered, too, though of course I did not say so, that her finances required that nothing should be spent unnecessarily, and I did not like to be supposed to encourage profusion. But she refused to take back anything, and said she would immediately have them burned in the courtyard if I returned them. There was no disputing with her, so she gained her point. As for fruit and such things, I raised no objection, and Lady Hester seldom let a day pass without contributing to the comforts or luxuries of our table. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 2. It was impossible to enjoy a calm for any length of time. In the morning, when I went to Lady Hester, I found her greatly ruffled. The conversation that ensued will explain the cause. "You suffer yourself," said she, "and I have told you so over and over again, to be trampled on by these people, who, when they say you are a kind-hearted man, only laugh at you. Which do you think they like best, Logmoggy, who abuses them well, or you, who are afraid of them? Why, Logmoggy, to be sure. Captain Logmoggy is genteel, is delightful in their eyes. because masters here are only known to be such by their severity. What did one of my black girls, Zaynab, tell me many a time? Why don't you flog me well, if I do what you dislike? I shall know then what you mean. But when you are preaching to me, and what you call giving me advice for my good, I only fancy it all a trick for some purpose. There was Giovanni, your old servant. How often did he say to me, after I took him, "I don't understand all that jargon, but I know what the whip means." Look again what they say about the prince. Puckler Moscow, of whom it appears they had heard something from the servants who had been to Saida. That's something like a man. He can put himself in a passion. Doctor, I can't bear such cold milk and water people as you are, nor can they. I am like a hot iron. Pour cold water on it and see how it hisses. Women formerly found something like protection from men, and were not left alone in the world as they are now. What? Shall I have a scoundrel of a fellow like Blank come and stick his fingers in my face and you me? But I'll teach him better manners, or I'll know why. A set of beings, the slush of the earth, des Amville, as the prince calls them. I told Mr. Dundas that nowadays one might think one's self very well off, if when some dirty fellow spits in one's face, what was called a gentleman took out his white pocket handkerchief and wiped it off, hoping one was not hurt. The conversation here took another turn. "I wish you," said she, "to ask your little girl's governess to come in and iron some sheets for me. Do you think she will do it? You may order Lunardi's room to be cleaned out for her. As for my making company of her, you know it would be a farce, would it not? Not that a difference of rank makes any difference with me, for I have seen poor people whose natural qualities, whose pure, unsophisticated minds, whose real virtues have made me feel myself their inferior in those things, although so much their superior, perhaps, in judgment and talents. Such people are oftentimes preferable, in my opinion, to all those who read out of one book and then out of another, thinking one day according to one author, and the next day quite the contrary, just like teapots, drizzling out of the spout what was poured into them under the lid. As for me, I would destroy all books in a lump. It was a lucky thing for mankind that the Alexandrian library was destroyed. There was good reason for what the Caliph did. March 29th. An answer to Lord Ebrington's letter, of which the following is a copy, was written today. Lady Hester Stanhope, to the Viscount Ebrington, June, March 29th, 1838. My dear Lord Ebrington, your letter of the 26th of December reached me a few days ago, and it gave me great satisfaction to find you had not altogether forgotten me or my interests. I am so ignorant of what passes in Europe, generally speaking, that I was not aware that pensions were to be revised. The first I heard of it was from a traveller, Mr. Vesey Foster, having mentioned, about a fortnight ago, that such was the intention of government. But as I did not see him, I had no opportunity of inquiring into particulars. You tell me that you were on the committee, and that whatever I have to say respecting my pension, I had better write it to you. I have nothing to say. You can hardly suppose that I would owe a pension to the commiseration of a pettifogging committee when I refused Mr. Fox's liberal proposition of securing me a handsome income by a grant of Parliament. Neither should I, under any circumstances, lower the name of my dear old king or my own by giving an explanation. It was His Majesty's pleasure to give me a pension. That is sufficient, or ought to be sufficient. New-coined royalties I do not understand, nor do I wish to understand them, nor any of their proceedings. My ultimatum respecting my pension I have given to the Duke of Wellington, founded on the impudent letter of Colonel Campbell, a copy of which I enclose. Hester Lucy Stanhope. April 1st. Although the European tricks of All Fool's Day have no counterpart in the East, this morning was marked by a jest, if it were one, which was not unlike one of the dangerous practical jokes of the West, and which very nearly proved fatal to the object of it. Old Pierre had contrived to render himself unpopular amongst the Christian servants by railing at their bad faith and their indifference to religion, abusing at the same time the mufti, the cadi, and priests of all denominations. The Turks swore to be revenged, and even went so far as to say that they would murder them. Whether they intended to execute their threat to the full is perhaps doubtful, but they fell upon him in the dead of the night, and might possibly have carried it into effect had not Lady Hester heard his cries and sent Logmoggy to rescue him. Not a word of this was breathed to me the next morning by any one. The same mystery would have been observed had they murdered him. It is amazing with what perfect combination of purpose these people keep their own counsel. You might be in the heart of a plot for days and days, and never know anything about it. Ever designing and ever mysterious, and always apparently most calm and most smiling the greater the mischief intended, they foil all your vigilance without any apparent effort, and like the vampire, lull you to a slumber when about to spill your blood. Calling on Lady Hester about 3 o'clock, I found her in the saloon, seated on the sofa, with the heavy war mace in her hand. It appears she had had the aggressors of the preceding night before her. "Oh, doctor," said she as I entered, "I have settled them." Not knowing what she meant, I asked whom, and she briefly related Pierre's jeopardy. "Yes," continued she, "my arm has some strength in it yet, weak as I am. I have given it to them pretty well, and I don't think they'll molest Pierre again." She rose from the sofa and gesticulated with great force to show me how effectually she had wielded the mace. I suggested that she should turn the worst of them away and keep only 8 or 10 servants, for they were only a torment to her. "Yes, but my rank," was her characteristic answer. The rest of the day was employed in making up 2 cases and 2 baskets to be sent as a present to Khalil Aga Khezerli, an old acquaintance of Lady Hester's. They consisted of 3 bottles of champagne and 12 of Bordeaux, 3 bottles of rum, 3 of brandy, and 5 of different sherbets. Then there were about 20 different remedies in case of illness, a jar of Epsom salts, slips of adhesive plaster, etc. And lastly, a couple of needle cases with English needles and sewing thread. This man was a Mussulman, and the wine and spirits were for his own use. But he would not have dared to accept them before Ibrahim Pasha's time, for then a Mussulman's sobriety was as sure as an Englishman's veracity was supposed to be, both which, half a century ago, admitted not of a question in Turkey. God knows, observed Lady Hester, as she was giving her directions about the packing, I am always thinking about the comfort of others, but nobody thinks of mine. I am a slave in the service of humanity, and cannot find an atom of feeling, of sentiment, of courage, of energy, of fidelity, or of compassion in all these wretches by whom I am surrounded. The conversation turned on Prince Puckler Muskow, and she regretted she had consented to see him, fearing she should never be able to get through the fatigue, and apprehensive that the expense would be greater than her present means would enable her to undertake. After many pros and cons, in which I could but re-echo her fears and apprehensions, which were too justly grounded, I suggested that she might politely decline the prince's visit. "Oh, but, doctor," she answered, his book! I must see him, if it is only to have some things written down. Is it not cruel to be left here as I am, without one relation ever coming to see me? To think of the times when the Duke of Buckingham would not even let a servant go to order an ice for me, but must go himself and see it brought. And now— End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 1. Tuesday, April 3rd, 1838. I have frequently been asked this question in England. How did Lady Hester pass her time in the solitude of the Lebanon? And if my answers were generally evasive, the reader of these pages can have no difficulty by this time in understanding the reason why. Another common inquiry was, is she writing her memoirs? Some people were curious to know whether she read a great deal, and others fancied her to be riding in oriental splendor at the head of tribes of Arabs, or residing in a palace where she sat on a throne of ivory and gold, robed in silk and brocade, and treading, when she walked from room to room, on cashmere shawls, elevating her, in fact, into the queen of realms which had as clear an existence in their imagination as the kingdoms in the 1001 Arabian Nights. Whoever has perused thus far this melancholy account will have seen how sad a reality has been substituted for such pleasing visions. Her memoirs, if ever they are written, must be found in her letters, of which many hundreds may yet be in the hands of her various correspondents, for her pen was very prolific. And were it possible to hope that a sufficient number of these could be obtained from the individuals possessing them, on the pledge that they should be devoted to such a purpose, a compilation might be made, not less entertaining than instructive. Some of her letters on political subjects would be read with great attention by the world, both for the style and for the enlarged and original views they contain. Of these, perhaps the most carefully written, at least since she came abroad, are those addressed to the late Mr. Coutts, the eminent banker. The letters she received, I believe, were very generally burned. I have entered her room when she had before her a pile of them squeezed up that would have filled an oven, which she was preparing to have consigned to the flames. She told me that, before Miss Williams's death, a heap twice as large had been destroyed. This gave me some idea of the extent of her correspondence. The contrast between the way in which she actually employed her time and the way in which most people supposed she spent it affords a curious illustration of the strangely erroneous impressions which sometimes get abroad concerning remarkable individuals. For the last 6 or 8 years, with the exception of her multifarious correspondence and the occasional visit of a traveler, her hours were filled up in counteracting the intrigues of her maids, or of the Emir Bashir, or of Muhammad Ali. And I never could see that she attached much more importance to the one than the other. In doing acts of charity, in stimulating the Druses to rise in arms against Ibrahim Pasha, in fostering the Sultan's declining power, in bringing consuls to what she considered their true bearings, and in regulating her household. Who would suppose, for instance, that 4 long hours were spent this day in sorting napkins, tablecloths, quilts, pillows, etc., preparatory to the prince's visit? Her minute directions in those matters would have worn out the most indefatigable housekeeper. Of what assistance I might be on such occasions, I never could make out. But she generally requested me to be present, if it were only, she said, to be a voucher for her against the lies of the women, who often stood her out when her orders were not executed that she had not given them. During the day she called in a Matauli servant girl, about 13 years old, who perhaps had not been in her presence for a year. But under the pretense of examining whether her hair had been kept in a cleanly condition, she really wanted to ascertain whether there were any appearances of levity about her. This led to a conversation concerning little children. "Were I a despotic sovereign," observed she, "I would institute a foundling hospital upon a different plan to those now in existence, where children should be received and placed in the care of the daughters of people in good circumstances, under the direction of old women, that these young persons might learn how to nurse and dress and dandle and manage infants when they themselves became mothers. What is so shocking as to find English girls who are married and have never seen how an infant is taken care of? They bring one into the world and know no more the duties of a mother. No, not so well as the sheep and the asses. What is the reason you always see little lambs and little foals gambolling about so, and little children always crying? There must be something wrong, and that I would obviate." Lady Hester spoke of Muhammad Ali and Boghaz Bey, his minister, once a penniless Armenian adventurer who went to Egypt to seek his fortune. "I consider Boghaz," said she, "as one of the most consummate politicians in Europe. He is not an Armenian, although he says he is. His mother was, So was his ostensible father, a rich merchant. But I have found out his real father. His real father was a Turkish aga named I forget who used to pay clandestine visits to her, and he is the fruits of them. When I wrote to him once, I gave him such a trimming, something in this way: "Sir, I once knew, when I was in Egypt, a Mr. Bogoz, a polite and accomplished gentleman, who left very agreeable recollections of himself in my memory. I hear now there is a Bogoz Bey, the minister of His Highness the Viceroy of Egypt, and that he has joined in a revolution with his master against his legitimate sovereign. If Bogoz Bey would listen to me, I would tell him that partial revolutions never succeed, and that I never thought well of them. The lot of those who rise against their lawful sovereign has always been unfortunate. Show me an example of a usurper who has not ended badly. Even Bonaparte could not bear to be called one. I, a usurper, were his words. I found a crown in the mud and placed it on my head. When servants take a ride in their master's coach, everybody scoffs and laughs at them, and they are sure to get overturned. The column of power which Muhammad Ali has raised will melt away like snow before the sun as soon as his good fortune has come to its zenith. I cannot change my opinion, and Bogoz Bey need not attempt to make me. For he might as well attempt to make a Quaker uncover himself before a king, which several monarchs in Europe have not succeeded in doing. Wednesday, April 4th. Today, as usual, I did not see Lady Hester. Her maid told me she had ordered her window shutters to be closed and not to be disturbed on any account. April 6th. Lady Hester was better. She informed me that Ibrahim Pasha's affairs were growing critical, for Sharif Pasha was so badly wounded in the leg that he could not stir from his bed, and Suleiman Pasha was blockaded in the Haran. These two generals, she added, had lost full 10,000 men, and the Arabs and Druses were grown so bold that they had penetrated as far as Hezbollah, and had made considerable booty. As the Druze insurrection has excited considerable attention in Europe, and as the origin of it is but imperfectly known, I may be excused for making a short digression from my diary in order to give the reader such information respecting it as I picked up in conversation with individuals who, from their proximity to the scene of action, may naturally be supposed to have drawn it themselves from good sources. The prince of the Druses, known by the title of the Emir of the Druses, or the Emir Bashir, Emir being his title, and Bashir his praenomen, as we should say Prince Edward, has, in the course of his long life, for he is now more than 84 years of age, been obliged to fly from his principality 3 or 4 times, having on many occasions with difficulty escaped the vengeance of 3 successive pashas of Acre, who, for his treasonable practices, by mandates from the Sultan, sought his head. Twice or 3 times he took refuge in Egypt. His last flight to that country was not many years ago, where, until he was able to return to Mount Lebanon again, he lived, it was said, in obscurity, unnoticed by Muhammad Ali. He must be a wise man who could say whom Muhammad Ali noticed or not. For during this apparent neglect, it is suspected the plan for the conquest of Syria was laid between them. On his return to Syria, the Emir Bashir was reinstated in his principality. Some events, not necessary to our narrative, retarded for a time the projected invasion. But at last, seizing upon a propitious moment, Ibrahim Pasha marched his father's forces into Syria, besieged Acre, the stronghold of the country, took Damascus, all Sicily, Syria, and the sea-coast, and then led his troops, elate with victory, into Asia Minor, where he defeated the Sultan's army and would have proceeded on to Constantinople had not the intervention of the European powers arrested his course. Returning to Syria, he organized his new government and silently matured his scheme for bringing Mount Lebanon into subjection. In order to obtain popularity for himself, stories were industriously circulated by his emissaries of the total estrangement of Sultan Mahmud from every tenet and dogma of Islamism. He was said to frequent houses of ill repute, to dress like a Frank, to drink wine with the Greeks in the taverns at Pera, and to have lost all sense of Mussulman propriety. These scandalous rumors were promulgated in all directions with a sinister view to elevate, by comparison, the character and life of Ibrahim Pasha. For there is nothing so revolting to the true believers as any approximation to European usages and vices. And whatever some writers, in their ardor for civilization, as they designate it, may fancy, no amalgamation ever can be formed between nations so opposite in climate, habits, religion, and dress as the Europeans and Orientals. Be this as it may, it is not improbable that these malevolent reports, to a certain extent, answered the ends for which they were designed, insensibly undermining the Sultan's personal influence and disposing the Syrian Mussulmans to regard Ibrahim Pasha as an apostle of their faith. It was not until the 4th year from his first invasion that Ibrahim Pasha attempted the complete subjugation of Mount Lebanon. The Druses are a warlike people, hardy, accustomed to fatigue and to the use of arms, living in villages difficult, nay, impossible, of access for artillery, and easily capable of defense from their natural position. All their houses are of stone, and the interminable succession of field walls forms favorable breastworks for opposing an approaching enemy. Some old castles, dating from the time of the Crusaders, are still standing in various parts of the country, generally on sites commanding the surrounding neighborhood. Beside the Druses, there is a race of Christians known as the Meronite population, whose villages cover that part of the chain of Mount Lebanon which runs behind Tripoli as far as Kalat el-Madik and the plain of Akkar, where a narrow defile occurs, through which there is a communication between the plains of Akkar and the Bakaa, which is the plain that divides Lebanon and anti-Lebanon. Beyond this defile, the mountain rises into a lofty chain, running towards Latakia, and here dwell the Ansareas, the Ishmaelites, and some other races. But we have only to do now with Mount Lebanon. By arrangements, supposed to have been previously made between the Emir and Ibrahim Pasha, and in order that it might look as if the Emir was taken totally by surprise, one fine night in the summer, several regiments of Ibrahim Pasha's troops were marched from Acre, Saida, and Tripoli on one side, and from Damascus and Baalbek on the other, so as to arrive at Petedin, the Emir's palace, at Dair el-Kamar, the chief town, and at all the important points of Mount Lebanon precisely on the same day, and as nearly as possible precisely at the same hour. Either that the time had been well chosen, inasmuch as the Druses were then employed in harvesting and other agricultural labors, or else the plan had been so laid as to ensure success and to preclude resistance. The result was that the mountain was taken possession of without firing a gun. The Emir Bashir, acknowledged to be the most consummate and perfidious hypocrite of modern times, played his part so well, and feigned such great trepidation and alarm when two regiments marched into the courtyard of his palace, that he persuaded his household, his minister, and the Druze people in succession that he was the victim of the stratagem as much as they were themselves. But although Ibrahim Pasha had thus concentrated in the Lebanon a sufficient force to overawe the Druses, the material fact was not to be overlooked that they were still in possession of their arms, which, under favorable circumstances, they might turn against the occupants. His first step, therefore, was to disarm them, which was done effectually. Those who were refractory being either bastinadoed, or, if they exhibited any very aggravated resistance, put to death. Many, however, succeeded in secreting their weapons. Not to have too much work on his hands at once, Ibrahim exempted the Christians from the disarmament, and by cajoling and pretending he was disposed to favor them, he flattered the petty vanity that readily manifests itself in a population which the superiority of the Druses and long habits of servility to Mussulman masters had kept somewhat in a state of inferiority. For although the Meryonites, who never live much away from Mount Lebanon, hold themselves not at all inferior to the Druses, it is not so with the Greeks and Greek Catholics of the villages, who, creeping through life in abject submissiveness to their rulers, were easily entrapped by so flattering and unexpected a compliment. The consequence was that, what with fine silk girdles and turbans of brighter colors than before, what with a brace of pistols and the conceit their new privilege inspired, persons who had returned to the mountain after the absence of a year would not have known them. Thus was created a certain degree of dislike in the breasts of the Druses, who saw the Maronites and other Christians take the part of their oppressors against them. But when a sufficient time had elapsed for leaving this source of jealousy to ferment between the two parties, Ibrahim Pasha played off another of those tricks for which he is unrivaled. Abbas Pasha, his nephew, one day happened to see one of the principal Christians, a warden of the Emir Bashir's, dressed out very finely, with his pistols in his girdle, and with side-arms. "Who is that man?" said he, in a loud tone of voice. "What is all that finery? What is the meaning of those pistols, of that khanjar, and that sabre? Why, what am I to wear if those fellows appear in my presence such fine gentlemen? Some remedy must be found for this. I must see to it." True enough, he did. For very shortly after, the Christians were desired to bring their arms and give them up, and the same measures were resorted to for enforcing the order in reference to them which had already been applied with such savage rigor to the Druses. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2. The whole of Syria was now defenseless. The beautiful bazaars of Damascus, once famous for their finely tempered blades and weapons of defense, which for many centuries conferred such a remarkable reputation on the artificers of that city, were now shorn of their splendor. The Turks, who in general have always been proud of displaying their sabres, guns, and pistols on their persons or suspended over their sofas, were now crestfallen. Sadness was depicted in every countenance, and only wolves, jackals, and partridges seemed to rejoice in the change that had taken place. But the spirit of the Druses was not broken. They began to suspect that they had been betrayed by the Emir Bashir. Circumstances transpired from time to time which led them to suppose that their independence had been made a traffic of between him and Muhammad Ali, and that they had been sold to enrich the coffers of the one and enlarge the domains of the other. The equivocal conduct of the Emir Bashir, his overacted apprehension, the treachery discoverable in some of his measures, finally his known duplicity, led them to the conclusion that he had betrayed them. To complete their disasters, Ibrahim Pasha introduced the conscription among them, a measure so revolting to their usages and so utterly at variance with the voluntary levies of their forefathers that the severest punishment, not even the fear of death, could induce them to submit patiently to so hateful an infliction. The Druses are inhabitants of 3 provinces of Syria, viz., Mount Lebanon, Jebel Ali near Aleppo, and the Hauran. The proximity of the Hauran to the desert and to the Bedouin Arabs, who acknowledge the authority of neither Pasha nor Sultan, obviously suggested that district, little known indeed to European travelers, but affording many natural means of defense, and far removed from garrisons and cities, as a refuge from the conscription. Many recruits, therefore, fled from their families in Mount Lebanon to the Hauran, until, from increase of numbers and of sufferings in a common cause, they mustered in sufficient force to oppose resistance to the Pasha's troops. They were joined by the Bedouin Arabs, who hover round that quarter, and in their approaches towards Damascus gave considerable apprehension to their Egyptian masters. Sharif Pasha marched to quell the insurrection, and Suleiman, Pasha of Saida, joined them. We have already seen that Sharif Pasha was wounded in a rencontre with them, and taking up the events that occurred in the course of the campaign from that date, I shall insert them in my diary as they come to my knowledge. Lady Hester, who was favorable to the cause of the Sultan and abhorred the Emir Bashir, whilst she admired the military talents and known courage of Ibrahim Pasha, determined nevertheless to stigmatize him as a rebel, and work his overthrow if she could. She, therefore, encouraged in every way the hostile disposition of the Druses. From the beginning of Ibrahim Pasha's successes in Syria, the protection she afforded to the refugees and wounded from Acre sufficiently manifested her tendencies. Muhammad Ali, who was aware of her political abilities, her unflinching opposition to him, and her fearless support of the Sultan, had written, through Bagaz Bey, to deprecate her interference in the affairs of the province, and to signify that, if she afforded an asylum and counsel to his enemies, the tranquillity of Syria could not be secured. A portion of her answer has already been given. But when Ibrahim Pasha made so easy a conquest of the mountain, a word fell from his mouth, which, if ever the Druses succeed in expelling him, may be said to have been the cause of his reverses. He is reported to have exclaimed from his divan, when the news of the entire occupation of Mount Lebanon without firing a single shot was brought to him, "What! Those dogs of Druses had not a single bullet for us!" This little sentence was repeated to Lady Hester, and not long afterwards a Druse of some note came to pay her a visit. As he entered the room, she abruptly addressed him in the same words. "Dog of a Druse! What, hadn't you one single bullet for Ibrahim Pasha?" And then, with a sort of sarcastic pity, dilated on Ibrahim Pasha's exultation over them. She made it a byword among her servants, and not a Druse came near the house but he was saluted with, "Dog of a Druse! What, had you not a single bullet for the Pasha?" To people connected with Ibrahim Pasha's government, she told the same story, seemingly as if in praise of the Pasha's bravery, who loved war so much that he could not bear an easy and bloodless conquest, even though to his own advantage. And every quarter, through every channel, the Pasha's saying was echoed in the Druse's ears, and his followers, thinking it an anecdote that told well for their master, did not consider that it rankled in the bosoms of the Druses, who, stung to the core by these cutting words, swore never to sleep until the hour of vengeance came. We will now return to the narrative of the occurrences which were passing in Lady Hester's house. Saturday, April 7th. This day, when I saw Lady Hester, she asked me if, on entering, I had observed anybody under the olive tree outside of the gate. I answered I had. "Well," said she, "go and talk to her." "But the person I saw was a poor man," I replied. "Ah, that's the one," resumed Lady Hester. "That's not a man, but a woman in man's clothes. That woman, at the siege of Acre, used to carry water to the artillerymen on the ramparts during the fire to drink, and was never in the least afraid. She is worth seeing. She comes to me every year for a little money. I used to give her 150 or 200 piastres, but as I am poor now, take her 50 and tell her I am rather short of money." I went and sat down and talked with her. She had a small gray eye and a placid countenance. She seemed to be very well aware of the movements of the Pasha's troops, and it struck me afterwards that she might be accustomed to use her disguise for the same purposes in Lady Hester's service that the woman spoken of in a former part did for the first Lord Chatham. I told her Lady Hester was ill, and that there was no chance of seeing her. I added some tobacco to the present which her ladyship had sent her, and in very proper terms she returned thanks and went away. Sunday, April 8th. Osman Chawush had been sent to Beirut for money, and returned today, bringing only £40, the bill on Mr. Michael Tutunji having been protested. The steamboat from England had arrived, and there were no letters. Monday, April 9th. When I first came to June, Lady Hester Stanhope had expressed an inclination to see one of Lady Charlotte Bury's novels. So having at length received on the preceding evening the Memoirs of a Peeress, which I had written for to France, I began reading it to her today. She was calm and composed. The history of events, so well known to her, seemed to afford her singular pleasure, and it was evident that if she had always sought for amusement in books, instead of spending her time in disciplining incorrigible knaves and wenches, she might have found many happy hours, even in the midst of sickness and solitude. Lady Hester had been looking into the book in the course of the day. "I do not think," observed she, "that the heroine's character is hers," meaning Lady Charlotte's. "It seems to me a fictitious one, made up partly of her own observations, partly of what has happened to herself. If it is anybody, it must mean Lady Caher. Perhaps Lady Charlotte's husband writes the books, and she supplies the materials. The style is not that of a woman like her. She is more likely to set off on foot 3 or 4 miles to see how they ploughed, at Abra, for example, like an active Scotchwoman. But as for writing a book, I think she was no more likely to do it than I am. I could not write a book, doctor, if you would give me the world. I could dictate a little to anybody who wanted to write down a correct account of circumstances that I know. I remember Lady Charlotte's first going to court, and the effect was very much what she describes of Miss Mordaunt. That is, somebody said she is too thin. Very handsome, to be sure, but too thin. And somebody else observed that in a year's time, when she filled out, she would be remarkably beautiful, which turned out to be the case. She was 3 years older than me, but she had such a hand and arm, and such a leg. She had beautiful hair, too, gold color, and a finely shaped nose, and a fine complexion. In about 3 years she all at once disappeared from the beau monde. She married her cousin, who was poor, and was still Lady Charlotte Campbell, but always in uneasy circumstances. When he died, she travelled into Italy for the sake of educating her children, and there she married the tutor. Some of those tutors are very good-looking men. There was the daughter of the D. of B. who married a tutor. To be sure, they were carroty, although she was the prettiest. But the D. would not see her for 3 years, and at last they gave him a living. One of the R. family also married a tutor. I read on, and came to the passage where the heroine speaks of herself as grown old and having lost her charms. Here Lady Hester interrupted me. "That cannot be her," said she. for C told me she is still a lovable woman, and that the Persian ambassador left England desperately in love with her. An Englishman, as it was supposed in the course of the day, was seen to pass the gate, and was observed taking sketches towards the south side of the walls. He spoke to nobody and went his way. Who or what he was, no one knew. Thursday, April 12th. The whole of the last week had been a busy one with Lady Hester, who, in spite of her weakness, had rummaged out all her best sheets, bought new dinner napkins, had particular and strange marks put to them, and on the certainty of the prince's coming had ordered the road within the gate up to the stranger's garden to be new laid and rolled, the doors to be fresh painted, and such other preparations to be made as should give an air of cleanliness, if of nothing else, to her solitary abode. This day was showery, yet notwithstanding, about 3 o'clock, she issued from her chamber, and requesting me to be present, she made the storeroom man produce all the contents of his china closet, and spread them out on the pavement of the courtyard before her, where, seated with her stick in her hand to point and strike with, she examined, re-examined, and classed everything, until she had made up a breakfast and dinner service for the prince, as also one for his Turkish attendants, and one for his European servants. It was on such occasions as these that Lady Hester infused activity into the most sluggish. A blunder, an act of stupidity, or a lie was sure to be followed by a smart blow on the shoulders from her stick, which fell like a German corporal's on a soldier at drill. The epithets of beast, rascal, stupid fellow, etc., were dealt out with much freedom and readiness in the Arabic language. An old blue and white teapot, 2 teacups and saucers, and 2 plates, one a little broken, were all she could muster of the same pattern for tea things. And for dinner, white plates and dishes composed a plain but decent set. In my own house, not 500 yards off, I had a complete breakfast set in white French porcelain, and another in English ware, as also a spare dinner service. These I pressed her to make use of for the prince, but she would not listen to it. "Let him see what I am reduced to," she said. Lastly, she sent for the 2 servants who were to wait at table on the prince, and ordered them to set out on the ground, for there was no table in her apartments except the old card table, which alternately went from her bedroom to her saloon, and from her saloon to her bedroom, as she moved from one to the other, all the plates and dishes as if for dinner, that they might take a lesson. But as it was impossible to make them understand anything about order or symmetry, I suggested that one of my lads, who was accustomed to lay the cloth, should be promoted to that post during the prince's stay. "Let me see first if he knows," said Lady Hester. So Mahmoud, a Turkish lad of 16, was sent for. He had never seen Lady Hester, and like all those who were shut out from her courtyard and garden, thought her some mysterious being. Judge, therefore, of his fright when he came before her. Being told what he was called for, he set about it as he had been taught by Miss Longchamp, who, in the French fashion, and at a round table, had made him place the soup tureen in the middle. This excited a loud exclamation from Lady Hester, and afforded her an opportunity of showing how a table was laid in fashionable houses. The scene lasted until sunset, and Mahmoud was duly promoted to the office of boufetier to the prince's table. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1. Easter Sunday, April 15th. About 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the prince's 2 European servants rode into the yard, followed by 3 or 4 mule loads of baggage. An immense sack containing bedding and 2 or 3 trunks were unloaded. A trestle with a deal top was set up immediately as a table in his room, and his portfolio, ink, etc., were put on it, as if ready for any memorandums he might wish to note down whilst fresh in his memory, showing the foresight of a traveler who was aware of the impossibility of finding a thing so necessary as a table in Eastern countries, where men make their knees their writing desk. Close upon these arrived 7 or 8 more mules with his Tartar, the Count's servant, and the drivers, in all 13 animals to keep. The rest of his suite remained in Saida, Lady Hester having made a request to him that he would bring none of Mohammed Ali's people with him, as she had no accommodation for them. The fact was, she did not wish them to come, lest they should get information from the servants respecting the different proscribed individuals who had from time to time found an asylum in her house. In about half an hour the prince's arrival was announced, and I received him and Count Tottenbach at the entrance of the strangers' garden. The prince's costume was picturesque, and as far as a European dress will allow, was skilfully arranged for effect. An immense leghorn hat, lined under the brim with green taffetas, shaded his very fair complexion. An Arab kafaya was thrown over his shoulders in the shape of a scarf, and a pair of blue pantaloons of ample dimensions marked an approach towards the Turkish shirwals, those indescribable brogues which, from their immense width, take yards of cloth to make them. His boots were Parisian in their cut, and it was clear, from the excellent fit, that he felt his pretensions to a thoroughbred foot were now to be decided magisterially. It was singular enough that every traveller who came to Darjeeling after M. Lamartine's book had appeared seemed to think that Lady Hester Stanhope would necessarily make comments on his feet, and so tried to screw them into an arch, under the hollow of which water might run without wetting the sole. One man, an Italian, had gone so far as to wear laced half-boots like women's broadikins, and stuck them in my face whilst we were smoking a pipe together, preparatory to his interview, as much as to say, "Will these qualify me as high-born?" But the prince had no occasion to use such artifices to set off his person. He was a fine man, whose exterior denoted high birth, and could not but leave a favorable impression. The grand ordeal, however, was still to go through, and Lady Hester's opinion was yet to decide on his pretensions. As soon as he had rested an hour, she received him and the Count, and at sunset they left her to go to dinner, for she had long ceased to dine with anybody, excepting now and then, though rarely, when she admitted me to that honor. Between dinner and his return to Lady Hester, the prince told me that, from the loss of her teeth, Lady Hester's articulation was somewhat indistinct, and that, moreover, she spoke sometimes in a very low tone of voice. He therefore wished me to let her fancy he was a little deaf, and hoped to be permitted to draw his chair close to her sofa. This was settled to his satisfaction, and he again joined Lady Hester, and remained with her until an advanced hour in the night. Monday, April 16th. The prince rose about 11 o'clock, and at noon I paid my respects to him. I found him in a dressing-gown with a fez on his head, tied round with a black bandelet, which set off his complexion. He dwelt for some time on the extraordinary powers and animation of Lady Hester Stanhope's conversation. I then conducted him to the stables, and showed him the 2 mares, which he admired, but saw at once that the hollow back of one of them was a natural defect and not a miraculous formation. In the afternoon, when Lady Hester sent to say she was in her saloon and was ready to receive him, he went and remained with her until sunset. After dinner, a messenger came from Beirut with a letter from Monsieur Guy to acquaint Lady Hester of the arrival of the steamboat, and that there was no letter for her. His letter also contained a message from Dr. Bowring, who was sojourning at Beirut, signifying that he was desirous of paying a visit to her. Lady Hester dictated an answer immediately to this effect. Lady Hester Stanhope cannot receive any Englishman holding an official situation, whatever his merit, etc., may be, because, if she did, it would be a mortal blow to him under a blank government like the present. When she has settled all these intriguers, she will be ready to pay homage to Dr. Bowring's talents if he chooses to come, or to those of others like him. Lady Hester desired me to read this letter over to the prince before it went. He suggested that the term blank government was too strong. Lady Hester, he remarked, is a woman privileged to say anything we all know, but she might suppress that word or change it and put stupid or short-sighted or so ignoble in its proceedings. He observed, too, the words "those of others like him" as being a slight on Dr. Bowring. "He is an excellent man," added the prince, "and I like him. And moreover, I promised to ask her to receive his visit. He will take it into his head that I have a hand in the refusal, thinking that I hate the English or some such thing." Dr. Bowring was very angry at Lady Hester's declining his visit, and she afterwards showed me some uncourteous verses which, on quitting Beirut, he left to be sent to her. I neglected to take a copy of them, but as far as I recollect, they were to the effect that he had found a welcome everywhere except at the door of a fellow countrywoman. If it be true, as was asserted by a gentleman at Beirut, that Dr. Bowring had said in society that as a member of the British Parliament, which assembly alone could give away the public money, he had a right to the hospitality of a pensioner of government, he grounded his claims on a very doubtful title. I took good care never to mention to Lady Hester Stanhope that I had been informed he had used such expressions, for I do not believe she would have rested in peace until she had coupled him with Lord Palmerston in her epistolary war. Dr. Bowring was not aware that she had thrown up her pension and called herself no longer a British subject, nor did he know, perhaps, that, in addition to the prince, he had another advocate for his coming in myself. I recollected that I had once been honored with his acquaintance, slightly indeed, but I did my utmost to induce Lady Hester to write a favorable answer. She, however, was inexorable. Speaking of Dr. B., she said, "He is not come here about commerce and trade, as they pretend. Rely upon it. It is all connected with some intrigue about Sir Sidney Smith's wanting to re-establish the Knights of Malta." Tuesday, April 17th. Lady Hester began, "What a handsome man the prince has been, and is still, doctor. Don't you think so?" I told her I did, and that he seemed to me to be what, in romance, would be called a preux chevalier. "And how handy he is, too," resumed her ladyship. "Do you know, when I wanted him to write some memorandums down, he fetched the pen and ink, opened the card-table, pulled out the legs, spread the things out before him. A servant could not do it better. And only think, he writes without spectacles, though he is a good deal older than you are." "I suppose him to be about my age," said I. "No, he is older," continued Lady Hester. "He is a man upon 60. As tomorrow is Wednesday, when you know I see nobody, you must employ the time in giving him some advice about different things. He says he must go away, as he has announced his intention of being at the Emir Bashir's on Thursday. His suite and luggage are already on the way to Betedin, and his Abyssinian. If she should come here, doctor, tell Osmond that I will not have her stir out of the stranger's garden. She must not go peeping here and peeping there. A slave is a slave, and whether her master makes a companion or a scullion maid of her, it is of no difference to me. She should remain in her place, and whether she belongs to a prince or a shopkeeper, it is all one, with this difference, that if the prince is fond of her, I should wish her to be made quite comfortable. If she comes dressed in boy's clothes, nobody must take any notice of her. He is quite wrapped up in her. There are two sorts of Abyssinians," continued Lady Hester, "one with Greek features in bronze, and one of a pug breed. The first have a noble demeanour, are born to command, and have hands and feet so beautiful that nature has nothing superior. Their arms, when they expand them, fly open like an umbrella. Their gestures are clean, nets, as the French say, and perfect. I should not wonder if the prince contrives to bring her here for me to see her, and say whether her star is a good one." She then reverted to the prince's person. "Did you observe his handsome figure?" drawing her hands over her own. "It is astonishing how well the German tailors, and particularly the Prussian ones, work. If it is but a cloth of 5 shillings a yard, no matter, it's cut to fit beautifully. The army tailors in England can't work a bit. What is a coat with the seam of the shoulder coming right across the joint? How is a man to move his arm or look well in it? The French army tailors are bad too. They make the coats too baboonish, but then they have a tail to them, a sort of something. It is at least the monkey who has seen the world, but with the English it is nothing at all. Then what a beautiful skin the prince has got! Do tell me what Miss L. said. Do show me some of her splaws. You know the French must be coquettes, from the first lady among them down to the femme de chambre. Now, do show me how she sat and talked. Now there, doctor, go, for I must see him. And if he does not leave us tomorrow, we shall have time to talk over what you have to say to him. I informed the prince Lady Hester was ready to receive him, and he went to her. He remained from 2 o'clock until 6:30, writing, as she told me afterwards, from her dictation, several things that she wished to be known, in order that he might not forget them. In her usual manner, when he had left her, and had nearly reached his own room, she sent a servant to recall him, as having forgotten something. No one ever got clear off from her at the first conge. The correspondence about her pension occupied much of Lady Hester's thoughts. She had requested me to make a copy of the whole and to give it to the prince. This employed me almost all night. When showing her the copies, she said, "Is there any stability in anything, if kings' deeds are to be reversed in this way? In Turkey, a sultan's firmans are respected, even down to a grant of 5 piastres, though they may kill him afterwards on his throne. But nothing in England is safe. If they take away my pension, they'll take Blenheim next, aye, and Strathfieldsaye too. I should like to write to the Duke of Wellington and tell him so." The prince pronounced himself rather indisposed, and thus had a sufficient pretext for remaining over Wednesday. He little knew the consequence of being unwell when under her ladyship's roof. Her sovereign remedy, a black dose, was immediately prepared for him, which he was to take next morning. But it having been decided that he should remain, the Podarkes Ali was dispatched overnight to the Emir Bashir, with a verbal message to put off the prince's going until Friday. Here, as upon all occasions, Lady Hester must give her instructions. It was 6 in the evening, and Ali had 5 hours' quick walking to perform by moonlight over mountains that would frighten a European to look at. But he was to set off instantly and to endeavor to arrive before the prince was gone to bed. He was to see the emir and to say, "Such are milady's words." Ali started and was back by 10 next morning. Wednesday, April 18th. "The emir," said Ali, in giving an account of his commission, "had retired to his harem when I got there, so that he could not be disturbed. But this morning, with the morning star, he was up, and I was called in. I had not seen him for 3 or 4 years. His beard is as white as snow. Approaching, I raised both my hands to my mouth and forehead, went close to him, and kissed the hem of his garment. 'What are you come for, my son?' said he. 'I hope her felicity, my lady, is well.' 'She salutes your felicity,' said I, 'and has sent me, her slave and yours, to say that the German prince, her guest, being unwell, is obliged to defer the honor of paying his respects until Friday. The prince's pleasure is mine, replied the emir, and whenever he comes, this palace is his, and I shall be proud of his visit. And then, said Ali, I came back. But Ali had likewise another commission, which he executed equally well. Wherever he found the prince's suite, either on the road or at the Emir Bashir's, he was to order the two Abyssinians to be conducted back to their master, as he was unwilling they should remain alone for 2 or 3 days among strangers. This was done. At 1:30 the slaves arrived. One was a black girl, about 12 years old, and she was dressed in boys' clothes. The other, the Abyssinian, a young woman, was veiled from head to foot in the Egyptian manner. The Turkish servants seemed to consider female slaves as a necessary part of a great man's retinue. They spoke of it as a matter of course. "His wife is come," cried one. "A chair is wanted for the prince's Shahryar," concubine, said another. For the term Shahryar is not used in a disrespectful sense in the East. There was as much bustle about her as if she had been a European princess, because thus is it done to those whom their masters choose to honor. "Will my lady take it ill that I have brought her here?" the prince asked me. I told him no, for so, anticipating the question, she had desired me to say, adding, "There is not a great man in these countries who does not travel with his harem in his train, when his means will allow of it. And in the eyes of the Mussulmans he is not compromised by having his slaves here, nor am I in receiving them." End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. The prince confined himself to his chamber somewhat late. I seized the opportunity of enjoying the pleasing society of Count Tottenbach, whose amiable manners increased the pleasure which the presence of the prince had spread over the solitude of June. When the latter joined us in the saloon, I paid my respects to him. At Lady Hester's desire, I requested from him some information respecting the polytheistic school, which, from a biographical notice of Heine, inserted in the Revue de Paris, she had learned existed in Germany. The prince told me Heine was the chief of that sect, and that its tenets were of a rather general and vague nature, implying the probability of the existence of many intermediate links in the chain of beings between God and man, and of many subordinate deities. "I myself," he added, "if I am not one of them, am disposed to think that around us invisible spirits may be hovering higher in degree of creation than ourselves. When I reflect on man's capacities and reasoning powers, just enough as they are to make him sensible how little he is, I sometimes am inclined to think that perhaps this is hell we live in." It appeared that M. Lamartine and his work on the East had been a subject of conversation between him and Lady Hester, and he told me the comments she had made on some passages. "I shall certainly," said he, "put them into my journal, However, he added, I ought to observe, and I hope you will tell my lady so, that as it will be impossible to have visited her without writing something about her, I shall say nothing that I have not first submitted to her inspection. He spoke in very ill humor about his dose of salts, which, as he thought, had done him no good. But he was much mistaken if he supposed that any objections he could have raised to being dosed, short of making his escape, would have saved him. The correspondence with Lord Palmerston became a subject of conversation. "Why should my lady throw up her pension?" said he. "It is perfectly ridiculous to suppose that M. Guy or any other consul cares about Colonel Campbell's silly threats. As if he were to dictate to them and prevent them from setting their signature to a life certificate or any other document. He might say, that certificate will not be held good in England when presented, but beyond that, it was a piece of presumption, which M.G. very justly called the act of a malotru. A pension is no bad thing. I once neglected an opportunity of having a good sinecure, for we have them in Prussia as well as in England. Prince Hardenberg, who was my father-in-law, and whose favorite I was, offered me a place with nothing to do and great pay. I refused it out of delicacy, but I have since repented of it. For as long as they are to be given away, it is as well for one to take them as another. I do not know whether the prince's casuistry is conclusive, but I know it is entertained by many persons, although it did not accord with Lady Hester's notions. After dinner, the prince went to her ladyship, and remained till a late hour. Thursday, April 19th. There came today a Moghrabin, or Barbary sheik, a resident of Zeb, near Acre, a place where many sheiks live, men versed in the Mahometan tenets and traditions, and reputed of great piety. He introduced himself to me as a person in the habit of receiving gifts and money from her ladyship, and of having conversations with her. I gave him to understand that the moment was not a propitious one, and thought I had got rid of him as he mounted his mare and rode away. The prince sent Count Tottenbach to ask me to come and sit with him in the evening. His Abyssinian slave was at one end of the divan, and he at the other. She appeared to be about 17, had regular features, and as well as I could see by candlelight, where bronze features are rather indistinct, was on the whole a handsome girl. She was called Mahboubi Ami. Poor thing, thought I, the position to which you are raised would be envied by many a European fine woman, and to you it brings nothing but ennui. Your lord may adore you, perhaps does, but he cannot say 5 words to you in any language that you understand, although he speaks several with great purity, and every action of his life is contrary to the usages in which you have been brought up. Happier far would have been your lot had your purchaser been some Turkish aga or some shopkeeper, who in making you mistress of a small household would have found you employment conformable to your habits, and have left you to the natural and domestic occupations to which you have been accustomed. He would have placed you where your position, lawful in the eyes of your neighbors, would have been an honor to you, instead of its being where you will go a matter of scandal and reproach. Time, however, may bring you acquainted with some language in which you and your master may exchange ideas, education may ripen them, and then perhaps you will have acquired tastes congenial to his, and the tie that unites you may be strengthened by something more lasting than at present. Whilst the conversation was going on, Maububi fell asleep, and forgot for a time her greatness and her troubles. The little negress, about 12 years old, dressed as a boy, sat in a corner of the room, and was remarkable for her air, at once sprightly without being vulgar. The prince was summoned to go to Lady Hester. Our rising awoke the Abyssinian girl, and hardly were we out of the room when I heard their two tongues running glibly, as if relieved from the constraint which his presence and mine had put on them. In the course of the day, he had taken the Abyssinian into Lady Hester's garden to walk. I was in the saloon at the time with her ladyship, the windows of which looked into the garden. Zezaphoon, who knew what a sacred place the garden was held, and who was jealous that a slave like herself should be acting the mistress where she was a menial, came in a hurry to say that the prince and Maububi were in the garden. Lady Hester grew fidgety immediately at this intrusion on her privacy, so little in accordance with her exclusive principles. "I can't bear," said she, "that anybody should be hanging about me in that manner. Perhaps he may come in here as he goes past the door. It will not do. I must have my place to myself, if it is no bigger than a barn, and no better. No matter, so as nobody comes there but when I send for him. Tell him, doctor, that I can't bear it." I observed that to a man of his rank it would seem rude for such a prohibition to come from me. "Well," said she, "I will tell him myself. But there is one thing I wish you to say to him for me, for that I can't say myself. You know he will be writing all about me, and although I do not care what he says of my temper, understanding, doings, and all that, I shouldn't like him to say anything about my person, either as to my looks, figure, face, or appearance. It will be better for him merely to write that he had nothing to observe about my personal appearance, as there were few people in society but might recollect what I was, and to dwell on the looks of a sick woman could have nothing very pleasing in it." In the meantime, Lady Hester saw the prince twice a day, once before dinner, and afterward in the evening, when he generally remained until a late hour. I could observe she already began to obtain an ascendancy over him, such as she never failed to do over those who came within the sphere of her attraction, for he was less lofty in his manner than he had been at first, and she seemed to have gained a step in height, and to be disposed to play the queen more than ever. Woe to him who dared to show pretensions equal to hers. She would drive him from stronghold to stronghold until he must capitulate upon any terms. The Count at first had accompanied the prince in his interviews, but she gradually contrived to get rid of him in a certain degree, under the plea that his ill health and his wound would not be benefited by sitting up, as she made it a rule, if possible, never to see more than one person at a time. She would say, "Do you suppose people will talk with freedom when anyone is by? And besides, it distracts attention, first turning to one and then to another. An incident of some interest occurred about this time. Maububi was conducted to Lady Hester by the prince to have her star read, and this is what her ladyship said to me afterwards on that subject. "I told you, doctor, there were two sorts of Abyssinians, one with Greek features, the other of the pug breed. Maububi is not of the first class, but of the last. She will be good-tempered, faithful, and obedient. Should the prince be ill, I'll venture to say she will sit by him to guard him, and watch over him without sleeping for months together. But she will never do for a housekeeper, never for a mistress. She will learn nothing. Her awkward gait, her role in the fashion of the fellahs, and all that are habits she will not easily get rid of. What the prince should have done was to have placed her for a year or two in a family at Cairo, where French was spoken, or Italian, and there, with another to wait on her, when she had acquired the language, he should have taken her to himself, and have sold or given away the other. But I question whether servants in Germany will wait on her. He bought her from a Frenchman who had purchased some slaves on speculation to sell them. There were two others, but he saw they were devils, and not wishing to have the trouble of putting up with a bad temper, or of putting it down, he took the one he thought good-natured. She is horribly dressed, but she is well made. It is a thing that will not last." During the morning, Count Tottenbach gave me the relation of a long illness which he had undergone in the neighborhood of that unhealthy spot, Sparta. It was a malignant fever. Such fevers are the curse of those otherwise happy climates. For let not the native of a cold country like England, when he reads the flowery description of blue skies and blue seas, of lands where eternal summer reigns, where the orange and the olive grow, fancy that nature has forgotten her general rule of equalizing her gifts. The favors she would at first sight seem to have bestowed on one region of the earth in preference to another have generally some counterpart in scourges and visitations from which climates apparently less blessed are exempted. Count Tottenbach was confined 6 months to his bed, with fever and dysentery. I mention this to Lady Hester, and in conformity with her system, that every person's star, whilst descending to its nadir, even although otherwise a favorable one, may have sinister influences which change to brighter prospects as the star again mounts to its zenith, she told me to comfort him by the assurance that he had seen the most unfortunate years of his life, and might now hope for better ones. "Tell him the story," continued she, "of Abdallah, the black slave," and this was a very favorite story of hers, "who was sultan for a day. You have heard of it 20 times, and I dare say you don't recollect it." I confessed I did not. "Well, then," resumed she, "there was a black who had been bought by a cruel master, who treated him with constant harshness. He put him to the most severe tasks, and not contented with the customary service of a slave, he made a beast of burden of him by putting a pack-saddle on his back and loading him like an ass. The poor Abdallah bore all his hardships without repining, when one day, whilst he was in the fields, carrying manure with his panniers on his back, the Tir el Hakem hovered over his head and was seen by the inhabitants of the place. The Tir el-Hakam is a bird known in the East, and the people have a rooted belief that the individual over whose head it hovers is or will come to be a sovereign. The reigning sultan died just at the time, and the report having spread of the omen manifested in favor of Abdallah, nothing would content the populace but that Abdallah should be proclaimed his successor. But Abdallah was a poor, uneducated creature, and sensible of his incapacity for so elevated a station, he prayed to God that if he were to be sultan, his reign might expire shortly. God granted his prayer, for he died the same day that he was proclaimed. And to this hour the curious and pious Mussulmans who visit Constantinople go to see the tomb of Sultan Abdallah the Negro. Thus, continued Lady Hester, those who are depressed by wretchedness and misfortune may in an hour, if such is the will of God, be elevated to the pinnacle of greatness. As I did not very clearly perceive what analogy there was between Count Tottenbach's typhus fever and the black's sufferings, although I complied with Lady Hester's wish in relating the story, I generalized it, and left out the particulars of the pack-saddle. The Count was grateful to her for the interest she took in his past sufferings, and to prove it to her, as she considered him hardly convalescent, he politely consented to take another black dose. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I accompanied the prince and the Count for a ride, and took them to a spot where, from a lofty peak, they looked down on a secluded valley, singularly striking from the wild mountainous scenery in which it is embosomed. In the bottom of the ravine stands a monastery of schismatic Catholics, called Dair Saidi. The prince proved himself a bold rider, as he often kept his horse in a trot over places where a person, used only to European roads, would have thought his neck in danger at a foot-pace. In our way I showed him the Dair el-Banat, a convent, a fine old ilex, or evergreen oak, whose main branches stretched out horizontally about 40 feet from the trunk, and whose trunk measures 7 French meters in circumference. Also a willow with beautiful bloom like orange flowers, Sul du Levant aux fleurs odoriferantes. We returned just after sunset with a good appetite, I having slipped over my horse's head, saddle and all, in one of the steep descents, where the prince trotted on like a fearless horseman, as he is. After dining with my family, I joined him again. He was dictating his journal to the young Count. Mahboubi was lying on an ottoman in the corner of the room, covered over with a quilt, and the black girl with her, one with her head peeping out at one extremity, and one at the other, a favorite mode of sleeping 2 in a bed in the Levant. What advantage it has over the European manner, I could never discover. Lying at full length, and sleeping at all hours, whether by day or by night, are the great enjoyments of the blacks, as has been already observed. Travelers in these countries, however exalted their rank, are compelled, under many circumstances, to overlook such apparent violations of decorum, and descend from their stilted forms of good breeding to those homely approaches to a state of nature. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 3. Saturday, April 21st. After a long conversation the preceding night with Lady Hester, the Prince today prepared for his departure. I did not see him until noon, being engaged with Lady Hester for 2 or 3 hours, in hearing numberless fresh things which he had not had time to tell him, and which it now devolved on me to communicate. But when I joined him, he was ready to mount, and I was obliged to leave my commission unexecuted, as had happened before in the case of Mr. Forster. "Tell the Prince," said she, "that he must not dawdle away his time on the road, because on the 10th of the next month, Mahometan, the caravan of the Hajj, or the Mecca pilgrims, will arrive at Damascus, and it is necessary he should be there to have the first choice of all the precious things that the pilgrims bring. The caravan is no great things this year, but he will be able to find some good otto of roses and some sandalwood oil, which makes a charming perfume. Then there is a dry leaf that is a delightful scent to shut up in bags or put into a drawer. I don't know how it is, doctor, but I never liked French perfumes. They always made my head ache, but these Eastern ones are so delightful." She went on. "Let the Prince know all about buying horses at Damascus. The horse dealers there are the most consummate jockeys I have seen in any country. They will fatten and make up a horse that the devil himself would not know him again. I remember a horse, a beautiful-looking one, was brought to me, and the man made a great fuss, saying he had refused I don't know how many purses for it, but that if I fancied the animal I should have it a bargain. I answered that I would not take it even for a gift. To look at him he was a superb creature, but I saw he was made up, and true enough, for he was purchased at a high price for the Pasha, and on his road to Acre died. There is Mustapha Bey, whose father was a Pasha. Well, since he has been out of favor with the government, even he has carried on this trade. He had his emissaries, who find out every young horse good for anything, or any other that can be made something of, and when he has fattened them up a little, and changed the old ones so as not to be recognized, he brings them to market. As for the Emir Bashir and his head groom, tell the Prince to have nothing to do with them. The Emir will give him a horse perhaps worth 2 or 3 purses, and the groom will swear it cost his master 15, so he had better accept none. There, she continued, I believe that's all. But only think what it is to be a well-bred man. I merely told the Prince that I thought he should not let his slave dine with him, and lo, he writes me a note to say she had dined with him for the last time. And, doctor, I did not do this from ill nature, or from any other motive than because I think everybody should be kept in his place. The other little girl, poor thing, has been sadly used. The Prince told me that, young as she is, she had not escaped the consequences of that miserable destiny to which slavery has exposed her. I now went to the Prince, and after a short conversation, About 3 in the afternoon, when the sun's rays were losing their power, he departed. The prince had made a present of the little black slave to Lady Hester, but with the mystery she liked to throw over everything, this was to be a secret in the house. Accordingly, Osman Chaush mounted an ass, apparently to accompany the prince's suite for a short distance, but his orders were that, being out of sight of the house, he should turn off into the Sida road, and taking the little black with him, should conduct her to town, and leave her at Logmagi's, where she was to be trained by Logmagi's wives for her ladyship's service. Thus separated from an indulgent mistress and friend, where she had nothing to do, she was made over to people who would probably treat her in a very different spirit. The prince left 500 piastres to be divided amongst the servants. This was a degree of liberality that was quite at variance with the reports which had preceded his arrival, for it was currently related of him that his parsimony discredited his rank. Lady Hester immediately ordered the money to be brought to her, and took the opportunity of distributing it in such a manner as to reward the diligent and punish the idle, making the privation to be felt most by those who, habitually indolent, would only run about when their mercenary spirit made them anticipate a present. It may appear strange to the English that her ladyship should take upon herself the regulation of servants' veils, but the great Turks always do so, and no doubt she thought the custom worthy of imitation. When the cavalcade was gone, I retired to my house, and after dinner went to Lady Hester. She appeared greatly pleased that her guest had stayed so long, as she knew it would mortify the Emir Bashir, to whom the prince had sent 3 successive messengers, each time to put off his visit 24 hours longer, whilst it would have a good effect in the eyes of the people, who saw that he contrived expedients to stay on at her ladyship's, although from day to day he made preparations for going. "He must go tomorrow," Lady Hester would say to me. "He kills me by these long conversations, and he is so tiresome, asking for this explanation and that explanation. I said to him last night, when he could not comprehend something, Est-ce que votre esprit est dans les ténèbres?" This is the way I talk to princes. But to you, forsooth, I must not say so. I must not call you a fool when you are one, but you must go and sulk and turn crusty. But I will, though. Neither you nor the greatest king on earth shall make me alter my ways a tittle. Why, how did I talk to Lord M. about G. when he broke his word about giving him a ship? I remember we had dined at the Admiralty. I had been sitting in the drawing-room with Lady M. tête-à-tête, a tolerable bore, by the way, and they all came in from the dining-room. All the my lords were standing about, sipping their coffee, when Lord M. said to me in his broad Scotch, "So I understand, Lady Hester, you are very angry with me about Captain G." Upon which I gave him such a dressing, and all unprepared, for I was not thinking about it in the least in the world. There I was in the middle of the room, for I stood up, like my grandfather, and out it all came. That was a separate affair from the Scotch job, when Mr. Pitt said that during the 25 years he had known Lord M., he never saw him get such a trimming. People don't like to take advice or to be told of their faults. But if anyone has a piece of bad money, you tell him of it, and he changes it away or gets rid of it. For if he keeps it, he is no richer for it. And if already a poor man, he may think he is worth more than he really is, and you do him a charity to tell him that what he has got is good for nothing. He may treasure it up, but it will never be worth a farthing. Had you followed my advice 6 years ago when you came to this country, I fancy you would have had a very different reputation here. If you think that I am always trying to mortify people when I am saying things for their good, you are much mistaken. If I wanted to humble anyone, should I go as high as the window-seat to pull him down? No, it would be something higher than that. As I told the Emir Bashir, you may rest perfectly quiet. I shall not trouble myself about you, but if I did, I would pull you and your mountain down together. I must do everything en grand, as Dr. Canova said of me. He was the Pasha's doctor, and he remarked to somebody in speaking of me, I must see her, because whether for good or bad, she is a person who does everything en grand. There is nothing little about her. There is perhaps no one in the world who has ever done justice to everything in the creation, man or brute, even down to an ant like me, even to the spirits that haunt the air, and I have gone out of my way to serve you and 1,000 others, because I must be just to everybody. If I abuse people, I can also bear testimony to their good qualities. My observations are dictated by truth, and even in persons I dislike, I can equally see their merits. But because they have merits, it does not follow that I must like them. People are not obliged to make a nosegay of a medicinal herb, however valuable its properties may be. But I must give the devil his due, even to his beauty and his talents, though he has all the vices attributed to him, and if I turn devil, my vices will be better than the virtues of most people, for I do not say of all. If I were not so, should I have resisted, as I did, all the flattery that was heaped upon me in Mr. Pitt's time? But it never turned my head for a moment. I was as cool as I am now. Nobody could ever come over me, and knowing that, I will not pass for being capable of meanness and vulgarity, which only those ever attributed to me who are mean and vulgar themselves. If there is anyone who thinks he is better than I am, or knows more than I do, let him come forward, and if he can show that I am in the wrong, then I will knock under, but not till then. God has given me my estate in my head. That nobody can take from me. And do you think that I, with my high rank and talents, could be accountable for my actions, opinions, or expressions to any human being, any more than the sun could have its brightness interfered with by a common star? What I am, you, if you live long enough, will see. And then you and 1,000 others may think yourselves happy to kiss the dust under my slippers. So pray, put all those ideas out of your head that I can be unjust to anyone. After a pause, she resumed. I must have something extraordinary about me, for Mr. Pitt listened to me, the Turks listened to me, the Arabs listened to me, And wherever I go, I have a talisman which makes it so, and so it must be. When I was young, people might say there was something brilliant about me, which caught everybody's attention. Now my looks are gone. But if I had not a tooth in my head, which will very soon be the case, I shall go on in my old way and change for nobody. So do not think with your grumpiness that I shall alter. And now go to bed. I am very much obliged to you for writing copies of all those long letters for the prince, but some day I hope I shall have it in my power to thank you. So good night. I rose to go, and she went on. And will you be so good as to give that blackguard Mohammed a good scolding about my pipes? Oh, and send for the secretary to come up the day after tomorrow. I got rid of him whilst the prince was here. I did not choose to have him spying about, to carry all his spyifications to his father, for him to send them to Beirut. And the day after tomorrow I shall look over Fatum's storeroom to see if there are any good blue plates for visitors. And mind you, have the banana beignets made in the way I told you, for Mrs. M. to taste. Isn't it extraordinary that I should know so much about cooking? I, who got a slap in the face if ever I went into the kitchen or spoke to a servant. I was not bred up to the plough. I was not bred up a carpenter, nor a mason, nor a blacksmith, nor a gardener, and yet I know all these trades. Isn't it very extraordinary? And, doctor, ask John if he will paint that border for me. There's that pattern on the book cover. And let me know if my 2 mares have got any more green barley to eat. Poor things! Every year but this they have always had enough to last till the end of May. I don't know what they will do. Oh, Fatum was so delighted with her 40 piastres. Did you rate that other beast as I told you? I have brought her down prettily to-day. I told her if she was taken to market, she would not fetch so much as a skin of good oil. It mortified her famously. And, doctor, I must cut out some linen for the little new black, for there is nobody can do it but myself. So, good night. Only when you go out, do just send for the storeroom man, and ask if the wheat that was put in the sun is dry enough to go to the mill. What a pack of ignorant people they are in Europe! They don't know, I verily believe, what the bread they eat comes from. Only look at my pocket handkerchiefs. Not one that is not full of holes. Stop! How is the money? God knows what we shall do. But never mind. When I get my 25,000 pounds a year, I'll humble those consuls till they kiss my babouches. Thus she would go on a score of different subjects, of which her head was always full, talking until 2 or 3 in the morning, and always talking most just after the person who was with her had risen to go away. Her greatest delight was to sit and harangue when her hearers stood around her. It fostered the dreams of greatness which floated in her brain. And when she saw the homage the natives paid her, and looked on their oriental humility, she fancied herself, for a moment, the Queen of the East. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 1. Monday, April 23rd. During the stay of the prince, the Count lent me a work written by the former, under the assumed name of Semilasso, and I read a page or two of it to Lady Hester Stanhope. "Ah!" cried she, "I see. He writes as he talks. He is not profound." Lady Hester was decidedly better in health in many respects, but notwithstanding she grew thinner, if that were possible, and wasted away. She had become, too, a little hump-backed. Nevertheless, she now rose every day, sat up for 6 or 8 hours, walked a little in her garden, and was almost as active in correspondence and in the business of the house as when she was in perfect health. But the spasmodic jerks in her lower extremities occasionally returned. Her eyes were more sunk in her head, and her nails continued to crack. Still, as far as I could prognosticate, she was saved for this year. What another might do was in the hands of God. The powerful reaction which her naturally strong constitution supplied against pulmonary disease lay in the unceasing exercise she gave to her lungs in talking. The ancient physicians held that speaking and reading aloud were succedanea for the cessation of bodily exercise in old age. Experience proves that orators in the Senate, barristers who have briefs, that is, infirm old women given to garrulity, scolds, showmen, and all those whose tongues are constantly going, reach to an advanced period of life without motion or fresh air enough, as one would suppose, to keep the functions of life in activity. I have known her lie for 2 hours at a time, with a pipe in her mouth, when she was in a lecturing humor, and go on in one unbroken discourse, like a parson in his pulpit, happy in some flights of eloquence, which every now and then she was so remarkable for. Reflection succeeded reflection, anecdote followed anecdote, so fast that one drove the other out of my head and left me in despair at the impossibility of committing them to paper. One of her favorite topics was the golden days of her time, when people of inferior station knew how to behave themselves, when young men were so well bred that they never stuck their legs in your face, never leaned their elbows on the table, never scratched their nose, nor twisted their mustachios, never rubbed their eyes, never flapped their boots with their whips and canes, never did this and never did that, until at last one grew afraid to stir a limb before her, for fear of committing one of these numberless offenses. And as her temper was generally soured, and her constitution much weakened, a person felt unwilling to move her susceptibility, however irksome this enforced stillness might be to him. The best proof of good sense with her was to listen attentively to what she said, and the long experience of years had convinced me that she was justified, like Pythagoras, from the superiority of her reasoning powers in demanding such acquiescence. Tuesday, April 24th. It wanted about half an hour of sunset when I left her. It was Tuesday evening. Just before going, she said with a serious air, "Doctor, take a bit of paper and write, tomorrow, the 4th Adar, the 13th Safar, and the 25th of April. Nothing whatever is to be done for me either by you or by anybody in the house, and the servants are to do no work. And, Doctor, I would advise you to have nothing done by your family on that day. It is a nasty month, Safar. I hate it." I made no remark on this strange superstition, which Lady Hester Stanhope had in common with Julius Caesar and others who have passed for great men. Whilst walking with my family on the Sida road, I saw a man coming towards us, mounted on a beautiful grey mare, with her tail reaching to the ground, the lower part of it dyed red with henna, and preceded by a walking groom. "Here comes Suleiman Hamadi," said I. "And who is Suleiman Hamadi?" one of the party replied. "What's he to us?" As soon as he had passed, I told them who he was. Suleiman Hamadi is, at this day, to the Emir Bashir what Tristram the Hermit was to Louis XI of France. It is Hamadi who is the hangman of Mount Lebanon, and the executioner of the many cruelties that the Emir exercises against his devoted victims, and, like Tristram, he is the personal friend of that prince. He is well received by the great, feared by all classes, and a man of much importance. Honor, not disgrace, is attached to his office in this country. A proof of it was that, as we returned home through the village, we saw Hamadi sitting at the window of the best house in the place, where he was lodged for the night. Never was there a man more dreaded than Hamadi. He was rather thin, but apparently all nerve, grave in his deportment, with a large, full, but rolling black eye, and on common occasions without any sinister or harsh expression. Wherever he went, honors were paid him. He was often received by Lady Hester Stanhope, and I have drunk a glass of champagne with him in her company, which he professed not to like, preferring brandy to it. He was known to enjoy much of the familiarity and some portion of the confidence of the Emir himself. It is strange that a drummer of a regiment, or a boatswain of a ship of war, may flog a man according to the caprice of a colonel or a commander of 25, or the boatswain may hang him at the yardarm according to the sentence of a court-martial, or he shall die of the stripes he receives, yet the drummer shall, in process of time, become drum-major and be a fine gentleman, and the boatswain shall be a respectable petty officer among his acquaintance, whilst the jack-ketch, who hangs a man, tried and condemned by a grave judge and a conscientious jury, is hooted at if he shows his face. Whence springs this abhorrence in the one case, this courtesy in the other? Is it that law, with its formalities, inspires more disgust than the passionate freaks of individual severity? Or have judge and jury, the real hangman, had the art to throw the odium of spilling blood on a poor wretch, who is no more accessory to the act than the hempen cord which he ties? I recollect once, in November last, riding over to the village of June, to endeavor to persuade the goat-herds who supplied my family with milk to send it with more regularity, having ineffectually requested them to do so several times by the servant. It was, I believe, on that day, when in returning I met Messrs. Pojolot and Boutet, the two French travellers whose unsuccessful visit to Lady Hester Stanhope has been already narrated. I do not know whether other persons have made the observation, but it has occurred to me that in countries called despotic, the lower orders give themselves more license than in those where it is supposed, from the nature of the government, they possess greater impunity. The reason of this perhaps may be that, as their obedience to their superiors is regulated by the degree of fear in which they hold them, so they are always ready to disobey the injunctions of one superior at the command of another who happens to be more powerful. The consequence is that no dependence can be placed on the word of the Syrian peasantry for any regular service required of them. A goat-herd promised to supply me punctually with milk all the year through, and he probably would have done so if it had not been that a greater man than myself sometimes came to the village, who was fond of a bowl of milk for his breakfast. This man was Hamadi, who was not to be affronted with impunity. We were neglected, therefore, so long as he stayed, and I found all arguments vain against the terror of his formidable name. Wednesday, April 25th. Lady Hester said to me tonight, "I always considered you as a respectable literary character, a little pedantic, and fond of showing people what you know, and therefore cannot but regret that you should have lost your energy and your understanding and your memory by the perfect apathy to everything in which you are sunk. B was clever as a literary character too, but then he always affronted everybody by his immoderate pretensions. They might be just, but then he had no indulgence for anyone. I always told him that people would never fail to be silent before him, and he would get nothing out of them, because I had observed at my father's how extremely modest people of knowledge generally were. They sat like scholars. I don't mean like the great scholars, but like scholars of a schoolmaster. You would spare a dunce, B would not. And even sometimes he was quite rude. One day he and Lord S. were talking together, and Lord S. happened to say to some passage B. was quoting, "I believe it is so. When I was at college, I could have told you, but now I can't exactly say." When B. continued, "Why, you know Theocritus has a line," etc. "Who is Theocritus?" I asked. "Madam," replied B., "I may say of you what was once said of the great Lord Chatham, as you call him, and whom you have been talking about for these last 2 hours. I hardly know which most to be astonished at, your extraordinary genius or your extraordinary ignorance. Now, doctor, I always say I am a great dunce in some things, for though there are few persons who have a quicker conception, a better judgment, and a nicer discrimination with a firmer decision than I have, yet if I were to be taught for 6 hours things that do not suit my capacity, I should forget them all next morning, just as if I had never heard them. And so I told Prince Puckler Muscow when we almost quarreled about education. Yes, I said, you may educate a horse, and make him put a kettle on the fire, and drink tea, and dance a minuet on his hind legs, and 100 things besides. But leave him to himself, and he will do nothing of the kind. And so it is with the education of men. You may give a nobleman a tutor, and so long as his father is alive, for fear he should be disinherited, or for fear of not marrying some particular woman who has got a large fortune, or to drink his father's champagne, or For fear of being kicked out of society, he will keep to his books and to appearances. But as soon as his father is dead, he'll show himself what he really is. And if he is by nature a blackguard, the greater will he prove in proportion to his rank. Such was Lord B., worse than a hackney coachman. But if a man has such vices as come from nature alone, as when a peasant from ambition does things to rise in the world which even are crimes, I can forgive him. Or if another, from an unaffected flow of spirits, must get into society and get drunk, or from an over-vigorous constitution becomes debauched, I can overlook all this. I knew a man who, seeing a family in distress, out of sheer pity, gave bills for their relief, although he must have been aware he could never repay a sixpence of it. This may be swindling in the eyes of man, but is it in the eyes of God? When a cold, artificial character reads, and then assumes from books qualities and appearances not his own, studies for debauchery's sake, runs after women for fashion and not from constitution, all such performances I detest, and would be the first to kick him out of society. I was acquainted with two persons in the great world, one a lover of the Duchess of R., the other a great politician in the House of Commons, and highly esteemed by his party. Neither of them could write a common note without making one or two blunders. The former could not always spell his own name, for I knew his tutor, and he assured me that his pupil, at 20, came to him sometimes to know if he had written his signature properly. He once wrote me a note so illegible that all I could make out was that my letters were better than Madame de Sévigné's, and then, with a scrawling hand, and with blots, he contrived to hide his blunders. But the latter was so fearful of betraying his ignorance that when any particular question about politics required a long explanation, he would evade it, if written to, by replying in 5 words that he had had for some time thoughts of going down in the country to visit his correspondent, and he would then talk over the business. It is said that the great Duke of Marlborough could not write a dispatch without a dozen errors in it. But here the want of education did no harm. The lover could always be understood enough to know that an assignation was made, and the general that a victory had been gained. Education is all paint. It does not alter the nature of the wood that is under it. It only improves its appearance a little. Why I dislike education so much is that it makes all people alike, until you have examined into them, and it sometimes is so long before you get to see under the varnish. Education, beyond reading, writing, and arithmetic, is of no use to persons who have shops to attend to, household duties to perform, and indeed in all the ordinary occupations of life. I told the prince that in reality my lord's gentleman and my lady's maid were much better off than a clergyman or a doctor. The rooms they live in, their fine wines, their dress, everything about them is better. And what education do they want more than keeping an account of their masters' and mistresses' linen, and such trifling inventories? I cannot let you remain in your error, an error so fatal to everybody that accomplishments and learning give any decided advantage to their possessors. It is a man's star that affects all. If men are to be great, they will be so as well without learning as with. Why, there was Lord Hood and Lord Bridport, both sons of country clergymen, with not more than 100 a year, and they surely could not have had much education, for they robbed orchards, played the truant, hated school, and were sent to sea. Yet one became a viscount with an immense fortune, and the other a lord, but not so rich. There was no remarkable talent in either. Both were very honest men. Payne, the smuggler's son, whom I sent to sea, had no education, but he had activity and luck, and made his way. I had admired his discretion and intelligence as a lad, and when, at a time that Lord St. Vincent had more prizes than he could well man, and Payne was put into one of them, he boldly asked for himself the command of it, little knowing that Lord St. Vincent and Mr. Pitt did not like each other at all. "Who are you, my brave lad?" asked Lord St. Vincent. "Why," answered he, "Lady Hester Stanhope knows me." "You know Lady Hester Stanhope?" said my lord. "Yes," replied Payne. "I knew her at Deal, and Mr. Pitt I know too, and that's no bad recommendation." "I think so," cried Lord St. Vincent, laughing, and appointed him. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 2. Now take the reverse of the picture and look at the O's, with their polished education and every sort of accomplishment, and compare their splendid misery, for misery I call it, with those I have mentioned. There was Mrs. W., Lady A., and Mrs. B. Lady A. might be said to be well off as a baronet's wife, but the other two, I have witnessed the anxious countenances of those people, who at every knock at the door involuntarily turned their eyes, as if expecting some troublesome dun or some unpleasant news. And then, if the husband was called out of the room, what a look the wife gave when he came in again, as seemingly fearful something might have happened. What a fool and abominable wretch the prince must have been to go and invite himself to dine with such people, when he knew he put them to the expense of a quarter's income. There you would see him at some party, at the doorway of 2 rooms, speaking loudly to someone. "Well, then, it's all fixed. On Wednesday next I dine with you, and shall bring about a dozen friends." "Why does your Royal Highness say a dozen? Let it be 15. "Well, a dozen, 15, but we shall dine precisely at 4. And there was the man's wife, standing breathless, with scarce strength to keep down a suppressed sigh, thinking with herself, "What shall we do? And how shall we provide for all this?" Then the husband, with a forced smile, would endeavor to relieve her with, "My dear, did you hear? His Royal Highness intends us the honor of dining with us on Wednesday. You forget to thank him." And the poor wife, who strains at a compliment, ill-worded from her uneasiness, "Oh, Lord Doctor, it has made my heart ache." I recollect B. going down into Kent, and going round among the farmers to buy up chestnut horses with white foreheads and white legs. And when he had got 9 of them, he trimmed them up, made them good-looking, and by going about pretending first he would not sell them on any account, then that he would sell them only for money down, contrived to get a buyer for them, and sold them at £100 a pair, when he had given 25, thus getting himself a little claret and champagne for the winter. These O's were brought up from H to be married to the prince's friends. For you know men will not go into society where there are no attractions from women. And the prince, who saw them, said, "You must get them to town into our parties." But would they not have done better to have married some country squire, where at least they would have had their own mutton, a comfortable house, and plenty around them? Thursday, April 26th. Lady Hester was in better health and in the best of humours. A gleam of sunshine seemed for a while to dispel the gloom which had for so many months pervaded this unhappy abode. She talked over the gay scenes of her early travels in which I had shared, of the festivities of Constantinople, reminded me of the sea captains, as she was accustomed to call them, of Mr. Fazzacurly and Mr. Galley Knight, and how Mr. Tom Sheridan fell on his knees before her and made fine speeches at Malta, of General Oak's splendid parties, how Mr. Frederick North ran about in search of a blank he could not find, and related 100 anecdotes which her inexhaustible memory supplied at the suggestion of the moment. She at last brought the conversation round to the Prince Puckler Muscow. "Now do tell me, doctor," she continued, "what the prince said of me. For you know, when they come to me, they all come with a set speech and a prepared bow, that they may put down in their book what passed. But I want you to tell me how he comes into a room in a common way, as when he paid your family a visit. What sort of bow does he make? He is a handsome man, but although his hands are very good and very white, I don't think them as good as old Pierre's. What beautiful fingers Pierre has got! And with the dirty work he has to do, they are even now white. What would they be if he wore gloves constantly? The prince's nails are very good, but Pierre's are incomparably fine. His hand is like some of those you see in the pictures at the Vatican, and when it hangs loose, with his arms extended, it falls at right angles to his wrist. And all this with no intention on his part. He never suspected even that I was looking at them. Poor old Pierre. He walked about his room, the maids say, praying for me half the night. I have sent him home to his wife. I shall make him up a basket of some potatoes and vermicelli, and salmon, and some brawn. He likes brawn. And perhaps we shall have some news how the prince made out at the Emir Bashir's. In fact, old Pierre was a regular spy, who, residing at Dair el Kamar, was sent for from time to time to give an account of the visits of travellers to the Emir, of their reception, and what they talked about. He was not intentionally a spy, but from his natural garrulity he always recounted what he had heard, merely to please her ladyship, whom he knew to be very fond of such gossip. Lady Hester pursued her discourse, and asked me if all the people now wore white gloves as the prince did. "It must be," she observed, "very expensive. They can't do with less than 2 pair a day, which at half-crown a pair is about £70 a year. I calculate it thus: 7s. 6d. in 3 days, 15s. in 6 or 1 week, and 60s. in a month. That, with the odd days left out in each week, will make about £70. It is very odd, she observed after a pause, that all those who write books say that I shake hands with them. Now you know very well that I never do, and that it is quite contrary to my manner. What can be the reason of their saying so? But the Americans, I rejoined. Oh, cried she, as for the Americans, it was quite ridiculous. When the whole posse of 16 came with Commodore Blank, I thought they would have torn my arm off. Not a simple shake, but, and here she imitated their rough way of doing it, such as draymen would give. There were the Commodore's daughters, too, rather pretty girls, but ill-dressed, something like Miss Williams. One with a beautiful set of teeth, which she showed, gums and all. But their clothes hung about them. You know how I mean. They wanted to appear rather clever, talking about the Sultan and his favourite, and having all the Turkish names at their tongues' ends. I don't know whether he talked to them, but I think he did. Just, you know, speaking to the father and then saying, "Are these your daughters?" in that way. As for the Sultan's favourite, he is a man to talk to anybody and laugh in his sleeve. Logmoggy had come up, his new house being finished, which Lady Hester had partly built and nearly furnished at her expense. "Now," she said, "I shall send him a voyage to sea, that he may do something for himself, perhaps to Constantinople." In my own mind, I conceived this to be some plan she had in contemplation for getting news from that city, or to send persons there, or to get somebody back, God knows what. All that could be conjectured on such occasions was that there was something in the wind. But foolish was he who troubled himself in divining what it was. He was sure to be wide of the mark. Mystery and secrecy were ever necessary to her nature. Her plans were generally executed in the cause of humanity, and with the most disinterested feelings. Sometimes they were political, and then might be viewed in different lights, according to the party or school in which men had been bred. But her tendency for masking the most simple actions ran into excess. All the common events of Beirut must be related to her with a mysterious air, as if nobody else was privy to them. Had I never seen anybody from day to day but her ladyship, I might have remained for months in ignorance of what was the town talk. If a dispute had happened among the military, if a governor had been deposed, if the pasha had arrived, if a consul had died, all the everyday chat which, in other houses, is as common as the tea and coffee on the table. Not one word of all this would you ever hear from her lips. She made a disguise for things which everybody must have known quite as well as herself. Lady Hester told me the cats had eaten up her dinner. This reminds me that I have said nothing of the prodigious number of these animals which had the run of her house and courtyards. I have counted as many as 30 old cats and kittens, without including those that haunted the storerooms, the granaries, the outhouses, and the gardens. It was forbidden to molest them, and the consequence was that neither fish, flesh nor fowl could be left for a moment on a table or a shelf, but 6 cats would be gnawing or carrying it off. This was a trifling nuisance, however, in comparison with their caterwauling during their disputes, day and night, which was at once most overpowering and most ludicrous. Lady Hester, before I left her, said, "You must write a letter to M. Guy, and tell him the prince sent 3 times to the Emir Bashir to say he was coming, and 3 times put it off again. The Emir will lay it upon me, but you will see he will be as humble to the prince. So humble, for I think the prince has been instructed by Muhammad Ali to treat him like a dog." She seemed to be reflecting a little, and then resumed, "I don't think Muhammad Ali is coming here, as the prince told you he was. Perhaps he has given out so, and will send that man who, you know, resembles him so much. A figure he keeps to send out here and there, just to make his appearance and go again, to frighten people at certain places. He is so artful, doctor. He has tried to make savants of some of his women. He wanted some Madame de Staël. There is no saying what pains he has taken to effect his purpose. I believe he would have been glad to have had me. But as I said to the prince, when he told me I ought to be on the throne of England, I would not be Queen of England, nor of 20 Englands, if you could place me there. All that is too low for me. I prefer my corner of the earth, with my own wild ideas, to being a shackled sovereign with a pack of fools about me. And you may think it an odd speech to make, but such is the case. I am now above mortification and above ambition. Those who have thought to mortify me have been much mistaken. Have you ever seen me mortified?" To this question I was silent, at the time not distinguishing in my mind the difference between indignation I had seen her manifest at the neglect and baseness of some persons, and the assumption of some supposed superiority, which is quite a separate ebullition of feeling. "If you have," she repeated, "say so." Then, reverting to Muhammad Ali, she went on, "The Viceroy is such a sharp man, doctor. Once he wanted to find out how the women in his harem conducted themselves, and he used to dress himself as a common soldier, and going to some of the tip-top pimps of Cairo, he would say to them, 'I should like to get into such a house,' naming some merchant or agas. 'I am but a common man, but I have had the luck to find a treasure and can pay you well for your pains. Here is a large gold coin for you. It's ancient and will not pass, but you can get it melted down. I have many like it, and you shan't want cash, if you will but introduce me into 1 or 2 houses that I shall point out.' By degrees he would talk of the Viceroy's harem, and so at last he would obtain information and find out who were the faithless and intriguing ones among his own women. What he did with them I don't know, but he had 12 of the pimps thrown into the Nile. But now, doctor, I see you are drowsy, so go to bed and sleep, and then get up and eat and walk and ride, if those are the great pursuits of life. If I die, I die, and if I live, as I think I shall yet, and even if I am reduced to walk about in an old sack, so that God but gives me strength enough to wear it, I shall be perfectly contented. You have not profited by my advice, but at least I have done my duty. So good night." After that, she, as usual, resumed the conversation for an hour. But who could write down all she said? Nay, it were better, perhaps, that even the little I have recorded should have died with her, and have never met the public eye. For in endeavoring to rescue her memory from the many unjust imputations cast upon her actions during life, I may unwittingly have entailed much odium, trouble, and reproach upon myself. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1. Monday, April 30th. For 3 days I find a blank in my diary. The fact is, I had been so much fatigued for the last month that I threw my memorandums aside, and on retiring to my house, gave myself up to the enjoyment of a little conversation with my family, or else buried my cares and anxieties in sleep. On the day when I paid my visit to Prince Puckler Muskow in Saida, he had asked me, in the course of conversation, if I had been long in Syria, and whether I had any intention of returning to Europe. I answered that I had come with the understanding of remaining some months only, and probably should go back in the summer. "But you will not leave my lady whilst she is so ill," he exclaimed. These words of his were running in my mind. I saw no prospect of Lady Hester's realizing her hopes respecting the property she supposed had been left her. I was fairly worn off my legs by late hours, multiplied occupations, and fruitless endeavors to soothe an irritated and neglected, although a high-born and gifted creature, the victim of fallen greatness, false hopes, and superhuman efforts to effect vast projects of philanthropy and political combinations on small means and ruined resources. I was therefore anxious to close my labors and retire to the obscurity from which she had called me. But still the fatal words, "You will not leave my lady whilst she is so ill," recurred to my thoughts, and I knew not what to do. Lady Hester would often say to me, "You are of no use to me. What good do you do me? I was just as well without you." But during a long period of 30 years, in which I was either with or in correspondence with her, I had good reason for believing that I had been of much service to her, both as respected her health and her affairs. Indeed, I may say, without presumption, of greater service than any other person. This was felt by everybody around her, and throughout all her dilemmas and illnesses the constant cry was, "My lady, you must send for the doctor. There is nobody suits you or understands your constitution so well as he does." That I was devotedly attached to her, the best part of a life spent in her service will sufficiently testify. But I was now grown too old and infirm to be equal to the task of meeting her constant calls on my time and my energies. I had become nervous. Dr. C., an Englishman, had fled from her dwelling, fearing to be poisoned by her villainous servants. Yet I had much greater reason to apprehend such a fate than he had, for the cook, who dressed my family dinner every day, was the particular object of Lady Hester's suspicions in what regarded the enormous waste of stores. And although not entertaining the same suspicions myself, from having had him once as my own servant, and having kept my eye upon him for some years, and from knowing also that there were worse depredators living in the house, still, as she directed her daily attacks against him, and even said I suffered him to rob her by the forbearance I showed in not having him chastised, I was worked up on many occasions into a state of excitement against him that carried me beyond all restraint, and necessarily made me hateful in his eyes, inasmuch as he considered me the principal hindrance to his peculations. I had rated him in unmeasured terms for his rascality, and the hot-blooded children of the East do not easily forget or forgive such language. All this anxiety could not render a man gay, and I wasted away visibly to the eye. I had nobody to confide in, for I studiously concealed all these vexations from my family, and endeavored to put on a cheerful air before them when my mind was far from being tranquil. Can it be wondered at, therefore, if I looked to Europe with a longing desire of returning thither? But the prince had said, "You will not surely leave her whilst she is so ill." And I was constantly reiterating to myself, how can I leave her whilst she is so poor? Her embarrassed circumstances, now that my stay with her could be considered as disinterested, seemed to be an insuperable barrier to my departure. Had she been rich, I need not have used any ceremony. The state of my health, now that hers was somewhat improved, would have been a sufficient plea. But she was known to be short of money and beset with creditors, and to leave her would seem to be the result of a mercenary calculation. Under all these circumstances, I held my peace, and was resolved to remain as long as I thought my presence could be either useful or consolatory to her. The first subject of conversation today was this very cook's peculations. "What am I to do," said Lady Hester, "if nobody will help me? I'll go myself and stand from morning to night in the kitchen and see everything come and go. Here am I ruined, because those about me are so proud and so particular about their dignity that they can't put their heads into a kitchen. I presume your father was not better than Mr. Cooper of Sevenoaks. And if he had had a son, a doctor, I'll venture to say, he would not have been so mighty fine." Here her thoughts were luckily carried away from the vile cook to Mr. Cooper, and she went on. "What beautiful teams of gray horses Mr. Cooper had! There was a boy who used to ride on one of the dray horses dressed in green, a little fellow who, having seen the Prince of Wales drive through Sevenoaks, going somewhere, set off by himself one fine day for London, found out where the prince lived, and went and knocked at the gate of Carlton House. The porter was a giant, and wanted to know what the boy knocked so loudly for. He said he had something to say to the Prince of Wales. The porter called him an impudent little scoundrel, and told him to go about his business. But the boy would not go, and the fight between the giant and this Tom Thumb made a sort of an uproar, upon which the prince, who was at dinner, inquired what was the matter, and desired that the young urchin might be brought in. who, nothing abashed, being asked what he wanted, said that, having seen the prince's fine servants go along the road, he had come to London to be one of them. The prince said, "Very well," and sent him to the stables. Doctor, he became an excellent groom, and was afterwards for many years one of his best coachmen. This anecdote seemed to have tranquilized Lady Hester's mind, as was generally the case when she talked about old times. She proposed that I should read a little of Lady Charlotte Barry's novel, The Memoirs of a Peeress. After listening to a few pages, at the mention of some incident interrupting me, she said, "Ah, that was Lady B., who placed a cast of the statue of Antinous amidst myrtle pots in a vestibule of her house. She had 10 times more cleverness than her sister the Duchess. The Duchess's reputation was in great part the effect of her position. For fine horses, fine carriages, and that éclat that attends a great personage wherever she goes, made up the greatest part of it. Why, she sometimes would employ her own people to puff her off. You would see a man in a shop in Bond Street say to the people of the shop, "Whose fine carriage is that yonder?" "That's the Duchess of Blank's, sir," the shopman would reply. Then another man, pretending to be a stranger to the first, would cry out, "Good God, the Duchess of Blank! Do let me look. I would give more to get a sight of her grace than I would of the king. Pray excuse me, I shall be back in a moment," and off he would run. The Duchess of Blank, when she did not smile, had something satanic in her countenance. Then her affectation was so high-charged. No matter to whom, to a dirty clerk of the Foreign Office, she would say, "If you would be so very good, sir, just to give yourself the trouble to deliver this note. I am sure you are so kind a looking gentleman." And then she would speak in French to whoever was with her. "Quels beaux yeux, ne les trouvez-vous pas? C'est un bel homme, n'est-ce pas?" Just as if the clerks in the Foreign Office might not know French. Wednesday, May 2nd, 1839. Today, as was usual on Wednesdays, I did not see Lady Hester until after sunset, but dinner was scarcely over when came the accustomed message of "The seat will be glad to see you as soon as you are at liberty." She could not bear to be alone, and I was, therefore, summoned that she might have somebody to talk to. She made inquiries whether the dinner had been to our liking, whether the tartlets and bread pudding were well cooked, and on such occasions I always knew she had been lecturing the cook about his negligence, and answered accordingly, anxious, if possible, to avoid the broils which kept the house in a continual uproar. But I seldom succeeded in averting them entirely, for after having manifested her anxiety about my family's comfort, she would begin about her own with, "Thus it is. I am obliged to look after everybody's dinner, and am left to starve myself." She then launched out into her customary complaints, and told me how she had contrived the means of at last bringing her maids down, for she had ordered a thing to be made like a clothes-horse, which was to stand in her room with a sheet hanging over it, behind which the maids were to take turns to wait alternately, hour by hour, that she might be sure she had them within call. "For," said she, "if they will not move fast enough when I ring, I'm determined I'll keep them on their legs, one or the other, all day. And I have told them I put them behind a screen, that I might not see their ugly faces. That beast, Saida, scratches herself before me, just like an Italian or a Frenchman. I have never been used to such behavior in servants, and will not bear it. When I recollect how differently servants conduct themselves in England. There was a groom of the chamber at Mr. Pitt's. I don't think I ever held half an hour's conversation with him the whole time he was there. He was, however, a man with quite a distinguished look, and 10 times more of a gentleman than half those who call themselves so. He came in, delivered a note or a message with a proper air, and if I had one to send anywhere, I threw it along the table to the end, so, and here Lady Hester put on one of those, what shall I call them, queen-like airs, which she was fond of assuming, or else gave it into his hand, telling him or not telling him, for he could see by looking at it where it was to go. Do you think servants ever dare to smile, or scratch themselves, or seem to notice anything as these beasts do? He afterwards married one of the maids, and took Thomas's, or some such named, hotel, where he was well patronized by the great. Servants work twice as hard in England as they do here. Why, there was the boy of 12 or 13 years old that used to go to Seven Oaks to fetch papa's letters. Every day but one in the week did that boy ride backward and forward, and sometimes I have seen him lifted off his horse, with his fingers so benumbed that he could not even ring the bell, and his face and hands were rubbed with snow, and he was walked about for a quarter of an hour before he was allowed to go into the servants' hall. There was the shepherd's daughter, who would take up a sheep over her shoulders and carry it like a nothing. Aye, and whilst it was struggling too, pretty stoutly, I can tell you. Then the washerwoman, who used to begin on Monday morning, half an hour after midnight, and work all through the day and the next night until 11 or 12, without ever sitting down, except to their meals. There was hard work. Here they have their sleep in the middle of the day, and will not eat or drink when they are warm, for fear of getting the lampas. Thursday, May 3rd. I read a few more pages of Lady Charlotte Barry's novel. The Duchess of Rochester was now set down as Lady J. "Those girls of hers," observed Lady Hester, "were brought up so prim. I recollect seeing 3 of them sitting together in a box at the opera, and nothing could be more beautiful. They had charming countenances, with fine eyes, very good teeth, and complexions quite ravishing, but none of them were remarkably clever." The narrative comes to where Mrs. Fitzernham regrets how she was taking her pleasure, and putting her husband to the expense of hiring a country house for her, when she should have been at home saving his money. "Ah," said Lady Hester, "she should have been making his shirts." And this text afforded her an opportunity of pronouncing an encomium on Lady Mahone, her brother's wife. "She had," said Lady Hester, "one good point about her, that after her marriage, whilst my brother was poor, she was not extravagant." Then, Reverting to other branches of her family, she dwelt for some time on the merits and demerits of them all, until she came round again to her brother and to his father-in-law. "Yes," she said, "giving Lord Carrington a peerage was one of Mr. Pitt's errors. I once asked Mr. Pitt if he did not repent of making so many peers, and he answered, if he had to go over his time again, he never would. Age, Hester, said he, brings experience. But he was in such a situation that to prevent a revolution in England, or to hinder England from becoming a province of France, he was obliged to patch up things as he could. He was like an ambassador going in ill health to some distant court on a mission of importance, and who would say to his physician, "You must patch me up in the best way you can for this journey, so that I get to the end of it, never mind what becomes of me." England at that time was not like France. The latter was obliged to go through a salivation. The former only wanted a dose of physic. Besides, fancy what a revolution would have been in England. I have seen what an English mob is at an election. They are the most horrid set I have ever beheld. A word will lead them any way, and as for reason, they will never listen to it. But there, doctor, go on with the book. It interests me when I think who wrote it and what we are both come to. I read on until we came to where mention is made of a footman's nosegay on a levee day. Upon this, Lady Hester remarked, "My footman always used to give a guinea for his on the Queen's birthday. When you consider," she added, "what those footmen spent in nosegays and silk stockings and bags and shoe buckles, it was a pretty round sum. As for the fine ladies who make such a show in the fashionable world, I have known some of them borrow 5 guineas of their footmen. I sometimes went down to Putney and shut myself up not to be seen, that I might not spend all my money on rich dresses. But I saved it for other purposes, to give away to poor people." End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2. As the work proceeded, I came to the account of Fitzernham's sufferings and his approaching dissolution. She told me to skip all that. "I don't wish to hear it," she said. "It is too melancholy." Alas, I felt it applied to Mr. Pitt's and to her own situation too much not to give her pain. So shutting the book, I tried to converse on some other subject, but her thoughts still reverted to what I had been reading about. At last she broke out in these words: "Poor Mr. Pitt! One of the nourishing things they gave him before his death was the yolk of an egg, beat up so thick with pounded sugar that it was quite stiff. I wonder," said the footman who prepared it for him, "that they persist in giving him the egg, for he brings it up every time." Lady Hester went on. "Mr. Pitt died in the night, doctor. Dr. Bailey acquainted me with his impending death the day before. Sir Walter Farquhar kept saying to the last that I need not afflict myself, always giving me hopes. The carriages had been waiting at the door, ready for a long time. As soon as all was over, Williams and James, her brother, set off for Downing Street and sealed up everything. Miss Williams then took just what clothes she wanted for me, and they both returned to Putney, bringing with them Mr. Adams, Mr. Pitt's secretary, whom they called up at his house in Queen Street, Westminster. On their way back, they met the doctors going into town. I happened to observe that I had read an account of Mr. Pitt's last moments in Gifford's Life of him, and that his dying words, praying for forgiveness through the merits of his Redeemer, or words to that effect, together with the whole scene of his deathbed, appeared, as I thought, too much made up and too formal to be true, leaving the impression that the author and those from whom he gathered his information had considered it a duty to make the close of a great man's life conformable to their religious feelings rather than to facts and reality. "Who is that says it of him?" asked Lady Hester. "Dr. Prettyman and Sir Walter Farquhar." "Oh, it's all a lie," she replied rather indignantly. "Dr. Prettyman was fast asleep when Mr. Pitt died. Sir Walter Farquhar was not there, and nobody was present but James. I was the last person who saw him except James, and I left him about 8 o'clock, for I saw him struggling as if he wanted to speak, and I did not like to make him worse." After a short pause, she resumed. "What should Mr. Pitt make such a speech for, who never went to church in his life? Nothing prevented his going to church when he was at Walmer, but he never even talked about religion, and never brought it upon the carpet. When I think of poor Mr. Pitt, I am the more and more persuaded that the greater part of mankind are not worth the kindness we bestow on them. Never did so pure an angel enter upon life as he. But good God, when he died, had he had to begin the world again, he would have acted in a very different manner. The baseness and ingratitude that he found in mankind were inconceivable. All the peers that he had made deserted him, and half those he had served returned his kindness by going over to his enemies. Then see, doctor, what fortune and luck are. Mr. Pitt, during his life spent in his country's service, could seldom get a gleam of success to cheer him, whilst a Liverpool and a Castlereagh have triumphs fall upon them in showers. Oh, it makes me sick to think that Mr. Pitt should have died through hard labor for his country, that Lord Melville, so hardy as he was, should almost have sunk under it, and should have had nothing but difficulties and disappointments, whilst such fellows as H and C, who do not care if the country were ruined, provided they kept their places, should have nothing but good fortune attend them, as if it was the effect of their stupid measures. But not contented with that, they must even bring discredit on his memory by attributing to him a line of conduct he never pursued. To think of Canning's going about and saying, "This is the glorious system of Pitt," and the papers echoing his words, "This is the glorious system of Pitt." Why, when Louis XVIII came to England, Mr. Pitt would not receive him as king, but only as Count somebody. I declare I forget what. It made so slight an impression upon me. And when I used to say to Mr. Pitt, "Oh, Lord, what does it signify?" Do let him be king if he wants it." "No," replied Mr. Pitt, "I am not fighting to re-establish the Bourbons on the throne. Only let the French have some stable government that we can make peace with, that's all. I am not going to sacrifice the interests of my country to the Bourbons, Hester." I quitted her about 3 o'clock, when she said she was going into the bath, which she did about every third day. No proper place, certainly, for her in her state of health. In crossing the courtyard to go to my house, there seemed somehow to be an unusual solitude about the premises. The stories, too, I had been hearing and reading were doleful, so that I became very melancholy for the rest of the day, and could not rally my spirits, do what I would. As I sat in my room, I reflected that although Lady Hester would probably get through the summer, yet how surely, though slowly, disease was making irreparable inroads on her reduced frame. May 8th. My fears about the servants now began to revive. Monsieur Guy had made his preparations for his departure, and was going in a few days to Aleppo. He, who knew all her servants, their names, where they had sprung from, and everything about them, and who, had they committed any crime, could have at once traced them to their hiding-places. I felt my loneliness. I had no one to look to help me in any great difficulty. I saw, when I returned from a walk or entered the house unexpectedly, how the older ones were often sitting in close cabal together, and I heard their whispers like conspirators laying their heads together for some evil purpose. Why had I not written down more for these last 3 days, I said to myself, when I saw the scantiness of my memorandums? Alas, my mind was ill at ease. The name of Sir Francis Burdett was often mentioned, and various conjectures formed to account for his long silence. The prince, who had promised to write, where was he got to? Every hope seemed to fail. The prince, when he left Lady Hester Stanhope, had been entrusted with a copy of the correspondence, such as it afterwards appeared in the newspapers, and he had undertaken to make it public. She was therefore in daily expectation of receiving information from him of its transmission to Europe, and through what channel it would appear. But no letter came, and this rendered her fidgety and uneasy, for she conceived it to be of vital importance to her interests that her case should be made known as speedily as possible, hoping, from publicity, to come more speedily at the truth about the property to which she thought herself entitled, and which, she supposed, was withheld from her. The time, meanwhile, was beguiled in reading Lady Charlotte Barry's novel, which, from the remarks and anecdotes it called forth, lasted out much longer than it would with a common reader. And that part of the Memoirs where mention is made of the doubts that existed as to the validity of the Duke of Rochester's will, Lady Hester observed, "A person who was in the daily habit of writing like another might easily imitate his signature. Mr. Pitt, when I had written a paper, used to say, 'Sign it for me,' and I did. Because when you write quickly, you write like another, if you will. It is those who sit down to forge and make their strokes slowly that are found out, because there is an uncertainty in what they do." Something else called forth another observation. "Oh," said Lady Hester, I used very often to tell Mr. Pitt, you are not the grand statesman. It was your father. You are a little God Almighty sent from heaven, who are always thinking of the respect due to the king, of complaisance to the peers, and who kill yourself out of compassion. He made them all tremble. Nevertheless, doctor, I know that he thought just as his grandfather did. Wednesday, May 9th. I resumed reading at that part where Squire Mordaunt returns to Spetchingley on New Year's Day. When the narrative comes to Mrs. de Vere's meeting with Mr. Fox, Lady Hester said, Fox, I think, was thrown into a position with the prince and his dissipated friends from which he never afterwards could extricate himself. Otherwise he would have been a different man. But mixed up with them, the king never could bear him. For when Mr. Pitt took office in 1803, the king wrote to him, for I saw the letter, Would you force on me Mr. Fox, who debauched my son, etc. The last time I saw Mr. Fox, he was at Vauxhall with Mrs. Fox. She was dressed as some respectable housekeeper might be, with a black bonnet and some sort of a gown. I looked at her several times, but I could see nothing like what I should have expected in Mrs. Armstead. There was none of that manner. Here Lady Hester made up a kind of courtesan look that conveyed what she meant to say. Mr. Fox looked like the landlord of a public house, yet when he spoke, doctor, he was sometimes very eloquent. On Mr. Hastings' trial he made many people cry. There were all the peers with their pocket handkerchiefs out, quite a tragedy. But he made such a business of it. Here Lady Hester sat up in bed, and to show what she meant, threw her arms first to the right and then to the left, and then thumped the bed violently, making me wonder where she had found such strength. He was worse than Punch. Sir Walter Scott was mentioned in one place in the novel with great praise. "I'm not sure about Scott," observed Lady Hester. "He pretended to be a great Pittite, but he was half inclined to go over to Fox. He sent some of his poetry, where he praised Fox, before he published it, to say he would not publish it if it were displeasing. But I told him he was to do just as he liked, and to let it stand, as it made no difference what he wrote." Thursday, May 10th. Lady Hester Stanhope was very low today, seemingly exhausted with coughing, when I saw her about 1 o'clock. She continued to follow her own mode of cure, which now consisted in swallowing the yolks of fresh eggs, sucking oranges by dozens, sipping finjans of strong coffee with ambergris in it, and drinking small glasses of rum and milk. Her food was of the most objectionable kind. She thought, as many others do, that what are reputed strong viands give strength to the body, without the slightest regard as to whether the stomach could digest and assimilate them so as to afford nourishment. Thus she often had meat pies, eating the meat and jelly, forced meatballs, beef kebabs, etc. Sheikh Mohammed Nazib O'Moghrebin, whom I had sent away on the 19th of April without a present, made his appearance again today. He had been to the Emir Bashir and to other great persons in the mountain to collect 100 piastres or two here and there, a practice common with these sheiks versed in the Mahometan religion and in the commentaries on the Alcoran. They go from palace to palace, are lodged and fed for a night or two, discourse with the great man once or twice a day, if he is at liberty, and repay the hospitality that they receive, either by their learning or by their skill as alchemists, or as astrologers, or by the news they bring from the cities they have passed through, and of the great men they have seen, for they find admission everywhere. The dervises are another set of visitors, very frequent in the houses of the rich. They are the mendicant friars of the East, itinerant monks whose pretensions to sanctity are heightened by a strange costume. Some of them, for they are of different orders, let their hair and beards grow long and hang dishevelled, and wear black and shaggy sheep or bear or tiger skins. By their side hang a score of strange-looking implements, a carved cup in wood, a back-scratcher to facilitate the chase after vermin in parts where their hands cannot easily reach, a pottle for water, a bullock's horn, or a conch shell to blow instead of it, long rosaries of immense beads, an ostrich's egg, God knows what. They are all impudent, intrusive beggars, and are well known and appreciated in the East as the Franciscans, Capuchins, and other friars are in the West, who are but the humble imitators of their more audacious and, let me say, cleverer prototypes. It was on a winter's day that one of these people, being refused a night's lodging and a bakshee at Lady Hester's, invoked a curse on the house and its inmates. He took his horn from his side, blew 3 or 4 blasts, and uttered some imprecations which were unintelligible to me. The whole scene was a picture. He was a dervis of the order called Bektashi, daring and fearless as men are who know that none will venture to lay hands on them, athletic, with raven locks of disproportionate thickness and length, and clad in as wild-looking garments as the imagination of a stage manager could invent for Caliban, or some such monster. His large rolling eye, his features darkened by a weather-beaten existence, his white teeth, his shaggy and hairy breast, his naked feet and legs, and his strange accoutrements made him altogether a remarkable being. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 3. The wind blew high at the time. The rain swept up through the valley from the sea in a white sheet, as the squalls every now and then succeeded each other. And there he stood, under the cover of a dilapidated building, which those who have visited Darjeeling may recollect as being near the entrance gate. He had been fed with a good dinner, for nobody ever came without having something to eat put before him. But he had heard that other dervises had left the house with 50, 100, nay, even 200 piastres, and he expected to force a compliance with his demands for himself. It must not be imagined that the servants beheld this action of his, and heard his anathema with the same indifference that I did. They looked gloomy and apprehensive. It so happened that some peewits, or green plovers, had appeared in the mountain and in our neighborhood just about the same time. The melancholy cry of these birds, as they are not common in Syria, is considered of bad augury by the Turks. It was in the month when Lady Hester was in the worst stage of her illness, and they coupled these things together and drew from them unfavorable omens. But Lady Hester had said to me, "Keep away, if you can, all those sheiks and dervises. It will only torment me to know they are there, for I can't see them. I have no money to give them, and they are too cunning to trust their news and information, if they have any to give, to anybody but me." I was determined, therefore, to send him off, the more so as I did not like his physiognomy, and as the village was close at hand, where he would find a night's lodging in the khan or caravansary. But let us return to the Mogher bin Sheikh. When I told him that Lady Hester was ill and could not see anybody, he said if I would but let her know who he was sure she would receive him; that he had several times had the honor of an audience, and that her Felicity had expressed herself so pleased with his conversation as once to have engaged him to quit Zeb, where he lived, and to come and settle at June with his family. I therefore represented this to her ladyship, but she refused to see him. The circumstance, however, gave rise to the following conversation. "People," said she, "never should be sent away who show a very great earnestness to be admitted. For although many times they might be but beggars, sometimes it was not so. When my grandfather was ill, a man on horseback came to the door and insisted on seeing him. My grandmamma presented herself and asked him what was his business, telling him Lord Chatham was so ill that he could receive nobody. The man signified that nothing would do, but he must see Lord Chatham himself. After ineffectually trying to induce him to disclose his business, Grandmamma Chatham at last admitted him into my grandfather's room, but behind a screen, so that they were still invisible to each other. "That will not do," observed the persevering man. "I must see your lordship's face, and be sure it is you." The screen being removed, and the man assured of whom he was speaking to, drew out a tin case containing the will of Sir Something Pinsent, leaving my grandfather 2 estates, one in Wiltshire of £4,000 a year, and the other, Burton Pinsent, of £10,000. His will only saying he had done it in admiration of his character. The Wiltshire estate was sold immediately, and the money frittered away, as I heard from Mr. Wilson the tutor, nobody knows how. Of the pictures my grandfather only reserved 2, the portraits of the Marquis of Granby and of Admiral Saunders, to give to the Corporation of Plymouth. Of the rest, which were old family pictures, like Lady Cobham, etc., he took no notice whatever. Thursday, May 11th. I read to Lady Hester for 3 hours out of the Memoirs of a Peeress. As she lay on her bed, pale, wan, and exhausted, she looked like a person in the last stage of illness. But as the day advanced, she generally grew more animated. She made few remarks. The Duchess of Rochester now was become the Marchioness of T. The jokes of Stowe, as alluded to in the Memoirs, she exemplified in this way. One morning, whilst General Grenville was staying there, There came a letter with his address on the cover and Montrose in the corner. The general, not being intimate with the Duke, said, "What's this? Let me see. What can make the Duke write to me?" On opening the letter, out came about 50 fleas, all jumping up to his face. The general's extreme aversion to fleas was well known. He was so angry at this that he ordered a post-chaise, and never would go to Stow again. On Lord Glastonbury they played a joke of another sort. They put a paragraph in the papers, with initials and other indications that he had run off to Gretna Green. His aversion to women and to marriage was as great as the general's aversion to fleas. As I read on, the old squire's death affected Lady Hester. "How rare is such a character now," said she. "I recollect some in my time. There was Sir John Dyke, who was an excellent man, but careless in his affairs, and perhaps ruined by this time. But such men, when you get over the first 2 or 3 days, in which a few expressions may be strange in their conversation, become afterwards most agreeable society, and have much sterling worth. They are men who know something, and have real straightforwardness of character. I always like them." In another place she said, "Doctor, when you reflect on this book, don't you see the wide difference there is between refined people and vulgar ones? There is Lady Isabella and Lady Helen, with a tyrannical and unkind mother. See how obedient and submissive they are. And I dare say, though the daughters of a duchess, had she put them to do the most menial offices, they would have done them. But vulgar people are always fancying themselves affronted, and their pride is hurt, and they are afraid of being lowered, and God knows what. You will think it a strange thing to say, but it is my opinion that the vices of high-born people are better than the virtues of low-born ones. By low-born, I do not mean poor people, for there are many without a sixpence who have high sentiments. It is that, among the low-born, there is no spring of action that is good, even in their virtues. If they are laborious and industrious, it is for gain, not for the love of labor. If they are learned, it is from pedantry. If they are charitable, it is from ostentation. If religious, from hypocrisy. If studious of health, it is to gratify their gormandizing, and so on. I repeat it again. The vices of the great are preferable to the virtues of such persons. Those of them that rise in the world always show their base origin. For if you kill a chicken and pick the feathers, they may fly up into the air for a time, but they fall down again upon the dunghill. The good or bad race must peep out. God created certain races from the beginning, and although the pure may be crossed, and the cart-horse be taken out of the cart and put to the saddle, their foals will always show their good or bad blood. High descent always shows itself, and low always will peep out. I have never known above 2 or 3 persons of common origin who had not something vulgar about them. It was curious to hear how she would quote the opinion of the commonest persons as affirmative of her notions in this respect. "A peasant told me one day," said Lady Hester, in a conversation on this subject, "that he had met Captain Blank on the road, in his way to some part of the mountain, and I asked him what he thought of him. "Why," replied the man, "there is something of good blood about him, and something that is not. He is half thoroughbred and half Kaddish." The reader has already been told that Kaddishes are horses of no pedigree, used by shopkeepers and peddlers for the road. "And the man was right," added Lady Hester. "But only think what quickness of observation these people have. You cannot deceive them, for at a glance they discover at once what a man is. The girl's, too," said Captain Blank, "is not quite Akabert." Akabert means distinguished in appearance. "He has a third part of a bad breed in him, and they were right as well as the peasant. For his mother was a Miss Blank, because his father, disappointed in marrying Miss Blank, whom Lord O. danced with at a ball and married the next day, went and married a young lady well brought up, but not thoroughbred. He took his marines to the Emir Bashir on horseback, horse marines, doctor, and the natives to this day talk with astonishment of the calves of the legs of one of the officers who was with him. Did you ever know a better proof again how high descent will show itself than in what I believe I told you about Count Ruwisky? When coming to see me from Beirut, he was met by a common shepherd, of whom he asked the road to Saida. The Count was dressed like a Bedouin Arab, and was mounted on a shabby mare, of good blood, it is true, but to all appearance not worth 100 piastres. The shepherd, looking at him, replied, "Sir, you don't want to go to Saida. It is the way to June you want to know. You are going to see the English Meleki, Queen. For a man of your rank is fitting only to be her guest." This was exactly the case. He was coming to see me, and mean and poor as his appearance was, the peasant detected his noble blood at a glance. That noble-minded man, doctor, was a perfect convert to my opinions. He assured me that I had appeared to him at different times, and once in particular he told me the following story. He had been in conversation with the Emperor Alexander on a state affair of great importance, and the emperor had tried to induce him to do something which the Count felt was the course he ought not to pursue as a man of integrity, and he begged to be allowed some little time for consideration before he acceded to the emperor's wishes. Alexander dismissed him, hoping that by the next day, when he would see him again, the Count would recollect himself and who he, the emperor, was. Count Ruwisky fretted almost to death between the ruin he might bring on his family if he opposed the emperor's wishes, together with the prospect of Siberia, and the stings of conscience still wanted resolution to follow the path of virtue. But at night, when he was in bed, I, as he told me, appeared to him with a star on my forehead, and said to him, "Count, follow the road which conscience shows you as the right one, and fear nothing." The next day the Count presented himself at the emperor's closet. "Who is that?" said a voice from within, and Alexander himself opened the door. He started when he saw the Count. "Well," said he, "I trust you have got a little sense into your head since yesterday. You have changed your mind, no doubt." "My mind, sire, remains unchanged," said the Count. What a fine black horse that was! I saw you riding 2 or 3 days ago. Such a beautiful creature!" cried the Emperor, turning the conversation suddenly, and he never after mentioned the subject to the Count. Sunday, May 13th. I did not see Lady Hester until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. "Read to me," she said, almost as soon as I had sat down, "for I am too exhausted to talk." I began, in the Memoirs of a Peeress, at the chapter succeeding the burial of the squire, and she listened for some time without saying a word. At last she interrupted me, and observed that there was a great deal of good feeling in the book. "If I were rich enough," she continued, "I would invite Lady Charlotte here, and she would come, for she has children, and would like to show them the East. How pleasant it would be for me to have such a companion for 2 or 3 hours a day. What a beautiful woman she was! What an arm and hand! I have seen the whole opera house turn to look at it on the front of the box. What a beautiful leg, too! But the handsomest foot I ever saw in man or woman was Lord Downe's. The last time I ever met Lady Charlotte was walking with her brother in Kensington Gardens. She walked so well, not mincing like some women, nor striding like others, but with a perfect use of her limbs, unaffected and graceful. The Duke, too, was like her in that respect. His smile was incomparably sweet. I don't know where they were going, but they walked up to a party, seemed to talk and inquire about somebody, and then walked away together. Her features were equally charming with her person, with hair not katiti, the Arabic for hempy, but approaching to a gold color, and with a beautiful nose. The narrative proceeded to the remarks made on the Empress Josephine. "There, you see," exclaimed Lady Hester, interrupting me. "Was I right about Josephine? As soon as I saw that print of her, which you sent me, I saw at once she was artful beyond measure. I told you so, you know, some time ago. There are 2 or 3 lines about her face that make me think she was satanic. As for being handsome, that she never could have been. But Buonaparte, whatever Lady Charlotte may think, had naturally something vulgar in his composition. He took a little from Ossian, a little from Caesar, a little from this book, a little from that, and made up a something that was a good imitation of a great man. But he was not in himself naturally great. As for killing the Duc d'Enghien, if he had killed all the Bourbons for the good of France, I should say nothing to that. But he had not much feeling. Whenever he laments anybody, it is always for his own sake that he does it. I don't understand either a great man making complaints about the room he slept in not being good enough for him, or complaining of his champagne. I dare say he had slept in many a worse. Had I been in his place, you would have seen how differently I should have acted, and that such a man as Sir Hudson Lowe should never have seen that he could have the power of vexing me. He was not what I call a man of genius. A man of considerable talent he certainly was. A man of genius is like a fine diamond. What I understand by a fine diamond is one resembling a large drop of water, smooth and even on every side, so that whichever way you look at it, There is a blaze of light that seems as if it would spread as you gaze on it. However, men of genius have seldom a look that would tell you they are so. For what a heavy-looking man Mr. Fox was! Did you ever see him? Mr. Pitt, again, had nothing remarkable in his appearance. Mr. Pitt's was not a face that gave one the idea of a clever man. As he walked through the park, you would have taken him for a poet or some such person, thin, tall, and rather awkward, looking upwards as if his ideas were an air, and not remarking what was passing around him. There was no expression in him at such a moment. It was my grandfather who had the fine look. The best picture of him is that at Chevening. He is represented in his robes. The colour and fire in his eyes altogether is very fine. Giorgio pleased me when, on his return from England, he said, "Your face, my lady, is just like your grandpapa's, for the forehead and the upper part of the nose and the contour of the countenance I know are the same." End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 4 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 4. As I read on about Mr. Fox's illness and death, Lady Hester lay absorbed in her reflections, almost as if in a trance. Her pipe fell from her hands, and the bowl of it, turning downwards, emptied its lighted contents on the blanket of her bed. I had not observed this at first until the smell of burning made me look up, and I rose to knock off the tobacco on the floor. A great round hole had been burnt, but this was a common occurrence, and she never or seldom noticed such accidents. My rising, however, disturbed her from her reverie, and she spoke as follows. Mr. Fox, after Mr. Pitt's death, sent 2 distinct messages to me, offering me the means of securing an independence for life. One was by Mr. Ward, who said plainly to me, "You know, Lady Hester, you can never live with your present income as you have been accustomed to live, and therefore take my advice and accept Mr. Fox's civility." I told him that it was not from a personal disregard for Mr. Fox that I refused, because when I asked Mr. Pitt, upon one occasion, who was the cleverest man in England, he answered Mr. Fox. But as the world only knew Mr. Pitt and Mr. Fox as opposed to each other, I should be considered as receiving benefits from Mr. Pitt's enemy. "You will live to repent your refusal," said Mr. Ward. I answered him that might be, but if he talked for a year, he never would alter my resolution. Lady Hester went on. "Mr. Fox's offer, doctor, was as good as £10,000 a year to me. He was to make me ranger of some park with a house, and then I was to have a house in town, and the rest was to be done in the way they shuffle those things through the public offices. By the other, I was offered apartments in, I think she said, Windsor Castle. But then, you know, I must have been a courtier, and I rather chose to live independent on account of my 2 brothers. And why did I take that house in Montague Square? She always called it Montague Square. But on their account. When I furnished it, I had got some things which I had saved up, and which were of no use in Downing Street. These I made use of now. But there were people so mean as to come and spy about me, and to form unfair conjectures as to how I got them. Blank was one, who even went to a large shop, and from a kind of pencil drawing which he had made, inquired how much such a lamp as he had seen at my house would cost. They told him 75 guineas. This lamp had been given me by the Princess of Wales. But I never satisfied their malignity by telling them. I let them talk on. And, doctor, furnishing my house was no trifling expense to me. But I thought it best that my brothers should have somewhere to invite their friends to when in town, and I fitted up 2 bedrooms and 2 breakfast rooms for them with every luxury they could have. Neither were they furnished in a common way, for there were their libraries to each, and everything customary in fashionable life. Why, James used to have quite a levee, and breakfast was always on table from 9 to 12, with tea and coffee and chicken and tongue and cold meat and all that. Nash often used to say to me, "Lord, my lady, it is a great pity to make all this waste. I am sure many of those officers make their dinner off the colonel's late breakfasts." But I used to answer, "Never mind," because I thought some of those men, although they were people I could not know, might be useful to him. He might want a second, or there might be some other case where one of these persons might be sent when another could not, and so on. I do not say I could not know them from pride, but it would have been very awkward for me to have had a red-faced captain coming up to me with, "My dear Lady Hester, how do you do?" Why, I recollect a very respectable gentleman coming once into a box at the opera, where I was seated with some duchess and some great folks, I forgot who, and claiming acquaintance with me. I very civilly answered him with, "I hope you are well, Mr. T. How are all your friends in Cheshire?" But, doctor, to hear the tittering and the whispers of, "Who is your dear friend, Lady Hester? Really, the cut of his breeches is particularly excellent." And another in a simpering voice asking, "What on earth did the man wear so many watches for?" And then someone crying, "Oh, they are the buttons of his coat," and then a laugh, so that even I could hardly stand it. So, doctor, what I did for James and Charles was to let them have a place to see their acquaintances, and I every now and then gave a dinner to keep together for them a certain number of Mr. Pitt's particular friends, and then in the summer I would go down to some retired spot in Wales or somewhere where I saved as much as I could. But, she continued, would you believe it? All the time I kept house in Montague Square, not one of these people, not one of my relations, ever sent me a single thing to help me on. Now and then a sea captain would offer me a pipe of wine, but I always put him civilly off with a "Not now, but when you return from India," or some such answer. And from that time to this, these same relations would, I believe, have let me starve for aught they cared. You often wonder why I scold and try to make you bring up your children to be useful to themselves and others, and neglect all frivolous and empty appearances. But the reason is that the world is so heartless, that if you came to want a shilling, you would not find a friend to give you one. If I, who had thousands of friends and acquaintances, had been left to linger here, deserted and neglected, what would be the lot of a common person? Has any one of my relations, any one of my friends, any one of those whom Mr. Pitt and perhaps I enriched, come forward to help me? Not one. I have had a hard time for 25 years, but you will never see me now in some of those convulsions about it I once used to have, for thank God my spirits are as good when my cough leaves me quiet as ever they were. And what is the use of trusting in man? No, my reliance is in God. And if it is his will to get me out of my difficulties, he will do it in spite of them all. My only trouble is sometimes about my debts. But I think all will be paid, and from England too. So here I am, and we will now talk of something else. But I must first tell you a little Eastern story. There was a man who lived in affluence at Damascus, surrounded by a happy and prosperous family, when some reverses in business ruined his fortune, and he was reduced to the necessity of exerting his talents and industry in order to try to maintain his station in life. As he wanted neither, he flattered himself that from his numerous connections he should soon re-establish his affairs. But a fatality seemed to hang over him, for just as he was about to begin business again, the plague broke out in the city, and his wife and daughters were among the victims. Unable to bear the sight of a place where such afflictions had overtaken him, he removed to Beirut, a seaport of some consequence even at that time, although much more so now, and there, with his son and a faithful servant, he opened a small shop, stocked with such wares as he could procure without much advance of capital. But here again he was unsuccessful, for his son, becoming answerable for the debts of a man who had befriended him, and being unable to pay, his father's little all was disposed of to save him from prison, and by degrees beggary overtook them. He then engaged himself as clerk to a merchant, next turned schoolmaster, until his sight failing him, he at last became stone blind, and in despair he resolved to quit a country, where in spite of his exertions, his position every day had grown worse and worse. Accordingly, he embarked with his son for Damietta in a vessel where there were 14 passengers besides himself, and among them 2 divers, people who get a living on these coasts by diving for sponges, which they bring up from the bottom of the sea. It was the winter season, and the weather proved tempestuous. In crossing the bar of Damietta, where the current of the Nile, opposed to the waves of the sea, often makes a dangerous surf, the vessel foundered, and every soul perished, except the old man, who, when the others took to the boat, being blind, was unable to shift for himself, and clung to the wreck, from which he was removed the day afterwards. Struck with the singular decrees of Providence that an old blind man should have escaped the dangers of the sea, where even divers were drowned, he piously raised his eyes to heaven and said, "I see where my fault has been. I have relied on my own exertions and the help of man, when I should have trusted in God alone. Henceforth I will put my faith in him, and nobody else." His particular case became known among the merchants of Damietta, and a subscription was made for him, so that in a few days he had more money at his disposal than all his friends and all his exertions, when he looked to them alone, had ever procured for him. His serenity of mind returned. A small but sufficient subsistence was secured to him, and he spent the remainder of his days in pious gratitude to the Almighty, whose wholesome chastisements had brought him to a proper sense of the futility of human plans, unless we confide in his goodness to second our endeavors. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1. Tuesday, May 15th. I had been to Sida today, and was within a mile of June on my return, when I saw a servant making towards me in breathless haste. A letter had arrived for me from Beirut, which Lady Hester had immediately forwarded to me on the road by this man, charging him to deliver it with all possible speed, so that it should reach me before the close of daylight. The reason of all this extraordinary haste was that I might be enabled to communicate at once with her, if necessary, concerning its contents, as the vigil of Wednesday commenced at sunset on Tuesday, from which hour till the following sunset she could neither see me nor admit of any message from me. The reader will remember that on every Wednesday, from sunset to sunset, her ladyship was invisible. There was indeed occasion, as it happened, for all this haste. The letter was from Mr. K., an English merchant at Beirut, informing me of the alarming illness of his wife, and begging in the most pressing terms that I would use all expedition to come, as he was pleased to express himself, and save her. As the sun was now setting, I desired the servant to tell Lady Hester that there would not be time in the interval for me to see her, and that I should be obliged to set off that night to Beirut. I made my arrangements accordingly, and started at 3 o'clock in the morning, about 2 hours before daylight, accompanied by a servant. The horses were all at grass some miles from the house, so that I was compelled to perform the journey on an ass. It took me 11 hours, and on my arrival I found that Mrs. K. had died in the morning. There was a very decent inn at Beirut, kept by one Giuseppe Paraschiva, a Greek, who gave the most copious repasts that a hungry traveler can desire to find. Having ordered my dinner, I went to the French consul's house, thinking there to meet with the physician who attended Mrs. K. In the quadrangle of his residence, I saw a number of persons assembled, and an auction going on. I had not made 3 steps towards the circle, when a gentleman who knew me advanced in a hurried manner towards me. "Touch nobody," said he. "The plague is in the town. It has taken us by surprise. 3 persons have died today in the Blacksmith Street." I thanked my friend, and having seen Monsieur Guy, who confirmed the bad news of the plague and of Mrs. K.'s death, I hastened away, and went to the English consul's, Mr. Moore. He was already in quarantine, and received me at the doorway of his house, where it happened Lord Prudhoe was then sitting in the same predicament. The funeral of Mrs. K. took place in the evening. Her case had been a melancholy one. Her sufferings must have been excruciating, and the affection of the husband, anxious to save the life of a wife he loved to distraction, induced him to allow of certain unskilful efforts for her relief, no doubt well intended, but assuredly baneful to the patient. The lady was a German, a model of domestic purity and affection, and idolized by her husband. I saw Mr. K. the following day, and condoled with him on his loss. He was like a distracted man, and lay prostrate on his sofa, vowing vengeance against the French doctor whom he denounced as his wife's murderer. Saturday, May 19th. As the Franks had now begun to shut up their houses, and the report of fresh cases of plague had created some consternation, I returned to Jeune. The preceding evening, whilst paying a visit to Monsieur and Madame Guy, he put into my hands a file of newspapers, a packet of letters, and a parcel, just arrived by a French merchant vessel from Marseilles. The parcel contained Mr. George Robinson's 3 years' residence in the East, which the author himself had kindly forwarded to me from Paris. I had the pleasure of opening it at the 36th page of his volume on Syria, and of reading to my friends, Monsieur and Madame Guy, the well-deserved tribute paid to their hospitality and distinguished merits, which excited in them a lively emotion. "We do our best," said Monsieur Guy, "to make Beirut agreeable to such travellers as we are fortunate enough to become acquainted with. But it is not always that we meet with such grateful acknowledgments." Mr. Robinson, in his Arab dress, was the exact similitude of Burckhardt, alias Sheikh Ibrahim. He also spoke Arabic with a degree of fluency that made it probable, had he spent as many years in the East as Mr. Burckhardt, he would have been able, like him, almost to have passed for a native. Being long familiar with the road from Beirut to Saida, it would be difficult for me to conjure up such a picture of its rocky and solitary horrors as that which has been drawn by M. Lamartine. Features so romantic could have been portrayed only under the sudden inspiration of novelty and surprise. First impressions are strongly contrasted with the hackneyed indifference of one who has traversed the same ground over and over again, and has become familiar with its peculiarities. Instead, therefore, of describing what would strike the eye of the newcomer, let us substitute a sketch or two of the actual manners of the people in the khans or on the high road, as they are presented to the habitual observer. I left Beirut on my return as soon as the city gates were open, which was before sunrise. The mulberry grounds and olive groves through which the road lies extend in this direction for 4 or 5 miles. Then the sandy soil ceases, the spurs of Mount Lebanon come down to within a few hundred yards of the seashore, and sometimes meet the waves. I was overtaken hereabout by 3 horsemen, all Christians, for Christians and Turks are seldom seen riding in company, and one of this goodly trio was, thus early in the morning, singing with all the force of his lungs. Osman Chaush, who was with me, said, "That man, who is so merry, is reputed to have the best voice in all Saida. He goes very often into the mountain to the different emirs' palaces, where he remains a fortnight together, and diverts them by his songs. They say the princes are so fond of him that he sometimes brings away bags full of money. Then he is invited to weddings, and to merchants' and aga's parties, and wherever gaiety or amusement of any kind is going forward. By this time they had come up with us, and were questioning Osmond in a low voice where I had been, etc. They then kissed their hands, touched their turbans, and passing ahead, being well mounted on good mares, they soon outstripped us and left us behind. Osmond resumed the conversation. "Did you observe that rider, with a full face on the chestnut mare, with a saddle covered with brocade? Well, that is one of the best pensmen we have in all the Pashalik. He was a government secretary at Acre, and vast sums of money passed through his hands. But some stuck to his fingers, and being found out, he was bastinaded and sent by the Pasha to the Leman, place for convicts, where he remained some months. He was not badly off, however, as he did nothing except smoking his pipe all day. He has now been out a good bit, but is employed again." "And is he well received in society after such an exposure?" I asked. "Why not?" replied Osmond. "He was not quite clever enough, and he suffered for it, that's all." We soon after came to a khan called El Khaldi, where we found the 3 horsemen dismounted and seated under the shed, drinking arrack and smoking. I made a halt likewise to get something for breakfast. The khan-keeper spread a clean mat on the floor of the estrade, and on this I sat down. A brown earthenware dish of leben, or curdled milk, was served up with a wooden spoon, and about 6 bread cakes, in size and substance like pancakes, were placed before me. When I had eaten this, a pipe and a finjan of coffee, with a lump of sugar out of a little provision which Osmond had in his saddle-bags, a precaution necessary in these public-houses, where no such luxury is found, finished my temperate meal. The ex-convict and the singer were treated as great gentry, which I could easily observe by the attention the master paid them. Whilst I was smoking my pipe, another horseman arrived with a groom on foot. The groom tied up the horse in front of the khan, took off the saddle-bags, and from a napkin which he spread on the mat where his master had been littered down like myself, he pulled out bread, cheese, and a paper of haloui, or nougat, as the French call it. Then, having unstrapped the nose-bag of corn, he tied it over the horse's head, and came and seated himself opposite his master, and both began to eat with sharp appetites, master and servant without any distinction. The landlord brought a small bottle with a spout to it, full of arrack, and a tumbler, which were set down without a word being spoken, showing he was well acquainted with his guest's taste. The gentleman, as persons always do in the East, invited me to join him, and on my thanking him, he did the same to a poor peasant who was seated near us. Good breeding among them requires that, when they eat, they should ask those present to do the same. But nobody ever thinks of accepting the invitation, unless pressed upon him in a manner which is understood to preclude a refusal. I, however, accepted a bit of haloui, not to appear uncivil, upon which the traveller asked me if we had any such sweetmeat in my country. I declared we had none more to my taste, although our confectioners' shops possessed a great variety. He remarked that it was an excellent thing on the road wherewith to stay the appetite, and assured me that Harun al-Rashid himself, if I had ever heard of that caliph, did not disdain it. "Oh," replied I, "we have many stories of the Caliph Harun." "Have you?" cried he. "Then, if you will give me leave, I will add one more to your store." Hakem was one of the familiar friends of the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid. The Caliph said to him one day, "Hakem, I mean to hunt tomorrow. Thou must go with me." "Most willingly," answered Hakem. He went home and said to his wife, "The Caliph has ordered me to go a-hunting with him tomorrow, but really I cannot. I am accustomed to dine early, and the Caliph never takes his dinner before noon. I shall die of hunger. Faith, I will not go." "God forbid," said the wife. "You do not mean to say you will disobey the Caliph's order?" "But what am I to do?" said Hakem. "Must I die of hunger?" "No," quoth the wife. "You have nothing to do but to buy a paper of hollowy, which you can put in the folds of your turban, and so eat a bit every now and then whilst you are waiting for the Caliph's dinner-time, and then you will dine with him." "Upon my word," said Hakem, "that's an excellent idea." The next day Hakem bought a paper of hollowy, stuck it into his turban, and went to join the Caliph. As they were riding around, Harun turned round and, looking at Hakem, spied out in the folds of his turban, rolled round his head, the paper in which the hollowy was wrapped. He called to his vizier Giafar. "What is your pleasure, commander of the faithful?" said the vizier. "Do you see," said the Caliph, "the paper of hollowy that Hakem has stuck in his turban? By the Prophet, I'll have some fun with him. He shall not eat a bit of it." They went on for a while talking, until the Caliph, pretending that he saw some game, spurred on his mule as if to pursue it. Hakem raised his hand up to his turban, took a bit of hollowy out of it, and put it into his mouth. The same moment the Caliph, turning back to him, cried out, "Hakem!" Hakem spit out the hollowy and replied, "Please your highness." "The mule," said Harun, "goes very badly. I can't think what is the matter with her." "I dare say the groom has fed her too much," replied Hakem submissively. "Her guts are grumbling." They went on again, and the Caliph again took the lead. Hakem thought the opportunity favorable, took out another bit of hollowy, and whipped it slyly into his mouth, when Harun suddenly turned round, crying, "Hakem! Hakem!" "What is your highness's will?" said Hakem, again dropping the hollowy. "I tell you," rejoined the Caliph, "that this mule is a vile beast. I wonder what the devil it is that troubles her." "Commander of the faithful," said Hakem, "tomorrow the farrier shall look at her and see what ails her. I dare say it is nothing." A few moments elapsed, and Hakem said to himself, "Am I a farrier, that fool should bore me with his questions every moment? Mule, mule, I wish to God the mule's 4 feet were in the master's belly." Shortly after, the Caliph pushed forward again. Hakem cautiously carried his hand to the hollowy and made another trial, but before he had time to put it into his mouth, the Caliph rode up to him, crying out, "Hakem! Hakem! Hakem!" "O Lord," said Hakem, "what a wretched day for me! Nothing but Hakem, Hakem! What folly is this?" "I think the farrier must have pricked the mule's foot," said Haroun. "Don't you see that she is lame?" "My lord," said Hakem, "tomorrow we shall take her shoe off. The farrier shall give her another shoe, and please God we shall cure her." Just then a caravan came along the road on its way from Persia. One of the merchants approached the Caliph, prostrated himself before him, and presented him with several objects of value, as also with a young slave of incomparable beauty and of a lovely figure, remarkable for the charms of her person, with taper waist and swelling hips, eyes like an antelope's, and a mouth like Solomon's seal. She had cost the merchant 100,000 dinars. When Haroun saw her, he was charmed at her aspect, and became at once passionately enamored of her. He immediately gave orders to turn back to Baghdad, and said to Hakem, "Take that young creature with you, and make haste with her to the city. Get down at the palace, go up to the pavilion, put it in order, uncover the furniture, set out the table, fill the bottles, and look that nothing is wanting." Hakem hastened on and executed his commission. The Caliph soon after arrived, surrounded by his cortege of viziers, emirs, and courtiers. He entered the pavilion and dismissed his suite. Going into the saloon, where the young slave awaited him, he said to Hakem, "Remain outside the door of the saloon. Stir not a single step from it, and see that the Princess Zobeide does not surprise us." "I understand," said Hakem. "1,000 times obedience to the orders of God and to the commander of the faithful." End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2. The Caliph sat down to table with the young slave. They ate, and then went into another room where wines and dessert were prepared. Haroun had just taken a seat, had filled his glass, and had got it to his mouth when there was a knock at the door. "As sure as fate," said the Caliph, "here is the Princess Zobeide." He rose in a hurry, put away the wine and everything that was on the table, hid the young lady in a closet, and opened the door of the pavilion, where he finds Hakem. "Is the Princess Zobeide coming?" said he to him. "No, my lord," said Hakem, "but I fancied you might be uneasy about your mule. I have questioned the groom, and true enough, he had overfed her. The beast's stomach was crammed. Tomorrow we will have her bled, and all will be right again." "Don't trouble thyself about the mule," said the Caliph. "I want none of thy impertinent stories now. Remain at thy post, and if thou hearest the Princess Zobeide coming, let me know." "Your Highness shall be obeyed," replied Hakem. Haroun re-entered the apartment, fetched the beautiful slave out of the closet, and placed everything on the table as before. He had hardly done when another knock was heard. "A curse on it! There is Zobeide!" cries the Caliph. He hides the slave in the closet, shuffles off the wine and dessert, and runs to the door. There he sees Hakem. "Well," says he, "what did you knock for?" "Indeed, Commander of the Faithful," replied Hakem, "I can't help thinking about that mule. I have again interrogated the farrier, and he pretends there is nothing the matter with her, but that she has stood too long without work in the stable, and that's the reason why she was a little lazy when you rode her today. Otherwise she is very well." "To the devil with ye both, thee and the mule," said Haroun. "Didn't I tell thee I would have none of thy impertinence? Stand where I told thee to remain, and take care that Zobeide does not catch us, for if she did, this day would be a bad one for thee." "May my head answer for my vigilance," said Hakem. Again the Caliph goes in, and a third time lets out the young slave, replenishes the table, fills a goblet with wine, and carries it to his lips. Suddenly he hears a clatter on the terrace. "This time," said he, "there is Zobeide, sure enough." He pushes the slave into her hiding-place, removes the fruit and the wine, and burns some pastils to drive away the smell. He hastens up to the terrace of the pavilion, finds nobody but Hakem there, and says to him, "Was that Zobeide? Where is she? Is she coming?" "No, no, Commander of the Faithful," said Hakem. "The princess is not here. But I saw the mule making a clatter with her feet, just as I did myself, and I am really quite uncomfortable about her. I was afraid she had the colic, and I feel quite alarmed." "I wish to God thou mayest have the colic all thy life, cursed fool that thou art. Out with thee, and let me never see thy face again. If thou ever presumest to come into my presence again, I will have thee hanged." Hakem went home and told his wife that the Caliph had dismissed him, and had forbidden him ever to show his face at court again. He remained some time in his house, until he thought that the Caliph's anger had subsided. He then said to his wife, "Go to the palace, kiss Zobeide's hand, tell her that the Caliph is angry with me, and beg her to intercede with him for me." The wife fulfilled his commission. The Princess Zobeide interceded for Hakem, and the Caliph pardoned him. My narrator, after receiving my thanks for his entertaining story, took his leave, mounted his horse, and rode off. The conversation now became general, and turned on the river d'Amour, which empties itself into the sea midway between Beirut and Saida, and often swells from the rains and the melting of the snows in the mountain, so as to become exceedingly dangerous to ford, as there is no bridge over it. "What a fool the Jew was," cried one, "to lose his life for a few piastres." The guides offered to take him across for a carria, 4 of them, 2 at the head and 2 at the flanks of his mule. But he must needs haggle, and would give no more than 10 piastres, and seeing one of the Pasha's estafettes get across safe, he fancied he could do the same. But they know the ford as well as the guides, for they traverse it daily. So the Jew was carried off, and neither he nor his mule were ever seen afterwards. "It was just the same," said a second speaker, "with the peasant from Medjalouni, who was going to buy wheat at Beirut. For you know, gentlemen, a Greek vessel had travelled from Tarsus with very good corn, at 4.5 piastres the rope. Well, he too was rash enough to suppose he could get across alone, and they only asked him 5 piastres, only a fourth of what they wanted of the Jew. But the waters were up to his armpits, and his foot slipping just in the deepest part, he fell, and after a few struggles was carried out to sea. All the peasants of the village, which you know is close by where the English queen lives, came down to watch if the body was cast ashore, for they say he had above 1,000 piastres in his girdle from different poor families who had commissioned him to buy for them, and the poor creatures were naturally anxious to recover it. Having smoked my pipe, I mounted my ass, crossed the Damour in safety, and halted again at Nebi Yunus, a Santon's, where there are 2 comfortable rooms for travellers attached to the shrine. Here I smoked another pipe, heard a long string of compliments and grateful expressions from the Imam, who lived there to show the shrine to pilgrims, in return for the donations which Lady Hester sent occasionally to the shrine, and which he pocketed. I remounted, struck off at Rumilly from the high road into the mountain by a cross-country path, and at about 5 o'clock reached June. Caldy, of which mention was made above, is a spot which has been too much neglected by travellers, and it would be well if some one, who had leisure and ability for such researches, would pass a day or 2 there, to make an accurate examination, and to take drawings of the numberless sarcophagi which lie about on the ground, or are hewn in the solid rock. Many of them have bas-reliefs on them, and as such a mass of tombs must necessarily imply the former vicinity of some ancient city, diligent research might lead to the discovery of historical antiquities in the neighborhood. There is a day in the year, in the month of June or July, I now forget which, when hundreds of Christians resort to this spot from Beirut, Saida, and the villages of Mount Lebanon for the celebration of a saint's festival, and a part of the holiday consists in washing themselves in the sea. The craniologist might have a fine field for study in beholding 100 bare heads at the same time around him. I happened once to ride through Caldy on that very saint's day, and never was I so struck with anything as with the sight of countless shaved heads, almost all having a conical shape, quite unlike European heads. But besides this, a stranger would see much merrymaking, dancing, drinking, and many mountain female dresses united here, which he would have to seek for through 20 districts at any other time. Monsieur La Cassesse has a painting of this spot, which may or might once be seen at the Gobelins manufactory at Paris, of which establishment he was director some years ago, or else in Monsieur Danon's collection. It is one of those exaggerated fancy paintings which artists are never pardonable for making, when they are intended to be shown as faithful copies, because, like certain historical novels, they lend a false coloring to facts and realities. There are other untruths besides those which are spoken or written, and these undoubtedly may be classed amongst the most reprehensible. I often regretted that my numerous occupations prevented me from wandering over this interesting field of inquiry. Sunday, May 20th. I gave Lady Hester an account of the tragical end of poor Mrs. K., which induced her to write a letter of consolation to the afflicted widower, of whom, though she had never seen him, she was a sincere well-wisher. This is a copy of it. To Mr. K., merchant at Beirut, June, May 20th, 1838. Sir, nearly a year ago I had commissioned Mohadeen, Mr. Lancaster's idle and talkative ci-devant young servant, to felicitate you upon your marriage. But now the task of administering consolation for the late sad event devolves upon me. Mrs. K.'s conduct from the first had made a strong impression upon my mind. Young and handsome as she was, to have left her country to follow you argued her to be of no common mould. Avoiding to be detrimental to your interests, and giving up the empty homage which vanity would have demanded with most women, that you should have left your affairs to accompany her, above considering what scandal might set afloat in the world, she followed the dictates of her own heart, and relied upon your honour, a circumstance which in the annals of your life ought not to be forgotten. That you should be in despair at the loss of such a woman is but too natural. But you should consider, at the same time, that you have enjoyed, perhaps in this 1 year, more happiness than falls to the share of many, even during the course of their lives. Thank God for it, and do not, by despondency, displease the Omnipotent who has thus favoured you, or allow that amiable creature in other regions, from which she is perhaps still watching over you, to witness your despair. I have heard from one who knows you that you are of a manly character. Without making any sacrifice of those feelings which belong to energetic people only, make use of that energy and good sense to palliate your griefs, and bow with resignation to the will of the Almighty. I am quite against persons endeavouring to drive away sorrow by hurry or dissipation. Cool reflection can alone bring some balm to the soul. I remain, sir, etc., Hester Lucy Stanhope. P.S. In the present state of your mind, I will not allow you to give me any answer, but I shall keep my eye upon you, and if you are unheeding of my advice, I shall put myself into one of my great passions, which even exceed those which I understand you sometimes fall into, but which enhance your character in my estimation. For the cold-heartedness of men of the present generation is nearly death to me. After this letter was written, Lady Hester talked about Lord Pruho and Colonel Davidson, who was also staying at the inn at Beirut, and whose father, Lady Hester said, was a man of some note in her time. "Did you make acquaintance with them?" she asked. I replied no, for, according to English custom, Englishmen, even in lands so remote from home, maintain their strange reserve, and carry their looks of distrust with them wherever they go. The "Who are you, I wonder? Shall I degrade myself in speaking to you?" seems to be ever uppermost in their thoughts. She then spoke of Mrs. Moore, the lady of the British consul, whom she eulogized greatly. "That is one of the few women I must like," said Lady Hester. "Indeed, it is my duty to do so. And when next you go to Beirut, you must tell her so. But you don't know the reason, nor does she. What do you think of her, doctor?" I answered, "It appears to me that M. Lamartine, had he known her, would have felt the inspiration which he caught so readily in the poetic land of the East. He has celebrated beauty less remarkable than hers." "And so, I dare say, you have supplied the omission," observed Lady Hester. "I have attempted to do so in a very bungling way," replied I. "Well," said she, "never mind. Let me hear what you have written." So I drew out a few verses, which I had penciled at the inn at Beirut immediately after I had the honor of seeing that lady, and read them. "They are not so bad," observed Lady Hester, "but that was not what you went to Beirut for." The subject carried her back to past times, and she said, "I have made it a rule all my life, from the moment I came into the great world, never to suffer verses to be written about me by anybody. If I had liked the thing, I might have had thousands of poets to celebrate my praises in all manner of ways. But there is nothing I think so ridiculous. Look at the Duchess of Devonshire, with every day a copy of verses on her taking a walk, an impromptu on her having a headache, and all such nonsense. I detest it." This brought to my mind a circumstance which occurred in the early part of our travels. I had written a small poem in which a few lines eulogistic of herself were introduced, and one day I read it to her. After I had finished, she said, "You know, doctor, this will only do to show people in private, and if ever you dare to put my name to any published poetry, I'll take measures to make you heartily repent of it." Lady Hester, however, was not insensible to that species of praise which rests on the application of a passage of some classic author, to illustrate one character by its resemblance to that of another already stamped with celebrity. Thus, she was greatly pleased when Mr. Pitt, in reading Gray's fragment of the tragedy of Agrippina aloud, and in coming to some lines in which she recognized a great similarity to her language, cried out, "Why, Hester, that's you! Here you are, just like you!" Then, reading on a little farther, "Here you are again scolding him," meaning, as Lady Hester told me at the time, that it was just like her scolding Lord Mahon. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 3. Tuesday, May 22nd. I had struck a Turk, one of the servants, with a stick over his shoulders. But in so doing, I forgot the penalty attached to striking a Mussulman. Formerly, such an act, done by a Christian hand, was punished with death, or the alternative of becoming a renegado of one's faith. Even now the old Mussulman servants muttered threats against me, as I was told, and I really think would have done me harm if they could. For all Lady Hester's power hardly went farther than to have her people punished by the instrumentality of another Turk. But the moment I thought proper to chastise a fellow's insolence with my own hand, she did not hesitate to tell me that I must be wary how I repeated it again, assuring me that a blow from a Christian never could be pardoned by them. Thursday, May 24th. In reading the newspapers, Lord Byron's name occurred. "I think," said Lady Hester, "he was a strange character. His generosity was for a motive, his avarice for a motive. One time he was mopish, and nobody was to speak to him. Another, he was for being jocular with everybody. Then he was a sort of Don Quixote fighting with the police for a woman of the town. And then he wanted to make himself something great. But when he allowed himself to be bullied by the Albanians, it was all over with him. You must not show any fear with them. At Athens, I saw nothing in him but a well-bred man like many others. For as for poetry, it is easy enough to write verses. And as for the thoughts, who knows where he got them? Many a one picks up some old book that nobody knows anything about, and gets his ideas out of it. He had a great deal of vice in his looks. His eyes set close together, and in a contracted brow, so, imitating it. O Lord, I am sure he was not a liberal man, whatever else he might be. The only good thing about his looks was this part, drawing her hand under the cheek down the front of her neck, and the curl on his forehead. Saturday, May 26th. About 11 at night, Lady Hester went into the bath, previous to which I passed 2 or 3 hours with her. The conversation ran on the arrival of some Europeans at Sida, who, by the report of a servant returning from the town, had lost 2 of their number by the plague, and in consequence had been put into quarantine at Shimauni, the Turkish mausoleum spoken of in a former page, about 1/4 of a mile from the city gate. Lady Hester had heard of their distressed situation about 4 in the afternoon, it being said they were pilgrims who had applied for permission to be lodged at Deir el Michalis, the monastery at June, which had been acceded to by the monks but forbidden by the health officers, owing to a foul bill of health they brought with them. Subsequently, it was given out that they were poor Germans, and she, with her accustomed humanity, thinking they might be in want of some little comforts, had made up a couple of baskets of violet and rose syrup, capillaire, lemons, etc., and dispatched a man with a note in these words: "The humble offering of Lady Hester Stanhope to the sick Germans, with their request that they will make known their wants to her, whether for medicines or for whatever they may need." The servant had hardly set off when an express arrived with a letter to her ladyship from one of the strangers, to the effect that, one of the party being ill, the writer requested she would be kind enough to send down her doctor. It was signed Charles Baron de Boussac, Knight of Malta. On asking me whether I was afraid of the plague, I answered yes, and as it appeared they were men of rank, and could not fail of obtaining medical advice from Sida, where there were 4 or 5 army surgeons and 2 or 3 physicians, I thought it best not to go until more clear information had been obtained respecting them. Lady Hester approved of this, and wrote the following reply. To the Baron Charles de Boussac, Knight of Malta, in quarantine on the seashore, Sicily, June, May 26th, 1838. Sir Baron, although I myself have no fear of the plague, or of persons infected with it, almost all the Franks have. The physician who is with me happens to be of the number. Therefore, it does not depend on me to cure people of what I consider prejudices. Our days are numbered, and everything is in the hands of God. Your letter is without a date, and comes from I know not where. At the moment that I received it, I had sent a servant with a few cooling syrups to some sick Germans, guarded by a ring of soldiers outside of the town, of whose names and class in life I am ignorant, although the peasants give out that there are some of very high quality among them. For I feared that in a strange country, and thus surrounded by fever or perhaps plague, they would not be able to procure the drinks necessary in such maladies. I hope not to have offended anyone, although I have made a blundering business, not knowing who I addressed myself to. But having understood that they had yesterday demanded an asylum at Deir Michaelis, which had been refused them, I was uneasy on their account. I have ordered my purveyor at Saida, Captain Hassan Lagmagi, to come up tomorrow, that I may get a right understanding in this confused affair, and may see if it is in my power, by any trifling service, to be useful to them. Allow me to remark that if in any case symptoms of plague, or even of the ardent fevers of the country, manifest themselves, the Frank doctors understand but little about it. The barbers of the country are those who have the most knowledge on the subject. This letter goes by the servant who has in charge the basket of syrups, and whom I had called back when about 10 minutes on his road. H. L. Stanhope. The servant was dispatched, and many conjectures were formed as to who the Baron de Boussac could be. The reader will say that it mattered little who he was, and that humanity dictated, when a sick person demanded assistance, to go without delay and afford it. This, in common cases, no doubt was what I, or any other medical practitioner, should feel it his duty to do. But where Lady Hester was concerned, the ordinary rules of life would not hold good. I at once considered what a warfare would ensue between her ladyship and myself on the treatment to be followed, she always assuming the right of dictation, and I thought it best to say I was afraid of the plague, for although I felt little difficulty in giving way to Lady Hester's opinion on other matters in discussion between us of every possible kind, it was different where the treatment of the sick was concerned, for there the case became serious, and life and death were in the balance. Lady Hester made this, my refusal, a pretext for a long lecture, which she delivered in a mild tone, but mixed with the self-boasting common to her. Her reasoning was indisputably sound, but she did not know the motive that guided me. Sunday, May 27th. Her ladyship's letter to the Baron was taken to Lagmagi at Saida, who went immediately and delivered it to that gentleman, and according to the orders sent to him, offered his services and those of her ladyship to all the party. He then came up to the Dar, and informed her that the strangers were several in number, Germans of distinction, and delivered a letter to her from one of them. It was couched in courtly language to thank her for her attention to them. It repeated the request that she would let her doctor come down, and was signed Maximilian, Duke of Bavaria. As Beirut was closed, owing to the plague, and the Saida bakers never made any bread but flat cakes, flaky and unpalatable, Lady Hester ordered, as a first step for their comfort, a baking of 40 or 50 loaves, about the size of two-penny loaves, and this supply was continued to the Duke and his suite during the whole time they remained. She sent tea and a teapot, rum, brandy, and such little things as she knew could not be procured in the town. These articles were accompanied by a letter as follows: To H.R.H. Duke Maximilian of Bavaria, June, May 27th, 1838. Highness, I have been but too much flattered by the goodness with which you were pleased to look on the liberty I have already taken. It is a proof of your greatness as well as of your condescension. Dr. M. has made up his mind to present himself to your Highness, but perhaps on a first visit he will not say what I presume to do. In the first place, the air of the spot where chance has put you is bad. There is danger of getting a fever, unless you wrap yourself up well as the evening closes in, and take, in going to bed, a little brandy and water with sugar in it, instead of cooling things. But what is best of all is a little rum, to prevent the circulation from becoming languid from the damp, and to keep up perspiration. Medical books say nothing of this, nor, generally speaking, have doctors much knowledge about it. But I have acquired my information from people who have never been attacked with fever, although often exposed from their occupations to sun and fatigue. The Germans, who according to the traditions of the ancient Arabians are of exceeding high race, like the kings, their ancestors, are not brought up idlers. Therefore, it seems much more reasonable to infer that if they follow the practice of the laborious, it will suit them better than the system pursued by indolent beings, who lead a kind of false existence, and whose complaints are often imaginary or the consequence of their own prejudices. In fevers of the country, one cannot drink too much of cooling things or of cold water. For if, during 1 or 2 days previous to trying any remedies intended to excite the circulation, refreshing beverages are not given, internal inflammation comes on, which carries off a man in a few hours. Bleeding is almost never to be feared in this country. Pardon me for having thus made myself a doctor, but it is necessary that your Highness should have some insight into what is most necessary to observe in a climate which is a very wholesome one, if a person knows how to accustom himself to it. H.L. Stanhope. The letter being sent off, I mounted and rode down with the view of presenting myself to the prince. I have already described the Shemauni, where he was encamped, as a vaulted building covering the tombs of some pashas of former days, and having an arcade of about 30 feet square, where devout pilgrims who visited the tombs might pray, eat, and sleep. The sand of the seashore reaches to its base, and behind is a lane running through gardens, overshadowed with sycamores, eastern lilac trees, vines, banana plants, orange trees, etc. The prince's tents were fixed some in front and some in rear of the building, and the platform of the arcade was given up to the servants. The quarantine guards had their tents in the foreground, at a convenient distance, and sentries at the 4 angles prescribed the bounds out of which the travelers were not to stir, and within which nobody from without was to intrude. As soon as I alighted from my horse, Baron de Boussac made his appearance, and, advancing to the boundary, told me the prince was gone with Khosrow Effendi, the government secretary, and a file of soldiers to look at a villa not far off, where, if possible, he might be somewhat better accommodated than in the broiling spot they were now occupying. The baron took the opportunity of the duke's absence to inform me of the state of his own health. He was suffering from an indisposition, light indeed, but alarming in his present situation. The history of the party was as follows. The Duke of Bavaria, Prince of the Blood Royal, and brother-in-law to the reigning monarch, a young man in size and appearance something like the Duke of Orleans, had left Europe for Egypt, had crossed the desert to Syria, and had visited Jerusalem. The plague was in the Holy City, and on quitting it for Nazareth, the Duke's physician, a German of 26, fell ill and died in 2 or 3 days, whilst at the same time a Negro, the Duke's Mameluke, was attacked with symptoms similar to those that had carried off the doctor. The Duke and his suite quitted Nazareth precipitately, and the monks of the monastery there caused the effects of the deceased to be burnt, considering his case one of plague. On reaching Saida, the party, having a foul bill of health, were stopped and put under quarantine. It consisted of His Royal Highness Duke Maximilian, of Charles Baron de Boussac, and his brother Baron Frederick, of the Count Wilsensheim, one of His Imperial Majesty's chamberlains, and Consul General from His Holiness the Pope at Ancona, of the Chevalier Hüsler, Captain Hugler of the Bavarian Guards, Mr. Meyer, painter, Mr. Petzmeyer, an accomplished musician, with servants to the number of 15 or 16 persons. In about half an hour the Duke arrived, and with great condescension conversed with me for some time. He was much annoyed at the awkward situation in which he found himself, expressed great obligations to Lady Hester, and begged me to do what I could for the Baron's complaint. The interview over, I remounted my horse, and returned to June to send down medicines and to give Lady Hester an account of my visit. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 4 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 4. Tuesday, May 29th. I went down again. This time I was called upon to decide whether the Duke's black Mameluke had the plague or not. It may be conceived what agitation the Duke himself was in, for if the case was one of plague, in addition to the danger he ran of being himself infected, he would be subjected, perhaps, to a month's quarantine. I had not been able to see the black on my previous visit, for he was in a tent behind the building, and being too weak to walk to where I was, none of the servants were willing to lead him. A Turk, therefore, was hired for a pecuniary compensation to attend on him, and he now led him, tottering and debilitated by sickness, to the exterior of the tents, under some trees where a tent was fixed for him. There the poor fellow could lie and inhale the breezes of that blue sea, over which he never was to sail again. There he might have the view of travelers passing and repassing, and if his thoughts were not disturbed by delirium, might find some solace from the novelty of the scene. As I had declared my inability, from the distance at which I lived, to undertake the black's cure, the Duke had engaged one of the regimental surgeons from Sida. The poor patient was conducted out, and with a glistening eye, furred lips, and a total inattention to objects around him, was half led and half supported to the spot destined for him. He fell on his mattress, and after he had lain a minute or two, I spoke to him in English. At the sound of his mother tongue, he raised his head. It must be mentioned that his situation had something peculiarly distressing in it. Born in New York, a free black, he had, at the age of 15, accompanied a Dutch merchant to Havre, Paris, Antwerp, and Frankfurt. There the Duke, who one day caught sight of him and was taken with his fine countenance and person, offered him advantageous terms to come and live with him, which, with the consent of his first master, he did. The Duke dressed him as a Mameluke, and from being as handsome a black as could be seen even now in sickness, his good disposition, coupled with his appearance, made him a favorite. He accompanied his Royal Highness in his travels. Having picked up a little German, all went on very well so long as his health was good. But when sickness overtook him, and his supposed malady made him an object of terror to everybody, he had much difficulty in explaining his wants. Judge, then, of the electrical effect that the sound of English must have had on him. He was called Wellington. "Wellington," said I, "how do you do? Take courage, my good fellow. I am come to see if I can be of any use to you." He stared for some time before he could recover himself, but at last he answered, "Blessings on you, then, sir, for I am much in want of somebody to speak to. I am very ill, and nobody can understand me. I want a clean shirt, and they say I can't have one washed. Now that I won't believe, and I wish you would tell somebody to send a washerwoman to me." I assured him that nobody was to blame. I endeavored to make him understand how he was situated, and after comforting him a while, told him I was desirous of examining his swellings. I had never seen a plague swelling but once, and that 20 years before. so that my evidence could only be negative proof of the non-existence of that disease. His attendant placed him in a favorable position, and at the distance of 5 feet from him I inspected it as well I could. It was as big, taking its outer border, as the back of a small hand, and seemingly angular. There was much stupor, into which he fell the moment I ceased to speak to him. His skin was dry, his tongue black. His head ran round if he raised it from the pillow. He had great thirst, great debility, and no appetite. These concomitant circumstances made it probable that the swelling was pestilential, and the surgeon of the regiment, who was with me and who had seen many cases of plague, was of that opinion. When I returned to the Duke, who was waiting for me with the government secretary, and M. Loppi, the Austrian referendary, I told them I must decline, saying it was not the plague. The Duke was vexed, for I believe at that moment he would have given half his dukedom and me a ribbon to my buttonhole to be out of his unpleasant situation. But I composed his mind as much as possible by assuring him that, even if it were plague, neither he nor his suite now ran any risk of taking it, since, at such an advanced period of the spring, experience had shown that the contagion, under common precaution, was rarely propagated. Still, the Duke betrayed great anxiety by his eagerness to obtain a positive denial from me of its being the plague. It is nothing but a syphilitic case. I am sure you think so. Do tell the quarantine inspector so. And many expressions of that sort fell from his mouth. But I could not conscientiously speak otherwise than I had done, as too much responsibility for the safety of the community rested upon it. I requested that a cabin of branches might be made over Wellington's tent to keep the burning sun out, and recommended such little comforts as his case seemed to require. It was agreed that the medical treatment should be the same as in malignant fever, and then I returned to June. Wednesday, May 30th. I did not see Lady Hester until after sunset. Poor Wellington's situation excited in her much sympathy, and the Duke's still more. She treated my opinion lightly, and considered his Highness hardly dealt with. She wrote a letter to that effect, and gave her own view of the subject, which was certainly entitled to much consideration, from her having the conviction that she had had the plague herself many years before. Plague is generally sporadic the first year of its appearance, little contagious, and passes almost unobserved, under the denomination of huma, or malignant fever. It is in the second year that its ravages become terrible. Thursday, May 3rd. Provisions were sent down to the Duke and his party, and Lady Hester was quite busy in providing for and anticipating their wants. M. Loppi came up at her request to give her some information respecting the Duke and his suite. Friday, June 1st. This day a messenger came from Beirut with a file of newspapers up to April 15th. In one of them, April 12th, appeared a paragraph regarding Lady Hester's affairs. M. Guy wrote me word that he was still prevented from setting off to Aleppo, owing to the plague. He informed me also that Mr. K. was about to commence an action against the French doctor for unprofessional treatment in his wife's illness, which Mr. K. styled assassination. This line of conduct did not accord with Lady Hester's notions of humanity and forbearance towards a practitioner to whom less blame attached than if the case had been left solely to his guidance. She accordingly wrote to him the following letter, which, however, did not go until the 3rd. To Mr. K., merchant at Beirut, June 3rd, 1838. Sir, if the interest I feel in your unhappiness gives me any claims upon your attention, you must allow me to make a few remarks on what I am sorry to hear is about to take place. The bringing Monsieur G. to a sort of trial respecting his unsuccessful treatment of your poor wife. I shall speak of it under 2 heads. First, that of your being wanting in humanity and generosity towards a young man coming into the world, and secondly, that of the great probability of your being none-suited, which will make you appear very ridiculous, as well as be the means of bringing forward many unpleasant and unusual circumstances, which would excessively shock the delicacy of the English. 1. In Mr. Pitt's last illness I expressed, as my opinion, that Sir Walter Farquhar did not understand the nature of his complaint, and begged him to call in other physicians. He replied, "Perhaps you are right, and such may be likewise my own opinion, but if it is the will of God, I shall recover, and if not, I shall be sorry that one of the last actions of my life should be that of injuring the character of a man who has acted to the best of his knowledge, and hitherto manifested the greatest interest about my health upon all occasions. Therefore, nothing could be done with him. But Farquhar was himself persuaded to call in Dr. Bailey. Would it not be better to follow the example of that noble-minded man than cast a slur upon the character of one who, unprepared for so difficult an accouchement, had neither sufficient self-confidence nor judgment to extricate himself in such a predicament? And all this will not recall Mrs. K. again to the world. 2. I enclose a paragraph from the papers last come to hand, which, in addition to my knowledge of law, strengthens my opinion that you may very likely prove unsuccessful. You will then have to reproach yourself for not having acted, I will not say with the missionaries, with Christian charity, but with that feeling which ought to belong, and does belong, to many individuals of whatever religion they may profess. Do not understand by this that I am making you any reproaches, for the state of irritation you are in proceeds from the frame of mind which this unfortunate circumstance has caused, and which it is the duty of all those who call themselves your friends or your well-wishers to point out to you, that you may avoid future remorse when you see things more calmly. H. L. Stanhope. Saturday, June 2nd. I rode down to the Duke's tents to see him. The army surgeon in attendance on the black had reconsidered the case, and given in an opinion to the government secretary that it was one of typhus fever supervening on a syphilitic taint, and in consequence his Highness's quarantine had been shortened to a fortnight. One must have lived in Turkey to know how such things are conducted there. The conversation with the Duke and his suite turned for a while on Prince Puckler Moscow. Sunday, June 3rd. A letter was written by Lady Hester to Lord Brougham. Whilst considering what she should say, previous to dictating it, she observed that she was sorry she did not write to him before. "For," added she, "he loves to have something to talk about that will make a noise, and he will take it ill when he was so civil to me formerly, if I seem to forget him." An Englishman who was here, and who knew him, one day said to me, "What do you think of Lord Brougham's principles?" "Why," answered I think they are like mine, none at all." How he stared, doctor, until I added, "He has peculiar ones made for himself, as I have." To the Right Honourable Lord Brougham and Vol. June 4th, 1838. My Lord, it is possible that at times your lordship may bear in mind the kindness with which you treated me, for the sake of those whom we mutually loved and admired, and the assistance you afforded me in my private concerns about 17 years ago. You will then perhaps not feel a little surprise that, having got myself into a strange predicament, I have been totally silent. It arose, my lord, from supposing you in ill health. Receiving no newspapers from England, and news from France being oftentimes much retarded, I often owe the chief of my political information to travellers, among whom was the Prince Puckler Moscow, who, having heard of my affair before he saw me, advised me immediately to write to your lordship. I gave him my reasons for not having done so, and from him I received the assurance that you were quite recovered, and again had resumed your public duties. I have since read your most beautiful speech on the slave trade, and I congratulate the country on your reappearance in the House. Before this letter reaches you, for I have missed the last packet, your lordship will have probably heard of the manner in which Her Majesty's ministers have thought proper to treat me, with her sanction. I have always been the greatest of aristocrats. I was born so. Yet no one is more tenacious of the rights of men in every class of life. I have written a very severe letter to the Queen, in which I have made Her Majesty understand I am no longer an English subject, for I had sooner be the subject of a Hottentot chief than one to be commanded by a woman, guided by a man who possesses none of the qualities of his great patron, Mr. Fox, except his talents pour la débauche. If he had, he would recollect that nobleman's conduct to me after Mr. Pitt's death. Although of a character violent to desperation, few persons, I believe, have given more examples of forbearance than I have done, both to those calling themselves my friends and to those who rank among my enemies, from these simple motives, either from my personal contempt of them or their opinion, or from the knowledge that they were acting upon a principle which they thought a meritorious one. But when a crowned head or a minister ventures to cast a slur upon my integrity, which I hope may vie with that which has ever distinguished my ancestors, without any inquiries into either facts or motives, and pretends to invest low venal people with any authority over me or my concerns, I shall repel the aggression with the energy it requires, and make every sacrifice which circumstances may call for. And should starvation stare me in the face, it will not appall me. These are my fixed determinations, and this is the sovereign contempt I feel for blank and blank. As things must have already taken some turn, I will not request your lordship's assistance, for I should not forgive myself for either causing you trouble or anxiety. I shall boldly follow my fate, as I always hitherto have done. These few lines, therefore, are only to be considered as a mark of personal respect towards your lordship, and as affording me an opportunity of expressing my congratulations for the restoration of your health, which, however, I hope you will continue to ménager, as you will want a great store of it in the bad times that are coming, and when the value of men of your extraordinary talents and exertions will be properly estimated. I have the honor, my lord, to be, with great truth and esteem, yours, Hester Lucy Stanhope. End of Chapter 7, Part 4. Chapter 7, Part 5 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 5. Monday, June 4th. A letter from the Pasha's wife to Lady Hester took me down to Saida to see the Pasha's little daughter, an angelic child of about 7 years of age, ill of a fever. The mother did not show herself. Madame Lappi, the lady of the Austrian referendary, and Madame Bertrand, a French lady, receiving me. The Pasha was absent at the camp in the Haran. Suleiman Pasha, when appointed to the Pashalik of Saida, had found no house fit for a residence, and had caused a small, low palace to be built, which, if placed in the midst of a paddock, might have passed for a gentleman's house of 1,000 a year in England. In the 3 rooms I went through, to the one wherein the little girl was lying, there was, as is usual in Turkish houses, the utmost simplicity. But one thing struck me as indicative of the nationality of the master of the house: a large French looking-glass. For I believe a person would with difficulty have found another mirror on the walls of a saloon all through Syria, excepting in a Frank house. The child was but slightly indisposed, and it is possible that mere feminine curiosity had induced her mother to send for me, that she might get a look through some peephole to see whether she should like to consult me for some complaint of her own. For such are the indirect ways of proceeding common in harems, and such things had happened to me before. The Pasha's wife was originally a Greek slave, bought during the horrors of the Greek Revolution, when Turkish soldiers sold their prisoners into bondage. She had pleased him, and he eventually made her his wife. Report spoke highly of her beauty and her conduct. Tuesday, June 5th. Logmagi had been sent for to rate the maids, who had been caught scaling the garden wall before sunrise and going down to the spring, where they were seen with someone. as they never were permitted to leave the house or the inner court. This violation of her ladyship's orders, so contrary to Eastern propriety, which allows not of a woman's being out of doors in the company of men, called for some chastisement, more especially when coupled with suspicious circumstances. One of these very maids had introduced herself the preceding night into a room where she was forbidden to enter, and had been detected untying bundles of things and pieces of stuffs, so that it was apprehended there was a league with persons without to carry off stolen goods. Zezaphoon was locked up and sentenced to remain in durance until she learned to behave better. Thursday, June 7th. A servant was dispatched overnight with a letter and 7 black doses, and directions how to take them for the Baron and 6 others of the suite, with a promise of 8 more doses the next day for the Duke and the rest. This general drenching of 15 travellers, which will make many persons laugh, was treated with the utmost seriousness by Lady Hester Stanhope. It was a rule with her, as has been said above, never to let anyone pass through her hands without some potion or another. And truly it may be asserted that she has saved many from the fevers of the country by her sage foresight and precautions. But it was too comical when 7 or 8 at a time were to be physicked. To have heard Lady Hester and myself in conference, weighing the probabilities of under or overdosing the tall captain of the guards, the mild and delicately framed baron, and the royal stomach of his highness, would have been quite a comedy. The servant had been ordered to arrive at midnight. The doses were to be administered at 2 in the morning, whilst I was to be down at the tents by noon to see if all had gone on properly. Accordingly, I mounted my horse after breakfast, but being rather late, I did not get there until 2:30. What was my surprise when the Baron, advancing towards me, seized my hand. "Be not afraid," said he. "We are out of quarantine, and have now no contagion upon us." Upon the representation made that our black Mameluke was lying ill of typhus fever only, the Board of Health at Beirut has set us free. Let me take you to His Royal Highness, who now can receive you a little better than he has done. I accordingly went with him behind the tombs, where we found the Duke seated on a sofa in the open air, with his suite around him, and the place rolled and watered for coolness. He received me with great kindness and condescension, spoke in repeated terms of gratitude for Lady Hester's attention to him, and said his first duty was to wait on her and thank her. He therefore charged me to let him know when she would permit him to pay his respects. Pipes and coffees were served, and when I had time to look about me, I observed the manner in which they had bivouacked for some days past. Under the hedge, a few yards off, was an immense pile of burning live coals, on which the saucepans and boilers were placed, gipsy fashion. In this differing from the manner of the country, where, when cooking in the open air is going on, temporary stoves are constructed with 3 or 4 square stones, which confine the ashes and make a draught. In the background I was surprised to see about 6 Italian tumblers, who were preparing for an exhibition of feats of leaping, etc. These were a troop who had that very day arrived from Beirut, and whom the prince had engaged to divert him. Soon after arrived the government secretary, the colonels of the different regiments in garrison, the Austrian referendary and his family, etc., to congratulate the Duke on the termination of his confinement. The exhibition being over, I rose to take leave. The Duke pressed me to stop and dine with him, but I pleaded my 3 hours' ride back in the dark and returned home. Friday, June 8th. When I told Lady Hester that the Duke was coming up, she sent the following letter to him. To His Royal Highness Maximilian, Duke of Bavaria, June 8th, 1838. Highness, I cannot sufficiently appreciate the honor you intend me in wishing to visit my hermitage, but permit me to impose these conditions on you: that you say not a word more, neither you nor the noblemen in your suite, of those trifling services which you have so graciously and benevolently accepted. Allow me also to acquaint your Highness that although I was in my time a woman of the world, for these last 20 years I have been nothing but a philosopher, who turns out of her road for nobody. When Alexander the Great visited Diogenes, he neither changed his dress nor moved his tub for him. Pardon me, Prince, if I imitate his example. There was a time when my house was passable, but now there are many rooms in ruins for want of repairs, especially a large pavilion in the garden tumbling down from an earthquake, so that I could not lodge more than 3 or 4 persons at a time. What lodging I have for you is, first of all, a little garden on the east side of my residence, with a small saloon, and outside of the door 2 mustabes, where 2 persons might sleep. Adjoining the saloon is a bedroom, and at the back of it a sleeping room for 2 valets, with mattresses on the floor, according to the custom of the country. The saloon has a trellis in front. Just out of the garden gate is a little place to make coffee or boil water for shaving, and opposite to it is another room for ordinary strangers, where 2 persons can sleep, and where Count Tottenbach was lodged. For the other servants there is room in one of the courtyards. As for my own divan, it has been in a ruinous state for some years, and I inhabit at present a badly furnished little room. I beg your Highness will consider the little garden and the pavilion in it, which I have just mentioned, as your own, until the ship which you expect arrives. You can make your excursions in the mountain when you like. With you, you can bring 2 or 3 of the gentlemen of your suite, and these can make room for others in their turn. Only I hope that the Baron and Count Gaiety, as I call him, for according to what the doctor tells me, during all your misfortunes he has always preserved his cheerfulness, will not come both together, because I have got a great deal to say to each. Thus, then, I shall expect your Royal Highness on Saturday evening. I have the honor to salute you, Prince, with the most perfect esteem and highest consideration, begging you to accept, with your known nobleness, the welcome of the dervis. H. L. Stanhope. Saturday, June 9th. The morning came. Preparations for the reception of the Duke had been going on all the day before. A lamb had been killed. Beef had been sent for from Dair el Kamar, the only place where it was sold. Fruit and vegetables had come up from Saida Gardens, and Logmagi had sent fish. Bills of fare had been made out for each meal by Lady Hester as a guide to the cook. The silver spoons and forks had been given out. The servants had put on their best clothes, and all was bustle for the reception. For the Duke's liberality to all those who served him in any shape was very generally talked of, and this was an infallible spur to all the menials who anticipated large vails. Mercenary wretches, whose god was a baksheesh, and whose torpor, as Lady Hester often said, only two things could overcome: money and a good flogging. I waited on Lady Hester early. She told me she had passed a very bad night, that she was in a burning fever, and felt so ill it would be impossible to receive the Duke. Her looks were pale, her skin parched and dry, her breathing short, and she complained of an increased pain in her side, which had entirely deprived her of rest. I felt her pulse, and encouraged her to hope that it was not so bad. "Doctor," she replied, "it is nothing. It is when the thunder's in the air that you should feel it. My pulse beats then like 2 bullets, and if at that moment I were to meet 1,000 men opposed to me, I should brave them all. But when the storm is over, my pulse falls into its natural state, and all is quiet again. Anybody but you would say now I must be bled, and whether you approve it or not, bled I shall be. So be so good as to raise no difficulties, and you must set off immediately to the Dair Michalis with an apology to his Highness, for I have neither breath nor strength enough to undergo the exertion of conversation, and put him off you must." I set off to the monastery, and found the Duke surrounded by a numerous company. Nothing could equal his regret at Lady Hester's indisposition. Lady Hester's state requiring my immediate return, I hastened back. The bleeding did her good. About 5 in the afternoon, the Duke and his party were seen passing on the high road on their way back to Saida. His object in leaving the seaside had been to see Lady Hester, and disappointed in that, he returned immediately. Eventually, this contrariety proved fortunate for him. He had hardly reached his tents when the English steamboat arrived. His passage had been agreed for, and the Duke and his suite, but too happy to quit a country where he had met with so many vexations and had been exposed to so much danger, were on board in half an hour after her arrival. The sick negro and 4 slaves, who had been purchased in Egypt, were left behind, under the care of Signor Lapi, with orders likewise to that gentleman that no expense or care should be spared to forward Wellington's recovery. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 3, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 1. Lady Hester got up in the evening. The heat was now so great that the covers of books as they lay on the table, would curl up at the corners, and the joinings of furniture split. A host of a kind of small May-bugs made their appearance at sunset, and large cockchafers, impudent as is every description of bug, fly, or bird in this country, kept us all in a state of petty warfare, which was succeeded, when bedtime came, by a sleepless contest with those horrid tormentors, the mosquitoes. Lady Hester spoke a good deal about the property supposed to be left her. Those, she said, who wrote me word about it would not deceive me. They were persons I have perfect reliance on. They were afraid to write names, but when they said that this property was come to me from the two plainest persons of my acquaintance, those two must have been Lord K. and his wife. The Duke had asked me, when I was with him, whether I thought Lady Hester would be displeased if he sent her his portrait from Europe. I answered she could not but be pleased to have what, next to seeing him, would best recall his Highness to her mind. But when I told Lady Hester of this, she said, "No, I must write to him and prevent his sending it." Sunday, June 10th, 1838. I rode down to Sida, not aware of the Duke's departure, and I found, to my astonishment, that the Duke, Tense, and everybody had disappeared, except the poor black Wellington. So now, having nothing to distract my attention, I went and conversed with him. He asked for a loose dressing-gown, warm stockings, as the cold struck up to his bowels from the stones, and a pillow for his head. This, together with tea and sugar, a teapot, and some other little things were sent down to him. Tuesday, June 12th. Lady Hester's fever was somewhat abated. According to the date, the steamboat had arrived at Beirut, and her expectations were wound up to a fearful height in the hope that this time, at all events, a letter must have come from Sir Francis Burdett. Before noon, an express was announced. He was the bearer of a letter to me to say that the steamboat had brought nothing. I knew not how to communicate the sad intelligence to her ladyship. When she heard it, she made a turn in her bed, and, with an exclamation of, "Oh, Lord!" she said, "Doctor, the die is cast. The sooner you take yourself off, the better. I have no money. You can be of no use to me. I shall write no more letters, shall break up my establishment, wall up the gate, and with a girl and a boy to wait on me, resign myself to my fate. Let me have none of your foolish reasoning on the subject. Tell your family they may make their preparations, and in a fortnight's time you must be gone. Who knows? Perhaps Prince Puckler Miscal, after all his pretended interest about my affairs, has never sent the correspondence to Europe. He told you in 3 months we should see the letters in the papers, and yet the papers neither come nor do we hear from him. And do you think, after this, one can have any confidence in anybody? Wednesday, June 13th. I was glad to pass 24 hours without seeing her ladyship, for she was in too melancholy a humour to derive consolation, except from her own reflections. There she was most sure to find relief. For endued with a sanguine temperament, and always building castles in the air, her depression never was of long continuance. In the evening, when I went to her, she dwelt on the necessity of repose for me, now old age had come upon me, in order to reconcile me to a separation which she seemed to think would give me pain. Thursday, June 14th. I rode down to see Wellington the Black. His quarantine was to last in all 40 days. He was alone in the building before described, called the Shamauni, lying with his mattress on the stones in the open air, and with an invalided soldier to attend on him, who, of course, was condemned to the same length of quarantine as himself. Wellington thanked me for the things which had been sent him. "Ah, sir," said he, "this is not like my own country. At New York I should, even in a hospital, be attended by a good nurse. I should have my comfortable cup of tea, my bread pudding, and what the doctor ordered me would be properly administered. But that man," pointing to the soldier, "wants to kill me. He is tired of being, as it were, in prison, and last night he beat me. Yes, he beat me, ill as I am, because I woke him to assist me in my helplessness. My swelling is broken too, and it wants rags and plasters, and I have not strength to dress it myself, for I am so weak. Look, see how my arms and legs are reduced in size. Tell that lady who was so kind to me that when I get well I will bring her some of the beads and cockle shells and other curiosities I bought at Jerusalem. And I have got some fine cotton stockings that I brought from New York." "Oh, but Wellington," said I, interrupting him, "the lady is not in need of such things, although your feelings are not the less creditable on that account. She is a great lady, like the wife of your president, and she loves to do good for everybody." "God bless her!" cried the poor fellow. "And it was so thoughtful of her to send me this soft pillow to put under my back, when I only asked for one for my head. For do you know, it was the very thing I wanted. I have got such sores down my backbone from lying so long in the same position. Will you be so good as to explain to that man that he must make a fire and boil the water here when I want tea? For Luflufi brings the water from the town, and it is quite cold before it gets here. And do, sir, tell him he is not to beat me. But no, perhaps you better not, for in the night he will be revenged on me, and who is to help me here? Oh, sir, if you knew what I suffer. I have not had a clean shirt until those you sent me since the day of our reaching this place." On leaving Wellington, I rode into Saida, and going to Signor Lappi, where I found the governor's secretary, I told them how the soldier maltreated the poor sick man. He immediately provided another attendant, an old Christian named Anastasius, and accompanying me to the Shamauni himself, he menaced the soldier with a good baston a-doing, ordered him to the corner of the building farthest removed from Wellington's bed, and threatened to have him shot if he dared molest either the black or Anastasius. Having settled this affair, I went to one of the city baths, called Hammam el-Jadid, where I was obliged to hurry myself greatly to make way for the women, who, their time being come, were raising a clamor about the door. Baths are generally open for men until noon, and for women until sunset. Today news had come that the Druses had advanced as far as Hesbaia and Rashea, about a day's journey from Sidon, that they had killed the governor and had spread consternation throughout the district. This news was confirmed by Khosrow Effendi and Salim Effendi, two gentlemen in the governor's service. On my return, I had occasion to witness the successful results of the Emir Bashir's measure for the destruction of the locusts. Immense swarms of these insects had come from the southeast and settled for many leagues around during the month of blank, laying their eggs in holes in the ground, which they bore, as far as I could observe, with a sort of auger, which nature has sheathed in their tails. Their eggs form a small cylinder about as big as a maggot, and in minute appearance like an ear of turkey corn, all the little eggs as so many pins' heads lying in rows with that beautiful uniformity so constant in all the works of the Creator. How many of these conglomerate little masses each female locust lays, I know not, but those I handled were enough to equal in size a hazelnut, and united by some glutinous matter, they are hatched about May. But no sooner had the swarms laid their eggs than, to prevent their hatching, an order was enforced all through the district where the locusts had settled, obligating every member of a family above a certain age to bring for so many days, say 1/2 gallon of eggs to the village green, where lighted faggots being thrown on them, they were consumed. The order was in full force for probably 3 weeks, until it was supposed that the greatest part of the eggs had been dug up and destroyed. The peasants know by certain signs where the females have laid their eggs, but the utmost vigilance may overlook some ovaries, and as each clot of the size of a nut may produce 5,000 locusts, for the peasants told me that each separate cluster of the size of a maggot contained more than 100 eggs, it may be easily imagined how they swarm as soon as they are hatched. What one first sees is a black heap, about the size of a brim of a coal-heaver's hat. A day or two after, the heap spreads for some yards around, and consists of little black grasshopper-like things, all jumping here and there with such dazzling agility as to fatigue the eye. Soon afterwards they begin to march in one direction and to eat, and then they spread so widely through a whole province that a person may ride for leagues and leagues, and his horse will never put a foot to the ground without crushing 3 or 4 at a step. It is then the peasants rush to their fields, if fortunate enough to meet the vanguard of this formidable and destructive army. With hoes, shovels, pickaxes, and the like, they dig a trench as deep as time will permit across their march, and there, as the locusts, which never turn aside for anything, enter, they bury, burn, and crush them, until exhaustion compels them to desist, or until, as was the case this year, from previous destruction of the eggs, and from having only partial swarms to contend with, they succeed in nearly annihilating them. When they fly, the whole village population comes out with kettles, pots, and pans, and by an incessant din tries to prevent their settling. The greatest enemy to locusts is a high wind, which carries them to the sea and drowns them, or, opposing their course, drives them back to the desert, probably to perish for want of sustenance. In the evening, Lady Hester was in very low spirits. She said many unpleasant things to me, calling it frankness. She made a long tirade on my obstinacy in not listening to her prophetic voice. She said, "Wherever you go, you will regret not having followed my counsels, whether in Syria or in Europe. I should not," she added, "have bestowed so much time on you, but I wish you well, and am sorry you will not put yourself in my train. You can be of no use to me, for I shall want persons of determination, judgment, and courage, neither of which you possess. But I know from what cause all your errors come, from having given up your liberty to a woman." Such was her opinion of what she called the slavery of marriage. Monday, June 18th. I was mounting my horse to go to Saida, when a person on a sorry nag, dressed in a nizam dress, passed my gate, followed by a servant. "Good morning," said I in Arabic, for it is a sin almost not to give a good day to friend or stranger in these countries, and receiving a reply in the same language, I concluded he was some officer of the Pasha's come on business, and I rode off. On arriving at Saida, I was asked if I had met a Frank on the road, and replied no, until, by the description, I learned that the person in the nizam dress was a European. "Of what nation he is," said my informant, "I can't tell. We spoke to him in 3 or 4 languages, but it was all the same to him. He answered fluently in all. There is his lodging," and he pointed to a small tent pitched in the middle of the Khan quadrangle. For we told him we had not a room to give him owing to the earthquake, but he said he preferred being near us to going into the town, and so there he slept. When he wanted a guide up to my lady's house, we told him that he must first send to ask permission to visit her, but he maintained there was no occasion for that, so we left him to his own course. According to the news that I collected, the signs of the times were rather alarming. Whilst I was holding the above conversation, a peasant entered the Khan gate with a brace of pistols in his girdle. "There they are," whispered a Turk to me. "A fortnight ago that peasant would have no more dared to come into town with his arms, but now they hang them on a peg in their cottages, especially in and about Nablus, and set the soldiers and the Pasha at defiance. And the garrison here is as mute as a mouse. God knows how things will turn out. In the mountain there is even a fanatic sheik who goes about haranguing the people, advising them to pay no more miri to Ibrahim Pasha. A man, too, has been murdered on the Beirut road." When I returned to the Dar in the evening, I saw Lady Hester. Nothing was said about the stranger's arrival, although by the stranger's garden door being open, I knew he was installed there. But according to the etiquette observed in the house, I made no inquiries, judging that this was to be a mysterious visit, with which I had nothing to do. So I went home. It must appear very strange to the reader that there should be a European so near to me who would have to dine alone when I would willingly have had his company. Yet, without seriously offending Lady Hester, I could neither invite him nor even pay him a visit, but such was her character. With her, everything must be secret, and everything exclusive. And if ever there was a being who would have appropriated all authority to herself, and have shouldered out the rest of mankind from the enjoyment of any privilege but such as she thought fit to concede, it was Lady Hester Stanhope. Tuesday, June 19th. This morning the conversation turned on the Druze insurrection. Lady Hester now assumed the air of a person who, having made extraordinary prophecies, saw that the time of their accomplishment had arrived. "I foretold all this," said she. "In a short time you will not be able to ride from here to Sidon. The country will be overrun with armed men. But I shall be as cool from first to last as at a fete. All the cowards may go. I want only those who can send a ball where I direct them. Why do I keep such men as Said Ahmed and some others? Because I know they would mind no more killing a score of people than eating their dinner. You wanted me to get rid of them, and blamed my tubba disposition, because I had such fellows about me, whose plots you are afraid of. Why, yes, they were uneasy and troublesome, because they had nothing to do. But I knew the time would come when they would be useful, as you will see." Finding that Lady Hester seemed, for some unknown reason, to wish for my absence, I took my leave of her until Wednesday evening. End of Chapter 8, Part 1.